He is known as the laziest prince the world has ever seen, so why is he going to pick up a sword on the training field right now? The knight asked. Others around him also looked in disbelief. The prince, who had never even left his bed, was standing right in front of them under the sun. Everyone nearby remained skeptical. I think it's impossible that this kid is actually going to train. When the boy stops in front of a sword, his butler comments that it would be better for him to go back home and later they would call an expert to help him out. But is soon surprised when he sees the boy standing before the largest sword. The boy picks it up silently and murmurs, "This one," while the knights pinch themselves, asking whether they are dreaming or having a nightmare. But suddenly, the expression on everyone's face slowly begins to change. The boy prepares to strike, but when he finally executes the so anticipated swing, everyone around bursts into laughter, saying this was exactly what they expected. He never left the bed and is trash. That's it. They walk away laughing, staying there is a waste of time. However, the truth was that none of them had any idea just how powerful that boy would become in a short time or for how long he has held a sword. And now he's going to train harder than anyone else. The whole empire would hear his name and all the girls would become interested in his incredible backstabs with his sword. All of this because he possessed a swordsmanship never seen before. And what no one knew was that this was the result of a lifetime of hard work. In another time, in a very distant place. So it all begins this mysterious dude strolling into this random village. Our narrator, this young guy with brown hair, is just chilling with his rake, looking at the stranger thinking, great, another weirdo. He took one look at the stranger's face and immediately realized that he had seen some stuff. The village elders come out to greet him, and they welcome this brooding edgelord into their village with open arms. And our narrator, he's against the idea. He's like, hell no, this guy has written trouble all over his face. But the elders already shaking hands and rolling out the welcome mat, so what can he do? With that, 3 days have passed and this guy hasn't opened his door once. He's so quiet that our narrator literally forgets he exists sometimes. Some curious villagers try approaching his house, but homeboy just walks past them. After about 10 days, our narrator learns what this dude's actually doing in there. Some kids playing spy peek through the fence and come back with the tea. This guy's training with a sword every single day. They're even mimicking his moves with sticks. Our narrator's thinking, okay, so this dude's got some tragic backstory, clearly practicing for some revenge arc or something, but he still doesn't care. A whole month goes by and moss starts growing on this guy's door. But does he stop training? No. Our narrator doesn't see him, but he can hear the sword swings. The village gossip mill goes absolutely crazy. Some people think he's preparing to take revenge on someone. Others think he's a fallen knight with a dark past, maybe even a famous mercenary. Our narrator's just trying to peel potatoes and mind his business while everyone around him won't shut up about Sword Boy. He's genuinely trying not to care, but come on, you know curiosity is building. 6 months in and our boy finally caves. He's working in his garden and goes, tomorrow I'll go and see what all the talk is about. He wants to see how fast this guy is, how strong, and what crazy techniques he's got because this dude's basically the neighborhood celebrity at this point. So he sneaks over and peeks through a broken part of the door, and it's underwhelming as hell. The wanderer's just standing there in a basic stance, sweating buckets, practicing his swing, looking at his our narrator, thinks to the regular villagers who don't know anything about swords, this probably looks incredible, but he's seen actual knights during his trading days, and compared to that, our sword boy is nothing. Dude's technique is mid at best, but you can tell he's got some serious trauma keeping him going. Our narrator feels a bit bad for him, but decides, you know what? Not my circus, not my monkeys, and goes back to his life. The time flies, and then something actually interesting happens. A new family moves in. A retired mercenary with his son and daughter. They're all happy and smiling, the total opposite energy from Sword Guy. The daughter's name is Rem, and our narrator takes one look at her and goes, yep, she's the one, and instead of waiting like a romance MC, dude shoots his shot the very next day. Then we cut to 3 years later, our boy's writing in his diary for the first time in forever, and guess what he writes about? The Wanderer. This dude is still out there swinging his sword. Meanwhile, our narrator has been courting Rem for 2 years and she finally agreed to marry him. Man's living his best life, got the girl, everything's perfect, but he can't stop thinking about the sad sword guy next door who's been doing the same thing for 3 years straight. 5 years roll by and our narrator straight up says, you know what, I'm documenting this now. This wanderer has been out there, rain or shine, just swinging that sword with zero emotion on his face, so he starts writing it down. Day 1873, still swinging. Day 1964, yep, still going. Winter comes, snow's piling up, and this absolute madman is still out there. Our narrator and Rem have a daughter named Laura, and everyone comes to celebrate. Meanwhile, Sword Guy, you guessed it, still training. The diary pages are piling up, seasons are changing, and this dude has not missed a single day. 7 years, 10 months, and 27 days in, there's a massive storm, rain pouring like the world's ending. Our narrator looks outside and sees this guy standing in the darkness, hair grown out, absolutely drenched, still holding that sword. 37 years have passed. Our narrator's got a beard now. He's a grandfather. His daughter Laura has a son who calls him Sleepyhead. Time's just flying by, but you know what hasn't changed? Sword Guy. Our narrator admits he kind of forgot to check on him recently. That dude training is as natural as the sun rising. Part of the universe now. One day, his grandson wants to go to the market, but our narrator decides to stay home. He's walking through the village and oh, he is now the village chief, so everyone's greeting him. Looking at the scenery, he's thinking about how much everything has changed. But then he stops in front of one house that looks exactly the same as it did 37 years ago, the Wanderer's house. Still covered in moss, still rusty, still giving off please don't disturb vibes. He peeks through the gap in the door, and his eyes go wide. He starts running, throws open the door, and bursts into the courtyard. There's the Wanderer on his knees, hands gripping the sword that's stuck in the ground. Dude's old now, body covered in scars, but he's still in that same position. And then our narrator realizes this guy's dead. He died training. After 37 years of non-stop training, he literally trained until his last breath. Our narrator closes the Wanderer's eyes and lays him on the ground, wishing him peace in whatever comes next. The scene shifts and we meet our actual main character, a blonde kid with blue eyes who jolts awake from his dream like he just had the worst nightmare of his life. Turns out he's been dreaming about being that Wanderer and it felt real. Like sword in hand, muscles screaming, salty taste of exhaustion real. This kid's name is Aaron, and he's living in this fancy mansion as part of the Ferreira family. While he's processing his existential crisis, we cut to some knights standing guard at the estate. They're gossiping, talking about how Princess Curl is this child prodigy sorceress who got an official title at age 11. Meanwhile, our boy, well, he is a disgrace to the family because all he did for the past 15 years was lie in bed, because of which he's known as the Lazy Lord, but it's not like he likes to be a bum, there is a story behind it. After his mom died right in front of him when he was young, he couldn't do anything. He literally just stopped. Dude spent years in bed doing absolutely nothing. The knights are roasting him hard. Their gossip session gets interrupted when Carol herself shows up with her mom, Amelia, and these knights start estiating. Carol's standing there with her arms crossed, asking who gave them permission to slack off, and her mom's giving them this terrifying smile that says, I could end your careers right now. The knights are basically melting into puddles, apologizing and saying how they won't badmouth our boy again. While these bastards get what they deserve, we cut back to our boy's room and he's freaking out. He can't sleep, which is wild because this dude's whole personality up until now has been professional sleeper. He's looking at his shaking hands, feeling like his whole body's itching, and then he does something absolutely insane. He calls his butler and says, I want to train with the sword. The butler literally freezes. His face goes through about 7 stages of shock. He's standing there sweating, probably wondering if his master hit his head or got possessed, because the Lazy Lord wants to train that can't be right. So the scene shifts to the Ferreira family training ground and it's packed. Knights everywhere, students milling around, and suddenly everyone starts freaking out. One bearded guard knight is literally asking his buddy if his eyes are broken because he can't believe what he's seeing. The Baron's students are all staring with their mouths open. The yellow-haired kid turns to his redhead friend and goes, told you the girl wanted to reply, but she's busy being shocked. Why? Because our boy, the Lazy Lord himself, is walking toward the training ground with his butler. Let me repeat that the guy who hasn't left his bed in years is voluntarily going to the place where people do VRK. The knights are losing it. Some of them have never even seen his face before, and now he's just casually taking a stroll among them. Our boy stops in front of the weapon rack, and everyone's watching. The butler starts explaining that swords come in different sizes and shapes, and since our boy doesn't know jack about swordsmanship, maybe they should wait for an actual teacher to help pick the right one, but our boy's like, nah, I'm good, and completely ignores every other weapon on the rack. He's laser focused on this massive two-handed sword hanging on the wall. The butler's getting nervous now, trying to convince him to wait for a mentor, but our boy's not hearing it. He just stares at that giant sword and goes, yeah, that's the one. One knight is so shocked he makes his buddy pinch his cheek to make sure he's not dreaming. Our boy then grabs the hilt and immediately starts struggling. His whole body's shaking and sweat's pouring down his face. This sword is heavy, and everyone watching knows it. The two knights stop their little slap fight to watch, and even the butler's mouth is hanging open. Our boy's arms are trembling badly, but he somehow manages to raise it above his head and takes his first swing, and the sword just skis into the ground. The students standing nearby in their fancy uniforms are looking at him with straight-up contempt. They're thinking this dude's weaker than they imagined, and that's saying something. The blonde student is smiling, telling his friend that last month someone named Jiron embarrassed our boy in front of everyone, and maybe that's why he's suddenly trying to train. They're saying our boy didn't even respond when he got humiliated. He just took it like a punching bag. The butler overhears this conversation, and he's pious SD. He is thinking to himself how these bastards know that our boy can hear them, but they are still talking about it. Then the butler walks up to our boy, who's still swinging that sword, and tries to explain that mastering swordsmanship takes daily brutal training, and maybe he should really consider getting a proper teacher. But our boy's not listening. He just keeps swinging, even though his entire body's screaming in pain. Every muscle hurts, his arms feel like they're about to fall off, and he doesn't even fully understand why he's doing this. It's like his body's moving on autopilot. He adjusts his stance, trying to find a more comfortable position, and takes one more swing before his body just gives up. He starts falling to the ground, completely exhausted. He's lying there taking these deep, desperate breaths, and you'd think he'd be in agony, right? But instead, he feels relief. Like all the weight he's been carrying just evaporated. Our boy starts to get back up, grabs the sword with one hand, and pushes himself to one knee. He's repeating the movements from that dream, copying the Wanderer's technique, and something crazy is happening. Every swing makes the heaviness in his chest lighter. All those terrible memories, all that trauma, all that responsibility he's been drowning in, it's disappearing with each movement. He raises that massive sword above his head again, and he can't stop. Sweat's flying everywhere from how fast he's moving. And that's when the butler finally intervenes, literally shouting at him to stop because it's getting dark outside. Our boy looks at him like, wait, what? It's dark already? And then his body just shuts down. He starts falling, but the butler catches him, asking if he's okay, but our boy is just confused as to how it could already be night. He takes a look and yep, the sun's setting, the buildings are going dark, and he realizes that he's been swinging that sword for 8 hours without even noticing. He asks the butler why he didn't stop him earlier or go do something else, and the butler's like, bro, I'm not leaving you alone, and also you weren't listening to me at all. The butler helps him walk, saying he'll clean everything up, and that our boy needs to rest because you can't just go crazy like this every day. Our boy's like, yeah, you're right. I probably won't do this again. The scene shifts and we see our boy in bed. He is holding his arm and screaming about the muscle pain, cursing that stupid dream for doing this to him. He's trembling, thinking with his body hurting all over there's no way he's going to be able to sleep tonight. But 5 minutes later, my guy is out cold, drooling on his pillow like a baby. The scene shifts to a few days later and our boy is absolutely demolishing a sandwich. He's taking massive bites, shoving milk between bites, just going full Gobielion mode on this meal. The butler's standing behind him in complete shock, watching his master eat like he's never seen food before. The butler asks if our boy's planning to train again today, and our boy just nods. He's thinking about how that weird dream keeps haunting him every night, and the only way to get rid of that itchy feeling in his body is to keep training. Plus, when he's swinging that sword, all the bad thoughts go away. He slams his glass on the table and demands more milk and more sandwiches. Meanwhile, near the training ground entrance, the knights are placing bets on whether our boy will show up today. They're in the middle of their argument when this old dude in a red robe shows up. He's got this long, luxurious gray beard and asks for directions to the training ground. The knights ask who he is, and the old man introduces himself as a wandering knight who wants to check out the estate. He's got permission apparently, so the knights are like, alright, cool, we'll take you there when our shift ends because we were heading there anyway. They're walking toward the training ground, and the knights are all excited to see who won their bet. The bearded knight's eyes go wide when he spots our boy still out there, trembling as he lifts that massive sword, and man, he is cursing inside because he lost the bet. He hands over a bag of money to his partner. The winning knight's grinning, saying how he knew that our boy was going to show up today because apparently Grian had really embarrassed him badly. So maybe this persistence will last a week? Maximum? The old man in the red robe is watching all this go down. He's studying our boy, thinking to himself that the kid's definitely not wasting his time and isn't as bad as people say. But he can't help noticing our boy's skill level is low though. Like really low. The kid can barely hold the sword, his hands are trembling, and his stamina is garbage. The old man's wondering if our boy's doing this for revenge or some other petty reason because you can't approach swordsmanship lightly with weak motivations like that. Then suddenly, there's this gust of wind. Everyone looks up and their jaws drop. Our boy's concentrating so hard on his training that he barely notices at first, but eventually even he looks up. He sees Curl riding a Griffin. She's looking down at the training ground with clear displeasure on her face. So we all know how a griffin is a mythical creature that has the body of a lion, the face of an eagle, and skin of steel, and how these things are not supposed to exist. Yep, that's true in this world too, but Carol, she created this thing with her own hands and then just casually brought it to life with magic like it's no big deal. Now back to the present. The knights are standing there with their mouths open as this thing lands and kicks up a massive dust cloud, burying the TILES on impact. Carol hops off and starts petting her death machine creation. Then she starts pointing at the knights one by one, and these grown men are about to tear her eye. The newcomer is shaking like a leaf, thinking he's about to get executed. She goes through all 3 of them, making each one nearly wet themselves, before getting to the old man in the red robe. This dude? He just semi-alias and waves, introducing himself as a wandering knight who came to check out the training ground. Kuro lines them up and asks why they're here during working hours. The knights are Satsugi trying to explain their shift just ended and they're not doing anything wrong. The griffin turns its head toward them menacingly, and Kurl's about to go OFFF when suddenly our boy calls out to her. Our boy walks up asking why she's scolding everyone. Kurl then told our boy to stop doing useless nonsense. Iron just looks at her blankly, says absolutely no thing, then turns around and walks away with his eyes closed like she doesn't exist. And that breaks her. Kurl's face twists up, the griffin looks shocked, and she absolutely loses it. She starts screaming about how he's being frivolous, how he doesn't understand swordsmanship, but suddenly decided to start training after doing nothing but sleep his entire life. She even points at the newcomer knight, saying, even he's better than you. Then she drops the bomb, asking him if he is doing this because of what that bastard Grian did 2 weeks ago. Before Iron can respond, Amelia appears out of nowhere and everyone freezes. With a smile, she asks Carol to stop bothering her brother and come to her. Carol's clenching her fist about to argue, but when Mom demands she come over, the princess immediately backs down. Emilie tells the knights good work with that terrifying smile of hers, then asks Iron not to overdo it. Our boy just nods and promises he won't, and mom and daughter start to leave. The knights are sighing with relief, thinking the worst is past, until the griffin screams and scares them again. These poor guys can't catch a break. The old man's watching all this, thinking, ah yes, this is the Kirill Ferreira heard about. But then he turns and sees that our boy's already back to training through all of this commotion, but it didn't affect him at all. It was at this moment that the old man decided he's going to stick around and observe our boy for a bit. Then we cut to a few hours later. Kirill's walking in her pink slippers when Marcus suddenly appears behind her, nearly giving her a heart attack. He told her that our boy's sleeping and she should wait for the morning like her mother had told her, but nah, Kirill turns around and releases this massive amount of mana and asks him who he thinks he is to order her around, and the butler is on his knees from the pressure. Realizing that she had overdone it, she stops, the pressure disappears, and she orders him not to tell anyone what happened while holding something covered in a blanket. Just like that, the morning comes and Iron wakes up to this magical cat playing a flute. There's a letter next to it, and when he reads it, he smiles. It's from Kirill apologizing for not saying this during the day, but she heard he's barely eating and overworking himself, so she was worried. She gave him this musical cat to help him relax. Then he flips the note over and there's a message from mom saying to tell her if Kirill's bothering him too much, and until then she'll pretend she doesn't know anything. Man, both the stepmother and the sister are bitches. What is happening? Is this for real? Like, this goes against everything we know. Anyways, back to the present, our boy's sitting there petting the cat, thinking about how his mom and sister are worried about him, even though he's been a useless lump in bed for over 10 years. As he was having his emotional moment, the butler rolled into his room with the breakfast, but our boy told him to take it to the dining table as today he was going to eat with his family for the first time in who knows how long. The scene shifts and Marcus is following him down the corridor with this huge smile because his master is actually Chain Jang. At breakfast, Kirill's literally loading Iron's plate with steak, telling him to take more. The father's smiling watching this wholesome moment. Then Iron gets emotional and thanks them for being kind to him, despite him doing nothing but lying in bed all this time. Emilie is smiling, Kirill's eyes are wide with surprise, and the father's just beaming as Iron confesses his weakness and tells them he loves them. The father says he loves him too, and Iron's like, okay, enough emotions, let's eat, because our boy can't handle a wholesome family moment. Too many feelings. After they clear every plate on the table, the father mentions he heard Iron's been focusing on swordplay. He says how he is glad that our boy is focusing on swordplay, but told him not to overdo it since he is starting late. Iron says everything's fine and he's not overworking himself. He's thinking that compared to the 37-year training montage he saw in his dream, what he's doing now is no thing. Then we cut to the training hall and our boy is doing his usual swinging the sword and not caring about anything. Those bastards from earlier are watching Iron train, asking how long it's been now. His body's still trembling with every swing, the sword's almost touching the ground, and people are muttering that he's about to hit his limit. Then they notice the old man in the red robe just Shia lying there. The blonde asks who he is, and his friend explains it's some old knight who got permission to be here. The old man's got a blade of grass in his mouth like some kind of wise hermit, eyes closed, listening to the young guy's gossip. He opens his eyes and starts thinking. It's been 10 days of watching Iron train. At first, he thought the kid was just motivated by an inferiority complex and pride, but he was well wrong. This old man's stroking his beard, thinking about the Lazy Lord nickname and how this kid who's never exercised in his life is training tirelessly without a single complaint. Day after day, it's like our boy's training with the mind of a blacksmith who hammers steel all day. The old man is surprised because in his entire life, he's never seen anyone with this kind of will. But here's the problem. Even the greatest heroes with terrifying willpower build that over time, usually at a mature age. And Eren, he's 15, a literal teenager. Then the old man has this realization. If Eren keeps studying swordplay and discovers his potential under a good teacher, he could reach terrifying heights. After that, the old man turns to the guard and asks if the prince has a teacher yet. The guard explains that the estate owner is planning to assign someone soon, probably this guy named Zuon. The moment he says that name, the old man literally goes, oh hell nah. The old man knows that drunk bastard very well. He knows that all he's going to do is to drink and then yell at our boy. He's thinking, yeah, no way in hell am I letting this alcoholic train this precious child. So naturally he storms off to talk to our boy's father himself. Cut to the Baron's office. The old man's laying out his case while our boy's dad is sitting there holding this fancy letter, a recommendation for the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. And folks, this isn't just any school. This is the Academy, the Harvard of sword fighting. They got this cool logo with hands holding a sword, and they pick talented kids regardless of who you are or where you're from. Graduating from this place basically means people have to respect you whether they like it or not. But getting in is stupidly hard, and honestly, getting kicked out is way easier. The Baron's thinking, can my son even handle this? Our boy walks in, hears everything, and his jaw literally drops. His dad smiles and tells him he doesn't have to go if he doesn't want to. The scene shifts and our boy is back in his room, sitting in his bed, staring at the floor. He He's thinking about how he spent 10 years doing absolutely nothing, just lying in bed like a vegetable. He grabs the edge of his bed and makes a decision right there he's done being useless. Looking up at the sky, he decides he's going to change for himself and for his family, who actually gives a damn about him. Next thing you know, he bursts into his dad's office and announces he's going to Criminal Academy. Soon after, we get this wholesome goodbye scene. Marcus and our boy are standing by a carriage while his family's gathered at the estate entrance. Amelia's crying her eyes out and Curl is standing there with her arms crossed, trying to look tough while wishing him luck. On the carriage ride, Marcus notices our boy is practically glued to the window, and he asks if this is his first time leaving the estate. Then Marcus pulls out this necklace with a sword pendant, saying Carol wanted him to have it. Our boy smiles, and then he puts it on immediately, clutching it and mentally thanking his little sister. They finally arrive, and our boy's standing there with his mouth hanging open, looking at this massive building. Marcus says he'll escort him to the entrance, but our boy stops him, saying he needs to start acting like a student and do things alone now. Marcus literally tears up at this as baby boy is growing up and bows as our boy walks away, wishing him success. So our boy gets in line with all these other kids. There's this blue-haired dude named Brett in front of him, and his knights are announcing him like he's royalty Prince Brett from the Count family, recommended by the famous knight Cole Swady. The gatekeepers are practically rolling out the red carpet for this guy. Then it's our boy's turn. He hands over his letter saying he's from the baronial Ferreira family and was recommended by Knight-errant Bran Somerville. The green-haired knight's eyes go wide and both guards start talking about how Bran Somerville is this legendary dude who led raids in the mines for decades. After our boy walks through, the guards are standing there confused as hell. The red-haired one's thinking, wait, isn't this the lazy lord? The weakling from the Ferreira family? How did he get Bran to write a recommendation? They're both just staring at his back, completely baffled. Our boy reaches this huge door and pushes it open. The moment he steps inside, everyone turns to look at him. The whole hall goes quiet. Brett and his buddy are looking at him with pure contempt. There's this red-haired girl shooting him a disgusted look, and another girl with white hair giving him the same treatment. Our boy's internally screaming, "Don't lose your composure, don't lose your composure." Then this familiar face walks up to the speaker's area, and our boy is surprised it turns out this is Ahmed, the instructor who's going to train and evaluate all 400 students. Ahmed scanning the crowd, and his eyes land on 3 people, Brett, Judith, and Ilya. Apparently, Ilya is the second genius of some famous Lindsay sword family, which makes Brett clench his teeth because now he's thinking, great, there goes my chance at first place. Ahmed raises his hand and drops the bomb. They're not students yet, just pre-selection candidates. They have to endure 2 brutal tests and then come back a year later. Then they can become students. And even after that, real hell begins. Then he tells them to leave their stuff and head outside. The scene shifts and now we are outside. They're at this massive stadium with a crazy uneven track. Ahmed's walking around with his hands on his hips, explaining this is physical training, heart, lung, and muscle endurance. He points at this ridiculous path and says this is their usual route. Then without warning, he just starts running and yells for them to follow because the test has begun. Avon picks up speed and the students are struggling to keep up, raising huge clouds of dust. Our boy's near the back, already sweating buckets and gasping for air. Brett's near the front, teeth clenched, realizing this is going to suck. Then Brett decides to check on the lazy lord for some schadenfreude, and our boy's completely fallen apart. He's shaking, barely standing, looking like he's about to pass out. His heart feels like it's going to explode. Ahmed glances back, looks a bit disappointed, but doesn't say anything and keeps running. The other students are getting farther and farther away. Our boy's trembling, and then he just collapses and starts cradling. Brett's shocked the dude stops smiling for the first time, but then something insane happens. Our boy somehow gets back up and starts running again. Ahmed sees this and grins. Our boy's thinking about his dream, that wanderer he saw. Compared to what that guy went through, this is nothing. Then he starts running, telling himself that he wants to be like that wanderer. He wants to reach that level. Meanwhile, the green-haired instructor dude is watching our boy, thinking, why hasn't this kid collapsed yet? Then he notices something weird about our boy's movements and facial expressions while running. Our boy's covered in sweat, clothes all dirty, barely keeping his balance but still pushing forward, and the crowd behind him literally watches him fall in slow motion. Right before he face plants into unconsciousness, the green-haired guy catches him. Meanwhile, everyone else just runs past like nothing happened. The instructor lays him down, takes a good look and goes, damn, this bastard actually ran until he got completely exhausted. Then we cut to some time after, and our boy wakes up. He sits up in bed looking around confused, like, where the hell am I? Then this dude walked up to him and told him to relax, assuring him that he's perfectly fine. The guy introduces himself as Lung, instructor and head of the rehabilitation department. Our boy thanks him for the help and this bastard gets cocky. He then tells our boy that if it wasn't for him, our boy wouldn't have recovered so well. Then this bastard got close to our boy's face and said that he has a feeling that they'll be seeing each other often. Our boy's face drops and Tarhal quickly adds he's joking, telling him not to look so serious, and then he pulls out a scroll and hands it over to our boy. Our boy opens it and his eyes go wide. It's the student ranking from the first test and our boy is on the very bottom. Tarhal explains not to worry too much, telling him that the intermediate assessment doesn't matter as much as the final one. This first test was just to gauge everyone's endurance levels. After he gave our boy the usual work hard speech, he looked down and saw that our boy was smiling. He was not the least bit concerned with the rankings. Then he pulled our boy out of bed and started pushing him forward by the shoulders with a smile, saying, "You can't skip classes on the first day." Cut to a massive auditorium. This green-haired instructor guy named Karaka greets all the pre-selection students, asking if they slept well in their new place, and these fools replied with a yes. So this Karaka dude then pulls up their schedule, and man, this schedule is BRVFL. 6 to 8 a.m. wake up and breakfast, 8 a.m. 12 p.m. training, 12 to 1 p.m. lunch, 1 to 5 p.m. more training, 5 to 6 p.m. dinner, 6 to 7 p.m. mental training and general education. And then mentions that they are free to do whatever they like after 7. And since they have proven their worth starting today, all of the training hall, indoor fitness rooms, and other activity rooms will be open for them. Hearing that, our boy's getting hyped, thinking he can finally pick up a sword again. Then Karaka gives a thumbs up and cheerfully announces that training with weapons is PROHEHUBITED. Our boy's smile dies immediately. He's just staring at the instructor in shock. Then the scene shifts and Brett and his crew are walking up to the gym building. One of them asks Brett if he found the regular lessons boring. Brett admits he almost fell asleep during all that theory. Then this other idiot says how the teacher was just throwing around words he didn't understand. Brett tells him to shut up because he understood it perfectly fine. They walk into the gym and everyone's surprised tons of people are already training on day 1. One guy comments that many are already grinding. Another says he thought people's motivation would die in a couple weeks. Brett looks over and freezes. There's this white-haired girl doing squats with a barbell loaded with serious weight. Her back is absolutely shredded looking at her. Brett's thinking how the rumors about her were actually understated. Just looking at her, you can feel the pressure. He imagines himself standing on a hill looking up at her, thinking other students are no match for her. Standing next to her makes you feel inferior. He pictures it like they're on completely different levels, different islands, separated by an abyss with a ladder you can't climb. One of his friends is amazed by Ilya's physique, asking where she got it since she's a year younger than them. Then they notice our boy doing bench presses with an empty bar and start laughing their asses off. They're like, even a lazy lord is trying to get disciplined now. One says he really worked hard during that last test. People really do change. The others are like, this is absurd. He should have started this years ago. Why was he idle for so long? They're watching him struggle with the empty bar, joking that he's going to pass out again soon. Ilya finishes her set, wipes sweat from her forehead, and silently watches the guys. Brett walks past his friends, saying they're wasting time and need to get to work. Then he spots this red-haired girl who got the second position in the test. He's thinking she's a commoner, and to get this far, she probably had to work her ass off to get into this academy. But honestly, he doesn't care. He wasn't about to lose to anyone. Suddenly, Judith turns around and tells him to stop staring. Brett's confused, like, are you talking to me? She asks if he's blind since she's looking straight at him, telling him to leave because he's disturbing her concentration. His friends rush up and start getting aggressive, yelling about how she's talking to a noble from the Earl family of Lloyd. How dare a nobody like her be rude to him? Judith asks who they are supposed to be, his pet. The green-haired guy runs closer, telling her to get on her knees and apologize. She's holding a dumbbell and says with disgust that his breath stinks and then tells them to get the hell out as they are an eyesore. While all of this drama was taking place, Ilya walks up to our boy and asks him if he has a minute. Our boy looks at her all confused, wondering what the hell she wants, but he puts down the weight and they chatted for a while. On the other end of the hall, the redhead was watching all of this happen, all confused. Meanwhile, our boy and Ilya are looking at each other silently when Ilya bends over a bit, points at his body, and says something. Seeing this, the whole of the training hall completely lose their minds. After she finishes, she calmly walks out while our boy sits there on the bench, all embarrassed. He then turns his head and realizes that everyone was staring at him. But these bastards quickly turn away and start doing their exercises like nothing happened. Brett and Judith are both thinking, we didn't hear anything. Judith hands a dumbbell to the green-haired guy and walks toward our boy. Our boy's doing bench press, exhaling with each rep, super focused. Judith calls out to him and he turns in surprise. She walks up and asks if he's ignoring her. Our boy apologizes and asks what she wants. Looking at him, the redhead says she doesn't want anything from him. All she wants is to know what he and Ilya talked about. Not wanting to deal with this crazy lady, our boy tells her everything about how Ilya was just giving him some pointers and the redhead is all confused. She's asking him if he really thinks he can lie to her face like that. She asks if Ilya really was telling him how to press a barbell properly and nothing more. Our boy nods, saying that yep, that's right, but Judith's giving him that yeah right stare, asking if they knew each other before today or something. He tells her they literally just met today, and she finally sighs, turns around, and tells him to stop making that pathetic face because they will think that she's bullying him. Our boy's standing there thinking, why is this girl even bothering me? While he's lifting the bar overhead, mentally telling himself it's time to practice and forget about all this drama. Meanwhile, Brett walks over looking all curious, asking what the hell he was talking about with Ilya and the red-haired girl. Then we cut to a month later, and everyone is complaining about how hard this month has been. They complain about how they've been doing the same boring routine for a whole month. The guy asks if they think it's unfair they haven't gotten swords yet, but Brett's not interested in the conversation. He's just watching our boy doing squats and Ilya guiding him. Brett stretches his hands and thinks to himself there's no point paying attention to these two. He's watching Ilya actively coaching the main character and realizes he'll never beat her. She's taken first place in the rankings this time too. Looking at our boy, Brett thinks this dude is the complete opposite. He's sure someone pushed this guy here, so sooner or later he'll go back to his old ways right now, and he keeps going because Ilya is supporting him and the ridicule from others is fueling him. Brett turns around and tells his team members to head to the stadium, thinking his goal is second place. When he got out, he saw Judith going hard at it again, and boy, he didn't like it. He turned to his friends and told them that he was going ahead and they should try and follow him too. Then we cut to 3 months later. Two teachers walk and talking to each other, saying how, as expected, most of the students have quit. The other one smiles and says how even after that, they got more students staying this year compared to the past. They then look around to see what the monster trio is up to, and Judith's jumping on a table, Brett's running, and Ilya is doing bench presses. Karaka turns, wanting to know what the lazy lord was up to, but he stops mid-sentence, looking at our boy lifting dumbbells on the bench. He corrects himself, saying you can't call him lazy anymore. The scene shifts and Eamon hits the students with the news that the midterm assessment is approaching. He claps his hands and gestures to a map behind him, informing everyone that this is the route they'll have to run. All they need to do is complete it in a limited time. And the students immediately lose their minds, saying how it was crazy, but On doesn't care. He tells everyone that they've been learning to run and swim for 4 months. This should be a very simple task for them, and the test is actually easy. There is no ranking. All they have to do is to complete the task within the given time. Then he adds that the first 5 who cross the finish line will be personally presented with awards by the head of the academy, and then he tells everyone that the exam will take place in 10 days at 9 a.m. Until then, classes are canceled. Students can use the time however they wish but must not forget about food. He wishes everyone good luck at the end. The scene shifts and now they are outside. These idiots were making a fuss as usual while Bard was thinking about something else. He is thinking how even though there are opponents like Ilya and Judith, plus several other strong people who will be participating, there is no way that he won't be in the top 5. Then he turns and looks at our boy and the man looking at him. He is thinking, this guy is now making me feel uneasy. The scene shifts to the gym. Judith finishes her set, exhales, and puts down the barbell. She clenches both hands into fists with a smile, saying this is her new record and she can finish for today. As she was celebrating, she heard a weird voice, so she turned, and there was our boy pushing past his limits as usual. Looking at our boy, she is thinking how, compared to when he first came to the academy, he has changed a lot. So she's standing there, almost surprised, trying to figure out how this absolute disaster of a human being managed to pull that off. Then she immediately went into jealousy mode. She's thinking to herself, there's no way I'm losing to this waste of oxygen. Meanwhile, the two teachers are still doing their whole scanning the room thing. The green-haired dude turns to the redhead and goes, so what do you think? How many of these kids are actually going to survive this? The redhead's like maybe 30. Green hair just laughs in his face, saying he's giving these little ones way too much credit. That's when this old man walks in and guys, meet Ian, the resident baddest grandpa of the series. Dude's a swordmaster and the headmaster of this academy. He walks up and shakes Karaka's hand, saying how everyone's been talking about the new teacher. Karaka immediately switches to maximum ass-kissing mode, going on about what an honor it is to meet him. Then this cheeky old bastard gets right in his face and asks, how old do you think I am? Karaka's sweating bullets, hesitates, and finally goes, 55. And guys, this man is 90. The old man cracks up laughing and says he likes this dude so much he's doubling his salary right there. Meanwhile, the redhead's giving Ian the hardest side-eye imaginable, thinking, hey, old man, you're not even in charge of finances. What the hell are you promising? Ian turns to look at the students and comments on how the vibe this year feels way different from last time. His eyes land on Ilya, so Karaka jumps in to explain she's the second genius from the Lindsay family and how she's been crushing every single test, getting first place like it's nothing. But Ian, not impressed, he takes one look at her and instantly realizes she's not doing any of this for herself. She's just obsessed with her family's reputation. He's hoping she eventually ditches that stupid mindset and does what she actually wants to do. Then he spots Judith and asks Karaka if she's the one he mentioned before. He studies her and says she's overdoing it, like way too much, and it's going to hurt her eventually. Asks if Karaka tried talking sense into her. Karaka's like, yeah, I did, but that girl's stubborn as hell and refuses to listen to anyone. And doesn't want to see talent like hers just burn itself out, so he walks over hoping to stop her. But she gets in with, give me a good reason, old man. And just like that, Ian's got nothing. Man, what do you even say to that? Then he asks about Aaron, the legendary lazy lord everyone keeps hearing about. Where's that guy? They turn around and there's our boy absolutely grinding through his deadlifts. But instead of walking over, Ian just starts leaving. The two teachers are confused as hell, but before they can ask what's up, Ian tells them to leave our boy alone. Don't stop him unless he quits himself. Scene shifts and we're back with our boy lying in bed. He's completely wiped out, thinking about how weird everything's been lately. People who used to act like he didn't exist are suddenly paying attention to him. He remembers Ilya helping him out and wonders why the hell she'd do that, because she's definitely not the type to do stuff out of sympathy. But he's too exhausted to think straight, so he just puts his fist on his forehead and decides to stop overthinking everything. Some time passes and our boy wakes up wondering what the actual hell is happening because everything around him has turned reddy. He opens his eyes and sees this lady in a red dress. He starts thinking about how the real reason he never wanted to leave his bed in the past was because he wanted to come to this place. He knows this isn't his mom's embrace, but still, this spot is so warm and comforting, he genuinely doesn't want to leave. He grits his pillow, thinking how nice it would be to just fall asleep one more time. But right as he's about to close his eyes, a sword strike cuts through this red world. And there he is, the wanderer, practicing with his sword. Our boy stands up watching him, totally surprised and impressed by this cool-looking figure, and starts walking in his direction. The lady grabs his hand, trying to stop him from leaving. Our boy turns back, smiles at her, and thanks her for everything she's done for him all this time. But now, it's time to go. Then he wakes up and gets out of his bed, and man, the aura here is unreal. The scene shifts, and there's this fool badmouthing our boy because his clothes are all dirty. He thinks that our boy probably pulled an all-nighter and how stupid he is to do that just before the test. Meanwhile, Brett is busy doing his mental calculations, thinking about how Judith also pushes her limits and now she too isn't in her best condition, and that our boy definitely screwed up somewhere along the way. He smiles, thinking how if he doesn't let his guard down, second place is basically in his pocket. Meanwhile, our boy's just staring at the ground looking lost and sad. Ilya notices him looking all depressed. That's when Ian makes this hand gesture and shouts it's 8:55. He says he's going to explain the intermediate assessment rules one more time. An image of the test route pops up. It's got 4 stages, each one has an instructor, and you can only move to the next stage after beating the current one. Eamon points out that for this assessment, the only thing that matters in this test are their grades and reminds them not to get lost in the competition, as that is not going to help them. Just show what progress you've made. Then everyone takes their position. An image appears showing several guys standing in front of weights. Aim tells everyone to get ready and then gives the signal for the test to start. The first stage is called the push press. Students start bench pressing. Ilya is doing an excellent job completing the task quickly, with total concentration on her face. Brett turns to look at her and mentally goes, she's fast as expected. He's thinking even if he gives it everything, he won't keep up with her. Looking at his friends, he notices that besides Ilya and him, there are other participants struggling hard with the exercise. Brett's face shows he's trying his best when suddenly his eyes go wide. One of the students is actively crushing this exercise. The instructor holding documents looks at him in surprise. It's our boy, face all red, trying his hardest to do the fastest and most accurate reps. Brett's looking at our boy screaming from the effort and mentally asking if he's lost his mind. Does he plan to fall off his feet right at the beginning? Brett hears that Ilya passed the first stage. Looking at her back, he mentally goes, damn, that was fast. Then in the second breath, the instructor shouts our boy's name and man, no one can believe it. Breathing heavily, our boy heads to the second stage. The second phase is box jumping. Our boy jumps on the box thinking how he is not concerned with whatever these bastards are saying, and they can laugh as much as they want. He mentally says he gets their confusion. Putting all his strength into another jump, he says how he's shocked by himself too. Something in his body has changed, it's literally on fire. And in his head, there aren't just thoughts about limits anymore. His feet hitting the box make loud sounds. Opening his eyes wide, he mentally goes, this means I'm doing everything at my own pace. Eamon looks shocked at our boy speeding up. Aaron thinks he needs to move even faster. Current speed isn't enough, he needs to be more agile. He's psyching himself up when the instructor announces our boy passed the second stage. Brett and his friends are like, how is this possible? Brett looks back at the sound of someone screaming. Judith's lifting the weight with everything she's got. The third stage is long distance running. Our boy's actively running when Ilya looks back and sees him less than 10 meters away. Ilya's running confidently while our boy's mentally saying he's experiencing some kind of wonderful feeling. He shakes his head slightly, raises his eyes, and looks forward confidently. Watching Ilya run, he thinks how he wants to get her out of his way and instantly accelerates. But then both he and Ilya turn around surprised. Judith does this sharp jerk, instantly completes the stages and overtakes them. Our boy's mouth drops open. With her head down, she's running as fast as possible, putting everything into every step, thinking to herself how she is never going to lose. Then we get this flashback of her doing push-ups day after day, putting every part of herself into training. She's thinking about what it cost her to be here. Everyone made fun of her when she applied to Chrono Academy, saying how she was dreaming big and how there is no way that she's going to get selected since she's not even from an aristocratic family. And Judith listened to everything and never said a word, though in her mind she was like, I'll show you bastards. I'll work like hell, get into Chrono, and work even harder, and never let anyone beat me. Just like that, the third stage ended, and now it's time for the fourth stage. This time is long-distance swimming. Without wasting a breath, Judith jumps into the water and starts swimming. She had only covered a little distance when she felt her legs giving up. She's cursing, asking what the hell this had to happen now, and just to rub the salt on the wound, she saw Ilya overtaking her. Looking at the white-haired girl, Judith thinks how she really pushed herself, but even if she hadn't, she wouldn't be able to beat her, and she knows it. So now she's trying her hardest to swim somehow, and looking at Ilya's figure getting farther by the second, she can't help but cry, thinking how this situation is frustrating. Then the fatigue finally caught up to her and she started diving headfirst into the water. As she is drowning, she is thinking about how she wanted to rest, but then she felt something strange, and it's our boy pulling her to the surface. She finally comes to her senses, spits out water, and finally takes a good look at her savior. But is she grateful? Nah, not at all. Instead, she asks our boy what the hell he thinks he's doing. And this stupid protagonist of ours just looks at her, smiles, and tells her not to worry as they're almost to the shore. Once on the ground, he asks if she's doing all right. Just then, Karaka comes running towards them and tells him to leave her and run quickly. While others jump into the water, our boy checks up on Judith one last time before jumping in the water himself. Cut to this guy crying his eyes out on the ground. The dude's in tears, saying how he tried so hard but still failed. Just then, Karaka walked up to him, saying how he should not lose hope yet, as he's still got a second assessment waiting for him, and compared to the first one, the passing criteria are much more forgiving. If he doesn't give up, he'll definitely pass. Hearing this bastard smiled and went to his room, saying how he'll definitely pass the next time. AIM turned to Karaka saying how, as expected, more students passed the first evaluation compared to the last one. Karaka smiled, saying how this year is definitely different, as a lot of talent arrived this year, but among all these talents, this blonde boy of ours is shining even more brightly. Meanwhile, this idiot looks at our boy, wondering why he needed to do stupid things in the exam. He wonders if he wanted to seem nice or something, but then he says it doesn't matter because thanks to him, he took 5th place. Even his friends are like, no way someone like you got 5th place. Just then, Brett walks up to him and congratulates him. Placing his hand on his chest, Lance says that without Lloyd, he wouldn't have succeeded. Brett replies, saying it's nothing like that, and it's all thanks to his hard work. Just then, others started congratulating Brett on taking the 2nd spot, but he is not looking at these idiots. His eyes are fixed on our boy and thinks that with his current abilities, he won't be able to keep up with the level that he showed today. He knows that if Judith hadn't been that stubborn and burned herself out, he would have ranked 4th, and he knows it very well. Then we cut to the next day, and our boy is busy with his workout. He completes his laps and is now catching his breath when someone approaches him. It's Ilya asking him why he saved Judith, and our boy just goes, well, I thought it was the right thing to do. Ilya asks him if he can even hear what he is saying because even if he hadn't rescued her, one of the instructors would have saved her. And he gave up on receiving a reward from the greatest sword master on the continent for something like that, and it was not only that, he could have also hit back at those who looked down on him so far. Our boy stops her and says that she must know that people used to call him Lazy Lord, and then goes on to drop his backstory about how at that time he felt like being stuck in some swamp and how he didn't want to come out of it because of his own reasons, but his loving and caring family pulled him out of there. He told her that he was able to escape from that pit of despair because of them. That's why he can't just ignore someone drowning in front of him. Then he turns to Ilya and tells her it was just for that reason that he saved Judith yesterday, but nah, she is not having it. She called our boy an idiot and told him that she had heard that he has never even lifted a sword till last year. She says that sword art and physical training are two different things, even though talent and hard work is required in both swordsmanship and in physical training, but talent plays a very important role in swordsmanship. And thanks to that stupid decision of his, he missed out on a chance to get trained by the greatest swordsman on the continent. Then she drops the bomb that she too won't be helping him anymore. But our boy is more concerned about something else. He asks her why did she help him till now. This takes her by surprise. She pauses for a second and then told him that she doesn't like when others talk shit about others and then leaves. The scene shifts to the training hall and Ahmed was announcing the result for the midterm exams and called for the top 5 students of the first evaluation to the stage, telling everyone how, like he said before, these 5 will be rewarded by the swordsmaster. Just then the old man turned to him and said, "Hey, are we missing someone?" And then Ahmed called our boy to the stage and everyone was shocked to hear that. Then the old man started giving the speech about helping others and how one must never lose themselves to the competition, and how our boy did just that. He sacrificed his chance to rank in the top 5 to save a fellow student from drowning, and that is something that must be rewarded, and since he was the top dog around here, it isn't like anyone can go against him, so everyone followed along. Then we cut to some time after and Ian was talking to Brett. In their conversation, he gave Brett some pointers, and listening to that, Brett went into full humble mode, saying how he got what Ian was saying and how he had been so narrow-minded until now. Ian told him not to be ridiculous, as some narrow-minded person wouldn't even acknowledge it. But Brett continued, saying how he was arrogant for trying to do it by himself all this time, and that he'll try to learn from everyone from now on and won't be as foolish as he was before. Then he stood up and began to leave, watching him go. Ian was thinking how Brett was really an exceptional boy who is aware of himself and is working hard to overcome his weakness. Plus, this boy even has the ability to lead those around him, although he has that stubbornness and pride of those high-ranking nobles, but not to a dangerous degree. He thinks how if this was any other year, he would have placed first. Well, that reminds him of his current problem. He turns and sees Ilya sitting in front of him, waiting for her reward, and man, look at the old man's face. It's hilarious. Ilya, as a reward, asks him to personally teach her. Anne smiles, saying how she is a daring one to ask something like that. Then he smiles and changes the topic and tells her not to waste her time in the academy and to return to her home and to live her life. He told her not to waste her time here with her obsession and to go back to learn her family's way, as that would be much more beneficial to her, but nah, she doubles down and says that she was here for his guidance, and man, the face-to-face, it's hilarious. Ian basically goes, of course, why did I even think that it would work? Then he turns, scans the room real quick and asks Ilya if she minds training here. Then we skip to a few candidates later, and now it was our boy's turn. Ian asks him what he would like for his reward, saying that he can ask for anything. While our boy was thinking, Ian was looking at him. In his mind, he was thinking about how he had been curious about his reply, and our boy didn't disappoint. He asked him, how do you make up with someone? Listening to this, Ian went, wait, what? Because, you know, giving out relationship advice wasn't on his to-do list. But on second thought, it makes sense, since you know our boy has been locked in his room for over 10 years. He's 15 now, so of course he doesn't know how to socialize. So our boy spends however long explaining the whole Ilya situation while Ian just sits there patiently listening like some wise grandpa. After the story's done, our boy thanks him, and Ian says it's not a big deal. He's actually happy to help with something different than swordsmanship for once. Ian didn't expect Ilya to be the source of our boy's problems, but whatever, he moves on and asks about the actual reward. You know, the important stuff? Ian reminds him he could literally teach him detailed sword techniques and give him invaluable advice, but our boy just completely short-circuits. He starts babbling about how he has no idea what to ask for, he only started training a month ago, he's embarrassed, and he doesn't know what he needs. Ian literally has to tealape his hands to stop the rambling. He's like, dude, why are you so nervous? The swordsman should be confident. Since our boy clearly can't decide, Ian just goes, fine, I'll give you the reward some other time when you actually know what you want. Our boy seems pretty pleased with this solution, so he gets up, thanks him, and off he goes on his merry way. But here's the thing, Ian's sitting there afterward thinking about how our boy really was weird. He wasn't really nervous at all, more like he was calm, as if he already knew his goal, like he already had someone guiding him. This makes Ian remember some trainee from years back who had crazy talent and an unpredictable personality. But nah, our boy's way too different from that person. Their vibes don't match. The scene shifts, and the next thing we know, our boy's doing his usual training grind when Judith shows up. She's not surprised he's working hard, but asks if it's really okay to keep training this hard, especially since sword training starts tomorrow. Our boy looks at her wondering what's she doing here. But before our boy can even ask, Judith jumps in with an explanation. She wanted to thank him properly for saving her life. Our boy's like, it was no big deal, but for Judith it obviously meant everything. So she proposes they stick together and help each other out from now on. And it turns out Judith is the type who gets real comfortable real quick, because she's already planned out their entire schedule. They're eating meals together now and training together. She even playfully threatens and smacks him while saying all this. Our boy's thinking, you know what? This isn't so bad actually. Just like that, he gained a big sis, even though she's 3 years younger than him. The next day, Judith is literally glued to our boy's side. She's even sharing songs with him, and everyone's noticing, especially Brett and his crew. They're weirded out by how close Judith is being, but what's really strange to Brett is that our boy and Ilya seem distant now. His nosy ass can't help wondering if something happened between them, but he doesn't get much time to think about it because Almond calls everyone's attention, saying how from today onwards, they're starting sword training. He told everyone how for the next 2 hours, everyone's free to train however they want with wooden swords, and all he had to do was to say those words and the students ran towards the swords, picking their favorite ones. Judith is the one who picked hers first, and man, she is happy with it. She gives it a practice swing and grins widely, saying how it has a perfect balance. The teachers are seeing all this happen, thinking to themselves how this is proof their months of stamina and strength training paid off. Brett's also feeling the difference. The sword feels way lighter than expected. Then our boy saw the one he liked and started going towards it as he walked to the wall. All eyes turn to our boy because this bastard is walking toward the biggest wooden sword in the room. This thing looks like Guts Dragon Slayer. He picks it up with complete focus while Ian watches silently from the sidelines. With maximum concentration, our boy gives it one huge swing. Obviously, nothing crazy happens, no shockwaves or whatever, and Brett's group immediately starts dissing him, saying how our boy only wanted to look cool going for that giant sword. But here's what they missed. Amb and Karaka both noticed that even though it was rough, our boy's stance was pretty damn close to the standard form. That's insane for someone who started a month ago. Ilya's just standing there speechless, observing everything. And while Brett's henchmen are babbling about how our boy's just showing off, Brett himself starts walking toward our boy, and this bastard casually challenges our boy to a duel as he says that the entire room goes silent. Everyone's shocked. Our boy's shocked too. He is like, what the hell is the deal with him? So he looks at Ian for permission. The old man nods immediately, giving his permission, so without wasting a single second, our boy accepted his challenge. Amna got angry and asked Brett what he was doing since he knows that they can only duel after formal swordsmanship training. Meanwhile, Karaka is lost in thought, wondering why Brett would do such a thing. Amn was about to give these two boys an earful when Ian cut him off, saying that they could make an exception this time since he too was curious and allowed the duel to take place. But before the two could start, he warned them that he would intervene if he found it risky. With that, Ein stepped away and the two tested their mettle, or in this case wood, against each other. As soon as the old man did that, Brett lunged forward and dashed straight toward our boy at a speed that took him by surprise. Aaron could only stand there as Brett delivered the first blow, but thankfully our boy managed to block it. Then Brett looked at Aaron for a second before going for another attack. This time he chose to do a thrust, which our boy barely dodged by a hair's breadth and is now pushed back thanks to Brett's barrage of attacks, who's not even giving our boy time to regain his footing. Plus there's his speed too, which makes it near impossible for our boy to counter. The students continue to look on, but they're most surprised that our boy was able to hold out. On the other hand, Judith is gritting her teeth in anger because she knows what Brett's doing. He's testing our boy. With laser focus, Brett gives another swing towards our boy, which Aaron blocks before Brett steps back. He's thinking to himself that for a beginner swordsman, our boy's reflexes aren't bad, but his balance is crap. Not to mention the fact that his posture and movements are pretty sloppy, which made Brett think if our boy's serious about swordsmanship training, he sucks real bad. So he decides to wrap things up and goes straight for the kill. Then this bastard dashed straight towards our boy. He wanted to check what our boy was capable of, but our boy saw through it and decided to go for the offense. He raised that giant sword of his to slash Brett in one straight swoop, emitting a powerful aura and looking cool while doing so. Brett, seeing him take the stance, was shocked by his movement, so Brett spun around and stepped to our boy's side before disarming him of his weapon. He then pointed his weapon at his neck, marking the end of this duel. Everyone started cheering, but Brett just walked away without a word. Then we cut to some time later, and Karaka was telling everyone what class they belonged to based on the swordsmanship test they had taken earlier. He then announced the names Ilya, Brett, and Judith, along with a few others, will be part of Class A since they're the top students. He then proceeded to name students that belonged to Classes B and C. But when our boy's name wasn't called even in Class C, Judith, even our boy was surprised. Then Karaka announced that our boy's result was so bad that he was placed in Class F, and he was the only student in that class for a second. Our boy, who usually doesn't care about stuff like this, was surprised. Then we cut to some time later, and Judith is cursing Brett, saying how that damn bastard had only challenged our boy to show off and how he only wanted to show off by doing so, but our boy wasn't concerned about any of that. He just continues to swing his sword as she keeps on babbling about encouraging our boy and cursing Brett. Our boy then turned and looked at her, all surprised, and told her not to get so mad. Also, he was happy that she was getting angry for him, as she said that Judith got all red, so after some well-deserved punches later, the scene shifts to Brett, who had just finished freshening up and was about to head to bed, but he can't stop thinking about our boy's last move. He is thinking about how he was about to take that blow head on, but there was something about that blow that made him dodge it on instinct. And it wasn't only about the sword, his eyes, or his expression. Everything in that moment was so focused that Brett started to wonder something else. What kind of impression does Brett make when he wields the sword? The next day, everyone starts their official sword training, so does our boy. Since he was the only student in the class, he got a private instructor to himself. His instructor was Ron Tarhal. Yep, it's the same dude from the infirmary from before. Tarhal is standing there asking our boy if really the only thing he knows is the vertical and horizontal slash. Before starting, Tarhal gave our boy a pep talk, saying how our boy's lack of skill only makes sense since he had picked up a sword much later than others. Then this bastard asked our boy what is something he thinks he needs to catch up on compared to everyone else. Our boy goes, I don't know, maybe effort, but just then he snatches the sword from our boy and does this slash. Hey, calm down, buddy. You are not the MC here, so don't try to act cool. Then he told him that he thinks it's experience he needs to catch up on, because of course, hard work has to factor in as well. But for our boy, who's more than a couple of years behind, that's a lot of catching up to do. Ron gave him 1 week to master all the sword basics, and if our boy manages to do so, he'll be promoted to Class C. But he also added that if he fails to do even an easy task like that, he should just give up and go back. Our boy gets all hyped, saying how he'll do his best. So after that, the days are flying by, and our boy's out here grinding like his life depends on it. Ron's watching him every day, throwing tips here and there, and actually giving compliments when our boy does something right. And by day 6, Ron's sitting there thinking, hold up, this kid's actually cracked. Like our boy's improving at this ridiculous speed that's got Ron second-guessing reality. He's thinking, damn, this kid's got talent. So one training montage later, it's already the day before the exam, and our boy's still at it. He asks Judith to check his form one last time, and she's already over it. She's told him like 50 times that he's doing fine, but secretly, she's eating it up. Someone's actually asking for her advice, and she's trying not to smile about it. So our boy does his whole routine, the hoop, the swing, the slash, and asks how it was. Judith doesn't even need words, just gives him a thumbs up with this smug little grin. Bro passed the vibe check. Cuts to the next day, and guess where Ron is? Back in the infirmary sipping tea and enjoying his free time when another instructor saw and said if Ron was here at this time, it could only mean one thing. Our boy got promoted to Class C. Now let's talk about Judith because man, she is straight up funny. We're in the cafeteria and she's already on her 6th plate. Meanwhile, all the dudes are sitting there with their one measly serving. She even tells our boy to eat more, but then one of Brett's cronies decides to make fun of her. Lance, being Lance, can't keep his mouth shut and calls her a hippo. She claps back immediately and asks the dude if he's got a crush on her since he's always in her business. Dude was about to say something stupid, but Brett steps in and tells everyone to chill out and stop talking trash about people. Judith wonders what the deal is with him since he's been keeping it quite civil these days. Character development maybe? Then our boy notices Ilya across the cafeteria. Judith picks up on it real quick and says how our boy and Ilya have been acting weird lately, so she asks him if they had a fight or something. Our boy's not even sure if it was a fight, so Judith tells him to just go ask her himself, but our boy is hesitant. So he asks her how she's been doing in Class A after teasing our boy for a bit. Judith told him that it's the usual. Ilya is so crazy talented that literally nobody approaches her, herself included. Everyone's too intimidated by this genius prodigy. And then she told our boy how even after grinding all day, she still practices her family's vision swordsmanship at the small training hall at night. She then changed the topic and told our boy that he should GIT GUD and get promoted to Class A so he can play with her too. After class, our boy and Judith are going at it in the training hall. Brett's just standing there watching like he's a fight analyst or something. Our boy is blocking and dodging her attacks, thinking how when Judith gets serious, she is a different breed entirely. She's got this threatening aura and she charges at our boy with a slash. Our boy, who's actually improved a ton, dodges that first attack like it's nothing. But Judith's not done. She changes direction mid-swing and nearly takes his head off. Our boy was able to block it as well, but he had realized one thing after exchanging some blows with her, and that is that this girl's a straight-up monster with a sword. Then our boy decides it's his turn to attack. He runs at her, winds up for this big vertical slash, and right as Judith raises her sword to block, our boy switches to a horizontal slice. Judith has to adjust on the fly and blocks it, but she's grinning now. She calls out his sneaky tactics, then decides to get serious. She changes her grip and puts her whole body into the next strike, completely throwing our boy off balance. The dude hits the floor. Judith tells him that compared to his previous level, he's improving but still not on her level, then suggests that they should call it a day. Our boy clearly wants to keep training, but Judith tells him to go to the small training hall instead, you know, where a certain silver-haired trainee might be practicing right about now. So our boy does exactly that. He goes to the training hall. Meanwhile, inside the training hall, Ilya is about to start when she hears footsteps and turns around, wondering who had come to disturb her training when she realizes it was our boy and he's holding something. Ilya is not happy that her training time got interrupted, but our boy says he just wanted to give her a gift and a letter. Ilya immediately thinks it's a bribe and asks what he wants. Our boy explains that back home he has a younger sister, and they fight a lot because neither of them is good at talking about feelings. After their fights, he'd wake up to find a letter and a small gift from her as an apology. Now that he's in this situation, he gets why she did that it's easier to organize your feelings when you write them down. Ilya asks if he thinks giving her a gift will make her mentor him again. Our boy says she doesn't have to do that because he just wanted to give her the letter and the gift. With that done, he turns around and starts leaving. Cut to some time later. Ilya is back in her room. She reads the letter and actually smiles. She's thinking about how childish our boy is, but in a sweet way. Then she opens the pouch he gave her and finds a bracelet inside. But when she saw what it was, her eyes went wide. She starts sweat panting and then forces herself to calm down. This isn't just any bracelet, it's an Adonis. Whatever that means, it's clear that it's a big deal for her, and judging by the reaction, it's not pleasant. So after a while, when she calms down, she is sitting there thinking maybe she was too harsh on her boy. The next day, Judith and our boy are getting ready for another duel. She's hyping herself up, saying they're going even harder today, when suddenly Brett walks up. Judith's immediately on guard, thinking this blue-haired pretty boy wants to start something, but nope. Brett says he'll talk to her later because right now, he wants to talk to our boy. Everyone in the training hall stopped what they were doing because it was absurd, like really absurd. They are wondering, did Brett hit his head? What's happening? But Brett explains that watching our boy during the medievals and their duel made him realize something, that our boy's got insane focus and concentration that he lacks. So Brett wants our boy to teach him that. In exchange, Brett will teach him swordsmanship. He extends a hand towards our boy, saying how he wants to overcome their shortcomings and grow stronger together. Everyone in the training hall goes dead silent, but Judith isn't one of them. She straight up asks this bastard what his play is here because earlier clearly he used our boy to show off, so what's he up to now? She asks him if he wants to use him to improve. Brett thinks for a second and then just straight up admits it, saying that he does want to use our boy. Judith's jaw dropped in shock. She can't believe the audacity this shameless bastard is showing, but Brett's not done. He turns to Judith and asks what's wrong with that. He points out that it's a two-way street. Our boy can use him too. Then he pointed out how Judith only trains with our boy outside of official classes and says it's better to learn by interacting with different trainees, you know? Get a broader perspective and all that. Man, I love this non-toxic competition arc we're getting right now. Brett even says it's a great opportunity for high-quality growth. Turns out he's not just some nosy brat after all. Even the other trainees listening in are getting inspired by this, especially since Brett's from Class A and our boy's from Class C. So without wasting a second, our boy agrees but opens up about how he's lacking compared to Brett, who's already way ahead of him. But Brett assures him that our boy has something he doesn't. Ever since the midterm evaluations, Brett's been aware that our boy managed to maintain crazy intensity during training because of his focus. That's what Brett wants to learn, so he asks Aaron, how does our boy keep that level of concentration throughout the entire training session? Our boy just slumps and says he has no idea how he does it. Brett walks away with a smile, muttering, that's what all geniuses say, but our boy gets all shy saying how he doesn't consider himself a genius, but Brett sure does because being able to concentrate consistently is a legit skill. Man, we people who suffer from ADHD can't relate. As he's walking away, Brett tells Judith she'll be training with him starting tomorrow too. She immediately rejects the idea, saying that she never agreed for anything but nah, he does care, but before walking away, he says one last thing to our boy. Brett tells our boy to hold his head high and not put himself down like that. He's of noble blood, after all, from the Pereira family, and he had proved that he is someone who is worthy of that noble title, so he should be proud. Then we cut to the next day, and like agreed, Brett starts coaching our boy. He's correcting everything, the minute movements of our boy's hands, his posture, and his stance, and guiding him on how to thrust the sword properly, and then demonstrating it himself after he was done giving him pointers. He turned and asked Judith if she wanted to duel, but unlike our boy though, Judith still won't budge and refuses to duel with Brett. Brett laughs and says how she is stubborn and asks our boy how long she would be able to keep this going. But our boy tells Brett that maybe she'll cave in after a week since she didn't even curse at him this time. Then the scene shifts to the cafeteria and Judith and our boy are eating together when something wild happens. For the first time in a long while, Ilya actually acknowledges our boy. As she passes by, she thanks him for the letter. Judith immediately assumes it's a confession letter. Girl, our genre is shounen, and we're stigaing in this lane, okay. Soon it's lights out and everybody's snoring, but our boy's lying awake in bed, thinking about what Brett said regarding his level of concentration. The question is, how can he enhance it? While thinking about this, he closes his eyes and remembers the old swordsman from his dreams. Instantly, he's transported to that dream, and just like always, the swordsman is doing his thing, swinging that massive sword of his, but something's different this time because our boy this time can actually feel the sensation in his hands. Not just his hands, but his whole body as the skilled swordsman continues practicing his vertical slash, even though it was just a dream. Our boy wakes up being all surprised by this feeling. He looks out of the window and sees that it's still nighttime, but he doesn't want to let the sensation fade, so he acts quickly, grabs his sword, and starts practicing. The next morning, Judith notices our boy looking like a damn zombie. And look at that, she did cave in and is now dueling with Brett, who calls her out for her lack of focus. But as soon as he says that, he's the one who gets distracted because he spots our boy doing something weird. 1 second he is sleeping, and the next he is swinging his sword and then sleeping. And just a moment after, he is in the middle of practice, so he was curious to know what he was doing as he asked our boy about it. Judith gave him a mouthful of insults, but Brett advised her against it. Then suddenly, our boy's up again, sword in hand, practicing his vertical slash. Then he goes back to napping, so Brett walks over and asks what he's doing, and Aaron tells him that he's training to improve his concentration. Brett immediately assumes it's meditation training and explains that it's a technique priests use. Desperate to learn our boy's ways, Brett also positions himself to sleep. He starts feeling calmer and more at ease until he wakes up to Lance staring at him, asking him if he had fallen asleep, but Lance can't say that out loud, so he just tells Brett that he looks like he was sleeping. Brett explains that he's meditating, but Judith saw everything and asks if it's normal for people to drool and snore while meditating. Brett quickly wipes the drool off his face while Lance just stands there not saying a word. Then he sits down on the ground, saying that it was his position that was the problem, so he'll try again while sitting down this time, but Judith keeps telling him that it's of no use since that blonde boy over there was a special case, but nah. Brett continues with his meditation anyway. The scene shifts to Ian's room, where he was looking out of the window, asking Karaka if something interesting happened these days. Karaka smiled, saying, yep, our boy got promoted to Class B. Then he paused for a second and said how he was right about Brett. Slowly but surely, he had started creating definite changes among the students in the academy. Someone's sword hits the ground, signaling the end of the match, and the owner of that sword is none other than Judith, who's lying on the ground as Ahmed announces Brett as the winner. This is the 5th time this redhead has lost to Brett, and she's immediately asking for another go, and man, she is cute, but not to Ahmed because he quickly gave her a look, so she had no choice but to give up for now, but immediately told Brett that they are doing it again after the class, and Ahmed is standing there smiling and thinking how these children are just simply amazing, especially Brett, who's in a different league from Judith and improving like crazy. Brett himself can feel that he's getting significantly better. Maybe if he keeps at it, he'll soon catch up to Ilya. Meanwhile, we have our boy off training by himself. It looks like the meditation thing actually worked because he's training better than ever. But as much as he's improved, it's still not enough for him since his goal is to be like that old swordsman. His train of thought gets broken when Brett calls for him along with Judith. He tells him that the swordmaster has summoned them. Our boy, without wasting a moment, got ready and asked if they were meeting in the usual place. Brett told him that nah, this time they're meeting in the martial arts hall. Our boy finds it a little strange, but what can he do? So the scene shifts, and when everyone's gathered, the headmaster congratulates them for enduring 9 full months of grueling training. But now it's time to discuss the final evaluation, which shocks everyone, And continues, explaining that unlike the midterms, the final evaluation won't be assessed through quantification methods. Instead, they'll be looking at the trainees' potential. Basically, the old man just told them to show what they've got, demonstrate the skill they excel at most, whether it's a fatal strike or ever-changing swordsmanship. He gives them the green light to do whatever they want and to give it their best shot in the last 90 days. As a bonus, Ian removes his dress robes and presents the trainees with his very own sword dance. In the blink of an eye, Ian's aura changes completely, and he delivers a slicing blow so powerful that almost cuts the air itself. Even Ilya's stunned. He swings the sword back with so much force it's like he's commanding the very air they breathe. Ian continues with this complex and captivating sword dance, quick on his feet, but with blows so majestic you can't help but watch. Despite his old age, he's still incredibly agile, launching several continuous strikes that are just as powerful, and everyone who sees it is in awe. Our boy stands there silently, watching Ian. For his final move, Ian delivers a powerful thrust that reminds Brett of his own technique, though Brett's version is nothing compared to the old man's. As soon as he finishes, Ian wishes the trainees good luck and walks away. The hall's left with this tense atmosphere because of what they just witnessed. It makes some of the trainees start thinking about what kind of swordsmanship they have. The next day, Judith and Brett are taking a breather, but she's not her usual loud self. She's awfully quiet today. Brett tries to break the silence with some casual talk, but she gets pissed at his constant nagging. But Brett is happy because he finally managed to get a reaction. Turns out she's pretty worried about our boy, who has done nothing but meditate as the finals draw near. Brett's pretty confident in our boy, though, and reminds Judith that the criteria for the finals is potential, specifically future potential. And out of all the trainees in the academy, our boy is the one who's shown the greatest improvement in the past 9 months. Brett's argument definitely cheers Judith up, so she's back to her loud self, even saying how she'll get first place. But Brett told her not to get ahead of herself, as Ilya is going to take the first rank as usual, and it'll continue to be the case, especially since she's from the noble and esteemed Lindsay family, the greatest in the continent. Judith's not putting up with that kind of talk, though she starts arguing with Brett, saying, what's the point of the finals if they've already decided the top student? She said how she doesn't care about family and all, and wasn't it true that the first prodigy of their great family got defeated by a common orphan like her and never managed to recover from that? But Brett's no longer listening to her. He's looking past Judith to see Ilya standing just a few feet away. Judith turns around. Oh no. With a glare, Ilya tells Judith that she doesn't really care what they say behind her back, whether it's about her or her family. But Judith's just as angry and challenges her to a duel. If not for Brett stopping her, things would have gotten ugly. Ilya then walks away, saying she'll take first place during the finals and will continue to do so even without the Academy's teachings. She says how she could easily prove how far ahead she is compared to everyone, even without using her family's skill. But before she can fully walk away, Brett runs towards her and asks about the Sword of the Sky, the Lindsay family's swordsmanship. It's said to be the technique used to defeat the dragon of the demon race 400 years ago, and told her that he wants to see it, but Ilya says she won't be showing it. But what do you know? Being so near Judith has its upsides too, because our boy isn't his old self anymore. He straight up told her that if she doesn't use the Sword of the Sky in the upcoming evaluation, he'll be the one to take first place in the finals. That catches Ilya off guard. Then we cut to our boy, who continues training the vertical slash by himself. But there's something off. This isn't how it felt before. He thought he was getting better at this thanks to meditation, but lately the swordsman from his dream keeps getting further and further away from him. So he tries to meditate again, sitting cross-legged. But wait, would it be better if he held the sword while he meditates? So he does exactly that. Meanwhile, in the training halls, side character Lance is pretty fired up, winning one duel after the other. Brett himself can't help but praise him. But Lance says it's all thanks to Brett, as they all got pretty pumped up after hearing what Brett said to Ilya before. And Brett got all shy listening to this. But before he could savor the moment for a bit, Judith came walking up and asked Brett for another duel. So now these two are clashing swords when Brett is faster, sending a powerful thrust toward Judith that almost hits her face. Thankfully, she dodges in time and counters with a slash, leaving her left side open, and now Brett can't miss that, so he follows up with another swing, but Judith blocks it in the nick of time, using both hands gripping her sword. As she was doing that, she realized how Brett had gotten way more powerful than before. As she swings back, he steps away to put some distance between them. As Judith catches her breath, she thinks that maybe this time there's actually a chance Brett could defeat Ilya and get first place. Even if Judith doesn't want to admit it, she's lacking far behind, and man, it's frustrating, but it just means that she has to aim even higher. She knows that she won't be able to do that overnight, and she is willing to be patient, and decides that she'll defeat Brett when they finally become official trainees. After a while, Brett calls it quits, saying they shouldn't overwork themselves. Surprisingly, Judith doesn't put up a fuss this time, saying she's got other things to do. When Brett asks what those are, she just tells him off. Now by himself, Brett thinks that he's definitely changed for the better, and this time maybe it's really possible for him to be on par with Ilya Lindsay. Not just that, maybe this time he can take our boy's level of focus too. Speaking of our boy, he is still deep in meditation, sword in hand, but nothing significant is happening. Just as he starts to worry about what to do, he hears a voice asking if he doesn't feel stuffy holed up in the training hall all day. Judith asks him to come out and get some fresh air with her. As they were heading to the garden, Ilya saw them. Once they got there, both of them just lay down in the green grass, enjoying the setting sun in front of them. Judith wastes no time and asks our boy how he's been preparing. Our boy seems to have forgotten they have an upcoming final evaluation, but he tells her anyway that he's just doing what he usually does, then asks her in return. Unlike our boy, Judith's pretty confident with her skills. If anything, he should be asking her if she could beat Ilya this time. They go on with that banter for a little while until the two fall into silence. Then, out of nowhere, Judith apologizes to our boy. Erin was about to ask what for, but she's quick to explain that it's because she's been neglecting him lately and hasn't practiced with him for a while. Our boy, as usual, seems pretty chill about it. And folks, we get some backstory here. Judith opens up to our boy, telling him that she's an orphan. Our boy looked at her all surprised, so she explained that she's not saying this to gain sympathy from our boy, but rather to explain how, growing up, she had to steal to survive. Soon after, she noticed that everybody else was pretty much like that, so it didn't occur to her to be grateful to people or thank them, until our boy saved her during the midterm evaluations. But because she wasn't used to people doing things for her, she got angry at him instead, which feels a bit weird to say up front, but a Lannister always pays their debts. I mean, she never forgot what she owed him, so she returned the favor to our boy in the only way she knows how. But it seems like it's not working out. Judith told our boy to pass the final evaluation so that by the time they become official trainees, she'll be able to help him fully, and she won't be uncomfortable over the fact that she owes him something. Our boy nods and smiles in return. With Judith finally able to say what she had to, she takes her leave, telling him to leave after a few minutes because it would be embarrassing if they were seen together. Too late, Ilya saw you too, but then again, she doesn't care. Our boy thinks to himself that he should be the one apologizing to Judith since he wasn't there for her. Looking back, a lot has changed. A few months ago, he was still lying in bed, but now he's out here admiring the sky. He thinks to himself that spending time at the academy isn't so bad. He feels grateful to be able to experience all of this and thinks about the things he's received from Ilya, Judith, Brett, and even the drill masters. So it's about time he reciprocates the gesture. Our boy starts to resume his meditation training, but this time it's different. He finally figured out the thing he has been doing wrong all this time. Meditation is the act of training the mind, but all he's done this whole time is imitate what the old swordsman has been doing. This time it's different. With a golden aura surrounding him, our boy starts to meditate with the sword still in his hand. Then we cut to 2 weeks later. The final evaluation has arrived. Everyone gathers at the training hall for the evaluations. First up for the evaluation is this random nobody showcasing his skills. He uses his swordsmanship to cut fallen leaves with insane accuracy. Ayan asks Ahmed after seeing that boy's skill if he wasn't in the B class. Ahmed told him that even the trainees from the lower ranks have improved a lot, so there's a chance the rankings might differ this time. Meanwhile, it's Lance's turn, and for his skill, he cuts clean through a piece of rock in one fell swoop. It's all well and good, but Ayan's not quite satisfied just yet. Then finally, Ahmed calls out Judith's name. She steps up and asks Ayan if she could maybe do her evaluation with another student instead of solo. She says she wants to show off her skills through an actual duel, and she's already got the other trainees' permission and everything. The headmaster raises an eyebrow, thinking it's kind of interesting, so he asks who she's planning to throw hands with. And while it should be no surprise, it's our boy Brett. They get into position, and Brett raises his sword, looking all ready to go, while Judith's still fiddling with her weapon. Then she looks at him dead serious, and says she was planning to go easy on him. But screw that, today's the day she finally surpasses him. Brett just grins, probably thinking, yeah, we'll see about that. Judith doesn't waste a single second. She launches herself at Brett, and her sword is already in mid-swing. Brett blocks it without breaking a sweat, but Judith starts throwing blow after blow, each one hitting harder than the last, and Brett's actually getting pushed back. He's still blocking everything, but you can tell he's working for it. The other trainees are watching, talking about how insane the sound of their swords clashing is. Like they could never pull this off. Brett's low-key shook by how much power Judith's packing into every strike. But this girl is relentless. She plants her feet, grips her sword tight, and pushes forward so hard she actually breaks through Brett's defense. He barely manages to jump back in time before her next swing takes his head off. He's dodging her slashes by literal inches, and even though Judith's moving at lightning speed, her hits aren't getting any weaker. The trainees are hyping her up, saying stuff like, how is she keeping that power with that speed? Now, Brett's playing full defense mode, trying to create some space and find his rhythm. But Judith's not giving him a second to breathe. She's swinging non-stop. Brett tries to throw her off by taking a swing of his own, but Judith just jumps over it and comes down with an overhead slash that could have ended the fight right there, but somehow, Brett manages to parry it at the last second. This back and forth keeps going, Judith charging in like a berserker while Brett's deflecting everything she throws at him. Judith's bouncing around, dashing from every angle, and if you blink you'll miss half the exchanges happening. Most people watching probably think Judith's winning since she's the one on offense, but Ahmed's got sharper eyes. He notices Brett's not just blocking randomly, he's deflecting perfectly, waiting for his moment, and he finds it. Brett sees an opening and goes for a quick thrust aimed right at Judith's face. She dodges, but not fast enough. That little cut makes Judith pull back and reset. And given her fiery personality, she's mad now, and it doesn't help that Brett's over there with this cocky little smirk, basically taunting her. So naturally, they go at it again, even harder this time. Judith's thinking she needs to hit harder. Brett's thinking he needs to be faster. They clash one final time, and when the dust clears, they're both standing a few feet apart. Judith's sword is broken in half, while Brett's is still perfectly fine. She's standing there thinking, damn, I really couldn't beat him. But Ayan speaks up and says it was pretty much an even match. Karaka agrees but adds that Brett had a slight edge this time, which makes Brett smirk again. Ayan's hyped now and asks Almond who's up next because he wants to see more. Almond says it's Ilia Lindsay. The moment her name drops, the whole vibe shifts. She walks out with this ice-cold aura and Brett's sitting there thinking, alright, I'm way stronger now. Maybe I can finally take her down. As Ilia walks past him, Ayan asks what she's planning to show them, and she just casually says she'll demonstrate her family's swordsmanship. Ayan's eyes widen a bit and he goes, wait, you mean the Sword of the Sky? The technique that cut the neck of the Dragon King from the demon race? And without saying anything, she raises her wooden sword, staring at the tip with laser focus. Brett's still got that confident smirk on his face, thinking he's got this. But in less than a second, that smirk gets deleted. His eyes go wide as Ilia starts moving because she's not just swinging the sword, she's dancing with it. Ilia delivers one swing after another, and suddenly the whole hall is filled with wind and the wind keeps picking up speed as Ilia moves. Then she delivers this massive vertical slash, but she doesn't stop there. She keeps going, slicing through the air over and over, and now everyone's getting hit by these wind blades. They're doing everything they can not to get sliced up by invisible cuts flying everywhere. Judith's standing there thinking, what the actual hell is this? When the wind finally dies down, Ilia just stands there in the middle of the hall. Ayan's got this serious look on his face, processing what he just witnessed. Karaka is completely speechless, and Brett is having an existential crisis because he just realized that the gap between him and Ilia hadn't decreased at all. Like, what was he even thinking? That he could compete with this? He snaps out of it when Judith measures him and points to the last trainee walking up. And yeah, it's our boy. Judith immediately lets out this loud cheer for our boy. As our boy walks to the center, Brett's over here clenching his fists. He flashes back to a moment where our boy called him a good person and said all these nice things about how people respect and follow him. But Brett just brushed it off back then, saying he's not as great as our boy thinks. And now he's terrified. Because this moment right here is about to prove it. In his head, Brett's repeating like a broken record, please don't be amazing like the others. Please don't be exceptional. Please just be normal. Man's finally cracking under all that jealousy and insecurity he's been bottling up. So now our boy is just standing there and Ayan is grinning, wanting to know what our boy plans to show him today. Our boy stays quiet for a second while everyone's locked in, also curious as to what our boy is going to do. Then he finally answers he'll be demonstrating a vertical slash. A vertical slash. The headmaster's grin gets even wider while Judith literally hangs her head in shame. Ahmed's standing there equally shocked, and Lance completely loses it. He starts yelling at our boy from the sidelines like, are you serious right now? Even Ahmed's thinking, what the hell is this guy doing? A vertical slash? In a crucial moment like this, but our boy's already locked in. He gets into position, raises his sword, closes his eyes, and imagines himself in this peaceful, quiet space. Meanwhile, the headmaster is grinning because back when he was showing off his own swordsmanship, the whole class was in awe, intimidated as hell. Everyone except our boy, that is. Aaron was the only one who wasn't shocked by Ayan's display. Everyone's standing there waiting for our boy to move, but nothing's happening. The silence drags on and people are starting to get impatient. But Ilia? She's the only one who picks up on what's actually going on. She realizes our boy's meditating right now. He's focusing on his breathing, tensing up every muscle in his body, then shifting all his focus to the core of his heart. And that's when it starts. A blue aura begins radiating from him. In his mind, he's standing in the middle of a lake. Then out of nowhere, this massive wave like way bigger than him comes crashing toward him. And right at that moment, the old swordsman from his dreams appears next to him. This dude's huge, towering over everything, and as he braces himself for a massive swing, so does our boy. In his head, he's thinking that all he needs is an iron will. Back in the real world, our boy starts to brace himself. He's gathering up all this energy, channeling it into his sword, and you can feel the power building up. Then he swings, and holy shit, the ground's splits in two. The entire training hall floor just cracks open from the sheer force of it. Everyone's jaws drop. The shockwave sends wind blasting through the room. Judith's completely speechless. Brett's standing there with both fists clenched so tight his hands are bleeding. Judith notices the blood and realizes just how messed up Brett's feeling right now. And the headmaster? He's smiling because he knew that our boy was special from the very start. Since our boy was the last one, it doesn't take long for the instructors to huddle up and decide the final rankings. But before the headmaster announces them, he makes sure to clarify that these rankings don't guarantee formal admission, yet they still have a final interview to go through. With that out of the way, he starts calling out names. 66th place goes to Peter Nelson, then 42nd, and the list keeps going until they reach the top 4. 4th place, Judith. 3rd place, Brett. And a shocking twist, our boy lands in Seiko in place. Of course, 1st place goes to none other than Ilia herself. After announcing the rankings, the headmaster dismisses everyone so they can finally rest. Then we cut to some time after, and Ilya heads to the training hall to find our boy because that is the only place he will be training again despite the exam literally just ending. These two just sit in silence for a bit until Ilya decides to speak. She tells him he's gotten really strong, though she admits Judith and Brett are strong too. Still, she says it's been a while since she felt someone chasing after her this closely. Normally that would stress her out, but now she's kind of enjoying it. She even calls it a little fun. She mentions that the vertical slash our boy pulled off was pretty intimidating, which makes him all flustered. He tries to deflect by praising her Sword of the Sky technique instead. Seeing him get all embarrassed makes her giggle, but then her expression gets serious. Then she casually told our boy that she's leaving Criminal Academy. After hearing that, our boy had only one response, so he went, "Wait, what? After all that? All those hardships and grinding? You were going to leave just like that?" So Ilya explains that she never planned on becoming an official trainee in the first place. She was only here to cack first place in both the midterms and the final evaluations. Then she asks him a question. "Do you know who used to be called the greatest genius on the continent?" Our boy, who's been out of the loop for years, obviously has no idea. So Ilya answers for him. It was Carl Lindsay, her older brother. And folks, it's some backstory time. Ilya starts talking about her childhood. When she was 7, her brother Carl Lindsay was basically the continent's golden boy. We're talking about a kid so talented that at 10 years old, he was out here beating actual knights in duels. So naturally, with that kind of talent, Carl became a legendary prodigy. Everyone knows his name, he's winning every fight, life's good. Until one day, some commoner shows up and changes everything. Now this commoner, Egnet, was ranked first at Kroma's Swordsmanship Academy, but for some weird reason never became an official trainee. This girl just casually walks up to Carl one day and challenges him to a duel. And here's the thing about the Lindsay family, they never back down from a fight. It's like their family motto or something. So Carl accepts, probably thinking it's going to be another easy W for his collection. Except it wasn't. 3 strikes. That's all it took. 3 strikes and Egnet won, leaving Carl with a broken sword and a broken ego. She just looked at him kneeling there like he disappointed her, which honestly is worse than any trash talk. Little Ilya sees her hero get absolutely humbled for the first time ever. She's crying, running to him, and Carl's trying to comfort her. She told him that it's nothing and that he'll get stronger. At that moment, she thought he'd bounce back, shake it off, train harder, and come back stronger. Except that never happened. Instead, people started treating Carl differently. The praise turned to mockery, the respect turned cold, and my guy just broke down completely. One loss and the whole world turned on him. So Ilya, watching her brother suffer like this, comes to a conclusion that honestly makes sense in her 7-year-old brain. She decides it's people's opinions and their gazes that destroyed Carl. So she vows right then and there that she won't be swayed by others, that she won't end up like him. And before she even realized it, she became completely obsessed with that mindset, and that was why she had come to the Kroma's Academy at 12, because that's where Egnet was ranked first at 13. She wanted to become an official knight at 14 because Egnet became a knight of honor at 15. See the pattern? My girl has been literally speedrunning Egnet's entire career path. Every milestone, every accomplishment, she's been chasing this woman's shadow her entire life. But now she's done. She's finally decided to stop chasing Egnet, and you know what made her change her mind? Our boy. She doesn't say it directly because, Sunder energy or whatever, but watching him do his own thing without caring about anyone else's opinions made her realize she should walk her own path too. He gives her props for the decision, but then admits he's got his own problems. Mainly that he has no clear goal yet. Unlike her, Ilya just laughs it off and tells him to keep grinding harder. Otherwise, she'll leave him in the dust with her talent. Then she drops this cool line and walks away. But this whole conversation leaves our boy standing there wondering if he's really doing okay. Like, is he actually fine the way he is? Meanwhile, back in the present, Brett's having his own mental breakdown. Dude's standing over that massive crack in the floor that our boy made with his technique, just staring at it like it. He's so deep in his feelings that he doesn't even notice Judith showing up. She tries to lighten the mood, making jokes about the area being off limits for construction work, even asking for another duel. But then Brett got all gloomy and told her that he's quitting. Judith was shocked for a second, thinking that he might be joking or something, but then Brett explains his reasoning, and honestly, you can't blame the guy for being messed up about it. He's been training his entire life, putting in the work, the sweat, and the tears. And then some kid who just learned how to hold a sword less than a year ago is already at his level or beyond it. How is that fair? How is he supposed to compete with that? He's giving the classic excuse, saying how only chosen ones can do things like that. My guy is going through it. He tries to leave, but Judith grabs him by the shoulder and proceeds to punch him square in the face. Brett goes flying, crashes on the ground, and he's like, what the hell was that for? But Judith? She's way angrier. She asked him if he can dodge sword attacks. How come he couldn't dodge her punch? And then she keeps hitting him, one blow after another, just absolutely wailing on this man. Judith's pissed because if Brett, who can dodge her sword strikes, is calling himself a failure, then what does that make her? What does that make everyone else at the academy? Are they all just wasting their time? She tells him he can be proud later, that he can brag for the rest of his life about beating the continent's greatest swordsman in the entrance exams when he was younger. That's already more than most people accomplish in their entire lives. Then she just walks away, leaving Brett lying there looking absolutely miserable. A few days later, we're at the final interviews with the headmaster. Ilya just finished hers and she looks genuinely happy for once. Next up is Brett, and the mood immediately shifts. The headmaster goes through Brett's accomplishments, outstanding grades, model trainee behavior, and massive improvements in his weak points. He's got high expectations for this kid. But Brett's just sitting there looking dead inside, telling the headmaster he's no longer confident in his skills. Even Ian notices that the spirit in his eyes is just gone. So Ian doesn't push it, lets Brett leave, and just hopes this promising kid will eventually change his mind. Finally, it's our boy's turn. The headmaster immediately starts praising him, saying out of all the candidates, he was the most surprised by our boy's progress. But before Ian gives him any advice, he wants our boy to answer one question. What's your reason to wield a sword? Aaron was taken aback by the question because, well, he can't exactly say, well, sir, a jack appeared in my dream and told me to, so I figured why not? That's not exactly the profound answer you want to give during your final interview. So now our boy's just standing completely silent, not knowing what to say. Almond tries to ease the tension, telling him he doesn't need to overthink it. As long as his reason isn't against morals or principles, he can say anything. But our boy still says nothing, and that tells the headmaster everything he needs to know. Ian's suspicions are confirmed. He then asks our boy if he learned the sword out of his own free will. Ahmed's confused by this statement because, like, what does that even mean? But Ian can't fully explain it. It's just a hunch. He found it really odd that our boy is the most diligent trainee when it comes to the sword, yet there's not a single ounce of natural emotion that should come with it. The headmaster breaks it down like this. Brett was happy, sometimes even ecstatic, especially when he realized he was improving. Then there's Judith, who lost to Brett and in her blind fury, couldn't even notice what was happening around her. Every trainee went through this roller coaster of emotions during training. Anger, joy, frustration, and pride. But our boy, he didn't show much of anything. He was going through the motions like a really dedicated robot. So Ian asks him straight if he was trying to imitate someone. And to this, our boy answers yes. The headmaster thought as much but decided not to press further. However, he did tell our boy that if he plans to continue wielding the sword, he needs to give it serious thought from now on. And if he doesn't have a good reason for doing it, then he might as well leave the academy. Both Ahmed and our boy are shocked hearing this because that was so out of character for Ian. But Ian continues, saying that rather than just swinging his sword on school grounds without purpose, it's much better for our boy to go out into the world and discover who he actually is. That eases our boy's tension a bit, hey Bose, thanking the headmaster for his final words. But Ian just laughs that off, telling him not to be so dramatic. It's not his final word, he's got one more thing to do. He asks our boy to come closer so he can take a drop of his blood. Our boy does as he's told, gets pricked, and then the headmaster presents him with this gold plaque that officially names Aaron Pereira as the 27th season official trainee of Chronos Swordsmanship Academy. Ian tells him he's got 1 year to find his way of the sword. Our boy promises he will. Then we cut to some time later and we see our boy and Ilya saying their goodbyes. Ilya asks Aaron to come visit her and hands him the Lindsay family's crest, explaining that if he shows it to the gatekeeper, he won't be mistreated. She's also going to give him a flower if he visits the Adonis, which is the same flower engraved on the bracelet he gave her earlier. Turns out our boy didn't even know about that detail. Ilya mentions that when she was younger, she plucked all these flowers for some reason, but now she's planning to plant them again. So he should come visit when they're in full bloom next April or May. That's actually really sweet, planting flowers for someone to see in the future. Suddenly, Judith pops up between them like she materialized out of thin air, asking about Ilya's family crest and demanding one for herself too. Ilya is a bit hesitant at first because, you know, these crests aren't exactly party favors. But Judith being Judith, she gets her way and receives a Lindsay family crest as well. She holds it up high, admiring it, finally understanding why nobles go crazy over these things. She even jokes that it'd fetch a fair price in the market. While she's at it, Judith also apologizes to Ilya for her behavior last time, especially for mocking her family. Ilya apologizes too for being so condescending. Just then Brett showed up and our boy went to him all worried. You'd already heard that Brett decided to leave the academy. But Brett doesn't want to talk about why he's leaving, especially since the reason is standing right beside him, so Brett quickly changes the topic, asking if our boy is leaving too. Our boy nods but adds that he'll be back after finishing his personal training. Hearing this makes Brett think about how hardworking our boy is and how useless he feels in comparison. But before his thoughts spiral too much, our boy thanks him. He tells Brett that he feels alive when he swings his sword because of him. Brett's shocked. He probably wasn't expecting that at all. Our boy continues, saying that because of everything he went through at the academy and how everyone helped him, he was able to understand and reflect on himself, but before Brett can reply, his carriage arrives to take him home. So he gets inside without replying, and as he sits there, he can hear our boy shouting outside, asking Brett to promise they'll meet again once they're both stronger. Judith immediately told our boy how they seem like lovers getting separated right now, but our boy did it because he had this gut feeling he wouldn't see Brett again otherwise. And then our boy's carriage arrived too. His butler got out and saw two people standing beside our boy. He asked our boy who they were so certain was in hair, quickly introduces Ilya and Judith as his friends, which shocks the butler. He immediately thanks the two girls for befriending this stupid young master of his. Soon enough, our boy leaves, and now Ilya and Judith are left standing there alone. And as you must have guessed, the scene got awkward real quick. So to get out of there, Judith makes this lame excuse about how her stomach's hurting, so she should head inside. Meanwhile, back at his office, Ahmed asked Ayan if it's really okay to let his top students leave the academy like that. The old man just laughs because apparently he's not worried. On the other hand, Ahmed's especially concerned about our boy's way of the sword situation, but Ian seems pretty chill about it and even called our boy the continent's fourth genius, so he is sure the genius of effort will work something out. The scene shifts to Judith, who is being all sad because she is alone once again. As she was heading inside, she heard something behind her, and then a hand reached for her shoulder, and it was Brett. He's making fun of Judith for looking so down, and she's shocked because didn't this guy just leave? Brett explains that as the son of a count, it's not in his nature to give up. Plus, someone's got to handle Judith's temper now that Aaron has left too. Judith responds in the most Judith way possible by cursing while blushing in happiness, and Brett didn't mind the cursing at all because Aaron had told her that when Judith stutters while cursing, it's a sign of affirmation, so they head inside chatting. The scene shifts and our boy's sitting in this carriage looking all depressed out the window, and his butler's just staring at him like, damn, the young master's really going through it. He thinks that Aaron is sad because he got rejected from Kronos Academy. But then the butler notices something in our boy's hand. He asks him if it really is what he thinks it is, so our boy just casually extends it, and yep, his hunch was right. It's the Lindblom family crest. The butler's eyes go wide and he asks our boy where he got that. Aaron told him that the silver-haired girl he saw at the entrance was from the Lindsay family and she gave it to him. Listening to this, the butler is happy, saying how he had never imagined that our boy could befriend someone from the Lindsay family. Listening to this, our boy's just casually thinking, I guess the Lindsays are pretty famous, and decides to take a nap. The scene shifts and his carriage stops in front of some inn where they are going to spend the night before continuing the journey tomorrow, and the second they get there, our boy immediately starts meditating. His butler's outside the door trying to eavesdrop because it's dead silent in there, and this poor guy's convinced the young master's having a breakdown. So what does he do? Decides he's going to cheer him up by taking him around town, so now they're walking through town when suddenly the butler spots an orc appearing. And it's not your usual destroy the Shire kind of orc, it's a fortune teller seen the orc. The butler is thinking how they are supposed to be chilling up in the northwest, not down here in the south region. So the next day comes and the butler drags our boy to the orc's stall for some lighthearted fortune telling. The orc asks which one of them wants their fortune read, and our boy speaks up first. The butler's probably thinking, perfect, this guy's going to say something nice and cheer up the young master. The orc starts asking what aspect of his life he wants to read, but then stops mid-sentence and goes, wait, how old are you? Both of them are confused as hell. Our boy says he's 16 and the orc just starts laughing. The orc says, I can't read your fortune if you're going to lie to me. Our boy's like, I'm not lying. The orc laughs and tells him that if that is true, our boy can be accepted into any night academy he wants, and listening to this, the butler panics. You know, it was the only topic he had brought our boy to avoid. So he gets all angry and calls the orc a fraud and storms away while telling our boy they wasted their time. But before our boy can leave, the orc hands him a piece of paper and says, this will help you when things get difficult. Our boy takes it politely and walks away, but the orc's just standing there staring at his back. He's thinking there's no way that kind of power belongs to a 16-year-old. The next day, they're back on the road. The butler's apologizing about the fake fortune teller, but our boy's chill about it. Says the guy didn't say anything bad and even gave decent advice. He pulls out the paper the orc gave him, and it says, one need not be alone to stand alone. Our boy's sitting there like, what does that even mean? He's also wondering if the orc asking about his age means the orc somehow saw that old man from his dreams too. The butler's still ranting about how the orc was rude, especially since our boy's heading home after failing the exam. But our boy corrects him, telling him that he didn't fail. He passed, well, sort of, because it's like a conditional acceptance. As long as he completes the task the headmaster gave him, he can return to Kronos. The butler's jaw drops. So does the carriage driver's, because at that exact moment, the driver announces that the Garin family's carriage is approaching. The butler peeks out to confirm, and yep, it's the house of Discount Garin, like the family that's been bullying the Pereira's family for years. And out of everyone they could run into, it's Garin, the same jerk who bullied our boy. This bastard got off the carriage with his knight Jack Stewart. The butler tells our boy he can stay in the carriage and let him handle it, but our boy's like, nah, that'd be disrespectful, so they both step out to greet them. This bastard almost didn't recognize our boy since he had gotten taller and gained some muscle, so now he is standing there thinking the academy really did its job. He goes on to say they're on business delivering a message from his father, then asks if our boy is going to keep practicing the sword. Our boy says, yeah, and this little bastard got all SCENDING and told our boy that he should practice with his family since he started late. The butler wanted to smack this bastard in the face right about now because first, he is a year younger than our boy, and second, even after that, he's talking like he's some Vatarakan. Our boy, being done with the small talk, basically says, cool story bro. If that's all, I'm heading out. Long trip and all. Jack looks surprised. He thinks our boy is taunting them. But the little rascal gets mad and stops our boy before he can leave. He asks for a handshake. Our boy's like, why though? But Garen makes up this excuse that swordsmen use handshakes to gauge strength, even name-dropping some famous swordsmen like Louis' sword to make it sound legit. Jack, the enabler, goes along with it. So Garen extends his hand, thinking he's about to crush our boy's hand and humiliate him. Our boy just stares and grabs on. Garen's squeezing with everything he's got, his face getting redder by the second, but our boy's just standing there but our boy is not even flinching. Then our boy remembers, oh right, I'm supposed to grip hard too, and just Scooby Easy is. Garen immediately yanks his hand back in pain, and our boy gives the most half-assed apology. My bad, it's my first time. Couldn't control my strength. Garen's HUMMILIATED. For the first time in his life, he's the one pulling away first. Our boys are ready to bounce when they hear another voice. It's a talking cat watching the whole thing. The butler is surprised by this and asks the cat if it's a sorcerer, but the cat ignores his question and says, hey, are you gonna smack that bastard or what? I was here to see some violence, you know. Some things that you need to know are that even in this world, some things are just inconceivable things that can't be explained logically, stuff that makes you question reality itself. And when people witness these things, they usually chalk it up to magic. But hold up, that's not exactly right. The correct term would be handling mana, which is apparently grounded in reason and logic. But since you can't see it with the naked eye, people just call it sorcery because that sounds cooler, I guess. And what's this mysterious, unexplainable thing they're talking about? A talking cat. Yep. We got Puss in Boots Menace the Boots situation happening right here, folks. So now Marcus is having an existential crisis. Is this a sorcerer who turned into a cat? Or was it always a cat? But Jack isn't concerned about it at all, as he's already planning his escape route because in this world it's common knowledge that you should never associate with sorcerers. He apologizes to the cat and says it's welcome to visit the Garen estate anytime in case it was offended. But nah folks, this cat wanted to see some violence. So it just casually pulled out a sword, saying that it'll lend them swords and saying they should duel or something. Jack quickly explains that this is all a misunderstanding and that the two families have a mutual relationship of trust and cooperation. The cat's disappointed, but Jack takes this opportunity to get the hell out of there. As they're leaving, our boy wonders if it was a person transformed into a cat. Marcus explains that the being must be related to Kirill since she's also a sorcerer and promises to look into it once they return to the estate. Then we cut to our boy being welcomed by his parents and Kirill. They then head to the dining table and our boy starts sharing his experience in the academy. His father is particularly proud of him for being acknowledged as an official trainee at the prestigious academy, and our boy is getting emotional because he never expected to hear these words from his old man. The conversation shifts when his father mentions that Marcus shared they encountered a talking cat on the way back. Baron explains that the cat's name is Lulu and is a sorcerer with intelligence equal to humans. And yes, it's an actual cat, not a transformed person. Kirill told our boy not to get deceived by its appearance because that thing is hell powerful. Then the mother told our boy how the cat had first visited the palace estate 10 days ago and asked to be Kirill's tutor. Since the cat's a little sus, their parents had someone check with the Sorcerers Association to investigate this kitty. Ultimately, though, it's up to Kirill if she wants to be Lulu's apprentice or not, as our boy was about to wrap his head around this whole kitty business. Kirill asked him what he thinks about Lulu. She explained that she was asking that because he had already met with Lulu. The mother told her not to put our boy on the spot like that since he has just returned from the academy after a year, which Kirill takes badly, getting all pouty, but our boy was already prepared, so he whips out a pendant and gives it to Kirill. Now Kirill is all shy, she doesn't know how to respond, while the parents are enjoying the situation very much. She says thanks in that grumpy but shy little sister way. Marcus also makes sure our boy had bought souvenirs for his parents. Just as he's about to share them, somehow a wild Lulu appears on the dining table, saying how it was no wonder that our boy smelled like Kirill. Kirill hurriedly grabs Lulu, asking what it's doing there. The cat says it didn't mean to startle him. It just wanted to persuade our boy. If Lulu can convince our boy, then getting Kirill to become her student will be easy since she loves her dearest brother so very much. Whoa, bad move, buddy. Kirill got all angry and left the dining room, saying how she'll never become Lulu's student. After the dinner was over, our boy went back to his room. He was lying on the bed thinking about the day's events. He's happy his father told him how proud he is and that they were so happy over the gifts, but now that he was home, he had nothing else to do, so he decided to resume his sword training. Our boy calls for someone and tells them he'll be at the training hall tomorrow at the crack of dawn and tells the maid to prepare the things for her. The maid's worried since it took our boy and Marcus half a month to return home. Shouldn't he rest? But our boy told her he's more than excited to start wielding the sword again. Meanwhile, at the same time in the Garen estate, that fool from earlier was getting an earful from his father. As he left the room, Phil turned to Jack and asked how his son had such a strange look on him. So he asked him if something happened on their way. Jack told him that they met our boy on the way back and then told him everything that happened. For a second, it looked like this bastard was taking it all very well. But then he snapped at Jack, asking him if he seriously expected him to believe that and if it made any sense. He slams his table and asks if the lazy lord really changed, and Jack nodded, saying that he is nothing like his old self. But nah, this bastard is still in denial mode, and much like any third-rate villain, this dude too has a one-sided grudge against the Pereira family, all because our boy's father managed to bag a hottie and has a daughter as a sorcerer. Till now he used to console himself because Aaron was a walking L, but now he doesn't even have that. As Phil Garen continues throwing his tantrum, his other son Ryan, who's been sitting there witnessing all this, tells him to calm down. He suggests that all they need to do is stomp on the growing weed. He asked his father about the upcoming punitive expedition and told him that he plans to drag our boy down once more, and man, is this bastard thrilled to hear that he is out here praising his boy for suggesting something like that. On his way out, Jack thinks to himself what an old bastard the Viscount is, while also worrying about Pereira's our boy. Because compared to the Lord of the House, Ryan Garen is much more ruthless, horrid, and cunning. Then we cut to the training hall, and the knights are feeling good about themselves for coming for training this early. These guys are doing it out of their own will, but with the expedition coming up, they don't exactly have a choice. Can't have monsters just vibing the kingdom, right? One of the guards is complaining about how these expeditions have basically turned into an ego-measuring contest between noble families. But then everyone just stops mid-conversation because they saw our boy. And this dude is absolutely going ham on some pull-ups with a freaking plate tied to his body. The guards walk up and ask what he's training for. Our boy just casually says it's personal training, and he won't bother them. Now the guards are looking at each other like, wait, did this guy get kicked out of the academy? One of them points at the plate and goes, that's just for show, right? No way, and that's actually heavy. So while they're standing around being idiots, Knight Orlan Jukin walks in to see what all the noise is about. Even this guy's jaw drops seeing our boy's development. He's thinking to himself, what the hell happened to the young lord in a year? But of course, like every character in this story, they quickly downplay our boy's achievements and go back to their own training. Now that our boy's done with his warm-up, he drags his gigantic sword over and is about to start swinging when he notices Lulu. Surprisingly, this kitty's just chilling and grooming itself, not bothering our boy at all. So our boy's like, cool, I'll focus on my business then. He's trying to find his own way of the sword, thinking he needs to stop just copying the old man from his dreams. Fast forward a week, and the guards and knights can't wrap their heads around this new version of our boy because these guys can't even keep up with his basic cardio runs, which confirms our boy's suspicion that his friends are just monsters. Then he notices Lulu, who's been playing by himself. Our boy is thinking about how it's been a whole week and this cat's been unusually quiet, which is weird. That's when one of the guards pulls our boy aside and warns him. Apparently there are rumors going around that the cat brings bad luck to whoever's near it. This dude straight up says Lulu's cursed. Just as Marcus is about to call our boy over, our MC turns to Lulu and asks why it hasn't been doing anything lately. Wasn't it supposed to convince our boy or something? Lulu told our boy that he was, but it's just that he thinks our boy is boring. Like hundreds of pebbles in a river valley levels of boring, so instead of going his usual way, Lulu's decided to try a different approach. It's going to give our boy a present, something it learned from humans called a bribe. So this medieval Doraemon pulls out this teal-colored orb from his purse. Marcus is standing there all surprised because it turns out that gift is a cat's eye stone, and a gem that size is worth enough to buy a fourth of the entire Pereira estate. But our boy, dude doesn't even look impressed. He's just curious why Lulu wants Carol as its student so badly. Lulu pauses for a second, thinks about it, and just goes, because I felt like it. Marcus tries to step in and say that bribing people isn't cool, but Lulu gets all offended. This cat thinks Marcus is underestimating it, like it doesn't know the value of money. Marcus tries to explain himself, but Lulu goes on this whole rant about how it totally knows the value of things. Here's where it gets kind of wholesome though. Lulu says that yeah, it knows humans love their precious stones, but there are far more important things. Like this wooden ball that smells amazing, or a cattail filled with memories from before it started learning sorcery, or a stuffed bear from a friend. Our boy's sitting there smiling to himself, thinking about how Lulu understands that some things can't be bought with money. And just like that, he decides he likes this cat. In the end, our boy refuses the cat's eye stone, which absolutely shocks Lulu. Like, wasn't he listening when Marcus said this thing is priceless? Our boy just says he heard from someone that there are far more important things money can't buy, though he promises to tell Kirill about his conversation with the sorcerer Kitty, so it's not a total loss. Lulu's feeling pretty defeated for a minute, but this cat doesn't give up easily. He says how compared to Kirill, our boy's an easier target anyway, so we'll keep coming to pester him. True to its word, Lulu comes back the next day with a different approach. This time it tries to involve our boy in its daily activities. The first time, Lulu comes running up with such urgency that our boy thinks something terrible happened. Nope, the kitty just wanted someone to eat with. The second time, Lulu rushes up to him the next day, asking what that white kitten on the roof is thinking about. These silly interactions actually make our boy laugh, which is nice to see. As he was sitting there having a chat with the kitty, he suddenly realized how he only has a year to find his way of the sword, just like Ian had told him. Remembering this, our hero gets up and heads back to the training grounds to resume his practice. And even though it's raining pretty hard, our boy keeps training harder than ever. He can't just sit around doing nothing, but at the same time, he doesn't really know what to do. But what our boy doesn't know is that Lulu followed him and is watching everything. Our boy's getting so frustrated that he gives one concentrated vertical slash, thinking about finding his way to the sword. But Lulu sees something else entirely, the figure of a long-haired old man reflected in the puddle as our boy swings his sword. Just when our boy thinks his swing was for nothing, Lulu starts walking up to him and asks if he's ever tried learning sorcery before. Our MC is confused and is about to ask for more info when he sees this shining white orb floating in the air. Then another unexpected thing happens. Lulu takes a step closer and asks our boy to become his student. After Lulu lets go of the magic, our boy thinks about how the atmosphere gets all tense. Our boy's noticing that Lulu isn't acting like himself at all. For the first time, he was giving the vibe that he was some ancient being in disguise. But nah, that image of his was gone in the next second because he was back at his usual self. He was telling our boy to become his student once again, saying how if he did, they could explore this magical world together. Our boy shook his head and told him that he can't do that. Lulu's like, but why? Aaron told him, what? Why? I'm a swordsman, not a sorcerer. That's not my thing. But Lulu's not taking no for an answer. This kitty is need to teach our boy, which leaves him wondering how exactly he's supposed to learn when sorcery isn't something you just pick up because you feel like it. So Lulu started explaining how no one is more suited to practice sorcery than a swordsman with a strong will. Based on Lulu's observation, there's a high chance our MC could awaken an ability that will actually help his swordsmanship. Now, our resident talking cat decides it's time for a lecture, so buckle up, guys. Lulu explains the difference between swordsmen, magicians, and sorcerers. Swordsmen saying how the swordsmen focus on their bodies in the other world, in other words, the inner world. Through endless training, they achieve this mysterious power called aura. On the other hand, you've got magicians who focus on the surrounding environment, the external world, and harness the mysterious power of nature called mana. But then we get to sorcerers, and this is where it gets wild because people think sorcerers demand the impossible from the world, much like what Carol did with the griffin. So Lulu told our boy that sorcerers have wills so strong they can literally change the world by themselves. A sorcerer's power equals their willpower, simple as that. And after seeing our boy's vertical slash, Lulu sensed a strong will behind it, making him a prime candidate for sorcery. With even the tiniest bit of help, our boy could awaken his powers in this field. But even with all this convincing talk, our boy flat out refuses Lulu's offer again. Lulu walks up to him, asking him why, and our boy is giving it some serious side eyes before explaining that the swordsmanship he showed isn't even his own and telling him that it's kind of hard to explain. But then our boy realizes something, maybe Lulu can interpret his dreams. So he decides to open up about everything. At the end of our boy's story, Lulu guesses that in his situation, it might be a case of possession. And no, not the Conjuring type of possession with spinning heads and projectile vomiting. The kitty says it's heard of a few instances where someone was possessed by a memory or soul of a different person. Though our boy's case isn't exactly the same, it still shouldn't stop him from learning sorcery. With all this talk, our boy realizes that the old man's swordsmanship must really be something special if it managed to impress a sorcerer like Lulu. But our boy's one tough cookie, he refuses to learn sorcery since he won't awaken it through someone else's will. He's hell-bent on learning his own way of the sword. Lulu asks more about this way of the sword our hero keeps talking about, apart from the vertical slash he's been practicing forever. Seeing that our boy was looking all sad, Lulu decided to drop some wisdom on him. It got up, did some jumps, got to the railing, and told our boy that what he has been doing all this time is an effort, it's just a waste of time. Then we cut to some time after our boy is in his bed thinking about what Lulu had told him earlier. His thoughts get cut short when he hears a knock on his door. Marcus walks in and asks our boy if Lulu is anywhere in the room. Marcus says there's something our boy needs to know. First, there's the upcoming subjugation expedition that'll take place in the Pereira estate. So Marcus gives him a heads up that his father will most likely reach out about this soon. Then comes the other thing, it's about Lulu and the bad rumors circulating about him. At the mention of this, our boy gives a worried glance over his bed, but Marcus doesn't seem to notice and then tells our boy what he knew about Lulu, and buckle up because this is some dark stuff. Based on his findings, Lulu is notorious for the trail of bad luck it left in its wake. It's been said that Lulu was part of Oracle, a sorcerer's guild on the East Continent. Shortly after leaving Oracle, the whole place burned to the ground. The second thing is when the second son of the Jackal family entrusted his life to the cat. Sadly, that cat passed away due to an unfortunate accident. But there's more. Even the wealthy Balani merchant group was struck with bad luck after adopting a black cat. Our boy is still doubtful about all he heard, but Marcus assures him that it's all true. The question is there evidence that Lulu was directly involved in these unfortunate events? Marcus answers that there's no proof the cat was there, so Lulu being present is the single factor that connects all these incidents. Additionally, Marcus says there's a chance Lulu might be innocent and these could all be groundless rumors, but then asks our boy if it's worth it to risk his life. After he was gone, our boy told Lulu that Marcus was only trying to look after him in the best way he could. Plus, our hero promised he'd tell Carol exactly how he felt while talking to Lulu. He thinks this cat isn't malicious and has no intention of hurting others. Sure, it's a bit peculiar, but there are a lot of good characteristics in it as well, which is what our boy would like to tell Carol. Hearing all this, a voice speaks from under the bed, asking what if something bad happens to him and Carol. Our boy smiles and asks if everything Marcus said was true. Lulu says yes, but when our boy asks if Lulu was the one behind these incidents, he pops his head out from under the bed and immediately denies it. Lulu then drops some backstory, but all our boy can think is that either Lulu is lying or it's just a series of unfortunate events, both of which are dangerous. But our boy only tells Lulu that he'll be fine and it's okay for them to remain friends. This scares Lulu and asks him, what if something bad happens to our boy? Our MC replies that he's also had his fair share of bad rumors surrounding him, so he told Lulu that he'll be the one to decide what to do from then on if something bad ever happens to him. Hearing all this, Lulu can't help but get teary-eyed. As if this cat wasn't cute enough as it is, now it's extra cute with those watery eyes. Our boy's still talking about how he'll persuade the others, but Lulu's already busy pulling a gigantic orb out of its magical purse. Compared to the cat's eye stone from before, this new gift it's presenting to our boy is way more expensive. The cat dumps the item in our boy's bed in a hurry and makes a pretty quick escape. Our boy is left with this blue orb, remembering it's one of the treasures Lulu showed him a little while back. Looking at it, he goes, "Isn't this one way too big?" The next day, our boy marches into his dad's office and tells him that he's joining the punitive expedition. Baron Pereira is like, "Are you sure about this?" Because family politics hits differently than monster slaying, but our hero is determined to pull his weight as a Pereira. Fast forward a week, and the first guests to arrive were the House of Dutchbags, Viscount Phil Gehring with his two sons, Ray and some other kid. Our boy's sweating bullets, but the Viscount acts all buddy-buddy, saying he looks manlier now. Baron Pereira escorts them inside, where the dining hall's already packed with all the prominent families. Our boy's sitting there quiet, remembering Marcus' warning that they don't actually have allies, just families they're not actively beefing with. You got Baron Bauer, Baron Freed, Baron Lester with his two sons, and Baron Russell with his kid. Those last two? Yeah, they hate the Pereiras as much as the Gehrings do. Marcus specifically warned our boy about Viscount Gehring since their families have been throwing shade since their grandpa's generation. Back to the present, and this bastard is keeping the act going, being all friendly. So Baron Pereira proposes a toast for peace and prosperity. Everyone raises their glasses, and our boy's just copying what everyone else does because he's never done this before. He chugs the wine, thinking he nailed it, when suddenly everyone's staring at him. The Lesters and Gehrings are just locked onto him like, did this dude really just do that? Viscount Gehring breaks the silence with this fake-ass laugh, telling our boy he held the glass wrong. Launches into this lecture about white wine being temperature-sensitive and how you have to hold it by the stem, or your hand heat ruins it. The oldest Gehring chimes in with more etiquette lessons about grabbing spices with your thumb and pinky, acting like this is common knowledge every noble should know. Baron Lester and Baron Russell join the roast session while our boy just sits there taking it. His dad stays quiet, and when the Viscount tries the whole no-offense routine, Baron Pereira just coldly says he took none, though he very well knew this old snake knew exactly what he was doing. Then Viscount Gehring smoothly transitions to asking Ryan about some symphony he recommended, and this smug bastard replied that he did and liked it. Actual man, how fake can you be? So after learning that, another Dutchbag, Baron Lester, jumps in praising how cultured young Gehring is. Then this bastard turns to our boy, asking what music he listens to. Our hero shamefully admits he doesn't listen to music at all. Baron Lester's like, oh, must be busy with Chrono's Academy, but then makes this snide comment about how our boy should at least be somewhat cultured unless he wants to keep embarrassing himself and others in conversations. As he said that, Ryan was sitting there grinning like an idiot, thinking how our boy must be feeling useless because of not even knowing the basics of things. He's thinking about how our boy brought this upon himself after spending years in bed doing nothing. Our boy isn't the only one getting cooked. His father's reputation is taking hits too. The pressure is building, and our hero starts panting and shaking, on the verge of a full panic attack. His dad notices and asks if he's alright. Our boy excuses himself and bolts from the dining hall, running and crying about how much his family has suffered because of him, thinking about how he has been a terrible son to them. He ends up at the training grounds, grabs his sword, and starts swinging, hoping it'll calm him down. But he's frustrated about more than just the dinner roast. He still doesn't know his way with the sword. As he's going through the motions, he remembers Lulu telling him that just physically exhausting yourself isn't real effort. True effort requires pouring your heart, body, and soul into something. Lulu asked if he put his heart into his swordsmanship, and honestly, our boy doesn't even know the answer. He's finishing a vertical slash when he hears voices behind him. It's Kevin and Caesar, Baron Lester's sons, along with Martin, the eldest son of Baron Russell. They're surprised to see him actually training and admit his posture looks decent. One of them asks our boy for a duel, saying that they don't have anything better to do till the adults are talking. Martin takes his turn roasting our boy for not responding to the challenge and for botching the wine glass thing. Says maybe our hero doesn't even know how to use a sword since he only spent 1 year at Chromos. Boy, I can't wait for this guy to get schooled. But the younger boys freeze when our boy suddenly whips around, gets into stance, and with fire in his eyes tells them to come at him. So Kevin, this bastard, can't digest the fact that our boy, who once used to be called the Lazy Lord, just had the audacity to challenge him. Kevin storms over to grab a sword, and in his head he's like, this idiot only trained for a year. I'm about to embarrass him so bad. Kevin gets into position with this smug grin plastered on his face. Dude even tells our boy you can have the first move like he's doing him some huge favor. But before Kevin can even finish his sentence, our boy moves. One blink. That's all it takes. Our boy disarms this man so fast. Kevin's sword goes flying across the training hall. Aaron then casually places his sword tip on Kevin's neck, and you can practically hear the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme playing. Kazari and Martin are standing there with their jaws on the floor. Our boy then turned to the others and asked who wants to get humiliated next. But Kevin, oh man, Kevin's being the sorest loser imaginable. He starts whining that it doesn't count because he didn't say start yet. Our boy, being the absolute Chad he is, just shrugs and says they can go again. Before Kevin can grab his sword with his shaking hands, Martin steps in saying he'll take over. Kevin tries to protest, but Martin gives him this death glare and Kevin wisely shuts up. Now Martin's about half a foot taller than our boy and tries his best to look intimidating. Meanwhile, the Lester brats are in the corner thinking how Martin's going to win because he's built different. Martin throws the first strike with a quick slash that our boy blocks, then keeps going with this aggressive combo, thinking our boy's just going to turtle up forever. But our boy's just standing there with this blank stare, casually parrying everything. Then he counters with such a powerful swing it sends Martin stumbling back several feet. Now the tables have turned, and it's Martin's turn to play defense. Our boy starts going full aggressive mode, delivering one blow after the other, and this bastard is barely holding on. Sure, he's blocking the attacks, but his hands are paying the price. They're throbbing so bad Martin has to stop and look at them, probably wondering if they're still attached to his wrists. Our boy pauses too, asking if Martin's already done. And man, you can see the fear in Martin's eyes. This dude's internal monologue is just screaming, I don't want to do this anymore. Someone please stop this fight. He's ready to fake an injury to call his mom or do whatever it takes to get out of there. Just as our boy is about to deliver what would probably be the final blow, someone calls off the duel from the background. Ryan tells Martin to give up before he seriously injures his hands and then turns to our boy and says how our boy's improved much more than he thinks, so he wants a piece of the action. So he proposed a duel with real swords, thinking that our boy will get scared, but our boy doesn't care about it at all. He agrees. The scene shifts to some time later. Our boy's holding his weapon and Ryan's having this whole internal monologue about how our boy's gotten too cocky since joining the Swordsmanship Academy. Ryan's thinking he'll at least put a scar on our hero's face. And because he is a cocky bastard, Ryan tells our boy he can strike first, but our boy just stays quiet. Ryan's about to take it back when our boy accepts, which immediately pisses Ryan off. Now Ryan's trying to get under our boy's skin, talking about how the last time they met, our boy was just some cowardly brat. And honestly, that comment hits different. Our boy starts trembling and we don't know if it's from rage or shame, but either way, character development is about to slap Ryan in the face. Our boy takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and starts meditating while holding his sword. Ryan's about to make some smart-ass comment when suddenly our boy's eyes snap open. He gives this bastard an intense look and then delivers this vertical slash so fast Ryan has to jump back 3 whole steps. And then, Ryan keeps backing up until he's literally pressed against the wall, panting and clutching his sword. There's a good distance between them now, and Ryan's having this crisis moment asking himself if he was actually scared of our boy just now. Of course he's in denial. Just as Ryan's about to attack, there's this sharp cracking sound. Everyone freezes. Then with a loud clang, Ryan's blade splits clean in half. The sword literally breaks in front of him, and our boy's just standing there all calm. Meanwhile, this bastard is shaking now, scared out of his mind, trying to figure out how the hell his sword broke when it didn't even clash with our boy's blade. But before we could start having some existential crisis, the adults walked in the training hall, so the vibe immediately shifted. Phil goes dead silent when he sees his son holding half a sword, and Ryan was freaking out, not knowing what to say, so he decided to be confident about it, and casually told everyone that he lost a duel to our boy. Man, you could hear a pin drop. Baron Pereira glances over at our boy, probably expecting him to be doing the victory dance or something, but nope. Our hero just looks away, now you're bragging about it. Meanwhile, Ryan decides he can't let this else stand, so he starts spinning the biggest lie. Dude goes into full drama mode, telling everyone how our boy's swordsmanship has supposedly improved so much that he attacked him 5 times from 5 meters away, which somehow led to his sword splitting in half. Phil Guerin pauses for a second, then decides to play along. Baron Lester jumps in on the conversation. The scene shifts and it's nighttime, so the families start leaving one by one. On the way out, Phil pulls Ryan aside for a little father-son chat. He tells Ryan that while he's glad his son purposely lost to our boy to strengthen family ties, he warns him not to change their plans on a whim like that again. Ryan's pissed and immediately calls for Jack Stewart to prepare 5 soldiers for when they head back. Back in his dad's office, our boy's having a heart-to-heart with his dad. Baron Pereira tells him it's totally cool if he doesn't want to join the punitive expedition and tells him that he'll understand if he wants to work on his swordsman training because of the academy deadline. But our boy? Nah, he's made up his mind. He wants in on that expedition, and he's not budging no matter what anyone says. He even promises his dad that he'll work on his shortcomings over the next 3 weeks, and if his father's still not satisfied by then, he'll give it up. Their conversation ends there, and as our boy walks away, Carol and his mom just watch him with these worried expressions. After the talk, our boy goes straight back to his swordsmanship practice. He's swinging his sword so hard there are literal wind gusts following each strike. While he's training, he's thinking about how he doesn't want his family carrying his burdens anymore, and he definitely doesn't want them getting mocked because of him. Our boy is determined now to make sure his family never has to endure sadness or anger on his behalf again. Just as he finishes another vertical slash, our boy asks out loud if his current actions and appearance are still in vain. Then he looks to his left and sees Lulu chilling. Lulu replies that his current action now can be called an effort since there are emotions behind it. Our boy immediately asks if he's ready to learn sorcery, and Lulu's like, yeah, but not today. The cat tells him to calm down and control his feelings. So our boy went to his father and told him to assign the training hall to him for tomorrow and not allow anyone entry. Then we cut to the next day. Our boy was telling Lulu that they've got the training grounds all to themselves, and they can finally practice sorcery. Looking at Lulu Aaron, he was thinking, okay, but what's up with the glasses and a B.O.U.T.I.? Lulu told our boy that you have to look the part, saying small things like this influence one's attitude. Back to the actual training, Lulu starts his lecture, telling our boy how he has already told him that whale is absolutely crucial for sorcery. And then they dive into the concept of superstition, groundless rumors with no reasonable proof. If you think about it, belief in rumors is basically a necessity in the world of sorcery. No matter how absurd something sounds, the power of sorcery depends entirely on how much belief you pour into it, according to Lulu. Even in ancient times, people worshipped big rocks and the sun as gods, trying to fulfill their wishes through religious rites. That kind of faith, strongest belief you can get. Lulu then casually mentioned that there's another effective way to manifest one's desires, self-sacrifice. But he strongly advises against it because there's a solid chance our boy would end up in the devil's hands. So our boy is confused, asking Lulu what the hell he is supposed to do now, and Lulu tells him it is to keep training that swordsmanship, but this time with a strong desire baked into every swing. He then jumps to our boy's face, asking him what the hell he is doing and tells him to hurry up and grab the sword. So like an obedient student, our boy started swinging his sword. He remembers his earlier conversation with Lulu of how it had asked him to practice his swordsmanship and how he called it a contract and told him to do 1,000 swings a day. Lulu even tells his Aaron to think about how he can move forward not just with a genuine heart, but also by doing repeated actions related to his desire. The idea is that not only will his faith get stronger, but his heart will too, growing with every day he fulfills this contract. Easier said than done, obviously. Our boy struggles hard with this concept. Like, is he supposed to just swing with all this power? Does he need to think about his family with every single swing? Or maybe he's supposed to reflect on his entire tragic backstory while doing it? As our boy's having this internal crisis, Lulu just watches quietly and thinks, yeah, that's enough for now. At least he's thinking about it. So our boy keeps swinging his sword day after day. But on the 10th day, the man throws his sword down in frustration, wondering if he's even doing this right. He's starting to think he might be wasting his time when Lulu suddenly appears, asking what cools the fiery heart and smashes the rock-hard heart into grains of sand. Before our boy can even attempt an answer, probably something like, water, Lulu says that it's doubt. Lulu explains that doubting yourself is totally natural. It manifests when your heart can't always be burning with passion 24/7, and when your body gets heavy and tired, that's when doubt creeps in. It's way too easy to fall into a pit of negative thoughts. That's why Lulu advises that if our boy can't find it in himself to believe in his own abilities, then he should try believing in the people who believe in him. Our boy is genuinely surprised by this wisdom. But Lulu's not done. He gets right up in our boy's face and tells him to pay back those who believe in him by returning that belief the same way. Man, this cat is treating belief like it's some emotional currency. But our boy, being the emo boy that he is, gently picks up Lulu and sets the cat back on the ground. He says there aren't many people who believe in him anyway since he spent most of his life running away from his problems. Lulu immediately shuts that down, saying, I believe in you. The cat even reminds our boy that he's like an extremely smooth, pretty, and sturdy pebble. People don't hate pebbles like that. Sure, compared to Carol, who's basically a sapphire, our boy might seem plain, but he's still pretty good. Then Lulu drops another truth bomb, telling our boy that from what he has seen, there are actually many people who believe in our boy, contrary to what he thinks. Then he told our boy to take the day off and think about what he just told him in his room. So our boy does exactly that. He's lying in his bed thinking about everyone who's believed in him. His family who supported him for over a decade. The sword headmaster and drill masters at the academy. His friends who showed nothing but support throughout his stay there. And then there's Lulu, who believes in him even though our boy thinks he's crazy for doing so. As our boy closes his eyes thinking about all of them, a dark blue force suddenly surrounds his entire body, and he goes to sleep thinking, could I ever become someone who encourages others? And then his whole body gets engulfed in a dark blue force field. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Carol's just chilling and flipping through a book when she suddenly feels this powerful sorcery. She immediately ran to our boy's room and found Lulu desperately trying to reach our boy, who was now floating inside a blue orb. She asked Lulu what happened to our boy, to which he replies that our boy went inside his own heart to realize his desire. It's this space that no one but him can enter, perfect for manifesting and all that spiritual stuff, and while he's in there, our boy will continue training until he gets a result he's satisfied with. He's going to be stuck in that blue orb, and nobody knows for how long. Could be a day, could be months, could be years. Lulu's explaining all this while internally freaking out, wondering if he brought bad luck to everyone around him again. Meanwhile, inside our boy's own heart, he's transported back to that dream that's been haunting him for years. You know the one? The long-haired swordsman continuously practicing and swinging his sword. Our boy looks at him and smiles, thinking that he finally gets to meet the man of his dreams when the old swordsman stops swinging his sword and turns to our boy, and man, he looks awfully similar to our boy. So our boy gets startled, thinking, what the hell is going on here? The swordsman, he's looking right at me. Our boy's having a minor crisis when suddenly the swordsman's body starts glowing with this blue aura that switches to gold. Is he going Super Saiyan on us? But nope, the man's aura extends like 10 freaking feet and grabs our boy by his forearms, yanking him toward the swordsman. So now our boy had no idea as to what was going on, and when he opens his eyes, he's just lying on the ground thinking he must have had the weirdest dream on the hardest bed imaginable. He does a double take and realizes that he was still on the ground and he's wearing completely different clothes now. When he looks behind him, the swordsman's house is still chilling there. So now our boy is freaking out because none of this makes any sense, but then he wonders if this could be what Lulu was telling him, a situation with absolutely no logical explanation. He wonders if he has awakened sorcery. As he was thinking about it, he noticed the massive sword lodged in the ground, and if his place was created by his own desire, then it's definitely meant to be a training ground. With that realization, our boy picks up the sword and takes a deep breath. This space is meant for only him, his personal training dojo. Knowing he's got the whole place to himself, our boy starts swinging away while thinking that he's determined to find his way of the sword here no matter what. In what feels like a blink of an eye, our boy realizes he spent the entire day practicing. Night has already fallen and he's feeling pretty disappointed. He wishes to himself that there was still daylight when he notices this light coming from behind him. As soon as he turns around, the sun's already out again. The power of sorcery, folks. Just to test things out, our boy wishes for spring and a nice breeze too. Then he runs inside the cottage and wishes to change his clothes, which happens instantly. Not only that, but there's food already waiting for him at the table. I mean, come on, this is literally every gamer's dream setup. After the dinner, he lies in bed thinking how this is the most ideal training place for him and how incredible the power of sorcery really is. Days pass by, and it's already the 5th day our boy's been spending here. He discovers that no matter how many times he sleeps, he'll always wake up in this dream. So does that mean he can't leave this place unless he reaches his goal? It would appear so. While training, he can't help but think about the swordsman from his dream and how they're connected, but he cuts off that thought and just focuses on training. He tells himself he'll swing the sword 3,000 times today since he managed 2,000 yesterday. With each passing day, our boy keeps increasing his swings. By the 201st day, he has managed to do more than 5,000 swings, but he's bummed about the fact that he can't swing past 6,000 times. This leaves him feeling frustrated, but he brushes it off and tries to calm himself down, telling himself to just keep swinging, and man, it works. Now he is doing 6,500 swings a day easy, but then again, he gets hit by a roadblock. Now he can't do 7,000, and by the 353rd day, this frustration piles over and now he can't even do 6,000 swings a day. But then he realizes something important. He hasn't rested at all for the past year. So he decides to throw down the sword and heads toward the cottage to take an actual break. The time flies then, and we cut to a year later. It's day 624 since our boy arrived in this other world, and man, this loneliness has started to take a toll on our boy because it's been 96 days since he has held a sword. So now he is returning to his old self, lying on the bed. He's feeling depressed and tired of it all. He is thinking about how he's not even surprised he ended up like this. He remembers how he has lived more than half of his life as a deadbeat, and whatever he managed to do in the academy wasn't out of his own will. It was the swordsman from his dream doing all the heavy lifting. Our boy wallows in self-pity, especially now that everything's gone down the drain since the old man disappeared. With every negative thought spiraling through his head, our boy continues to be covered comfortably in bed. He thinks about how he was only dedicated for a single year before drifting back to sleep. The last thing on his mind is wondering how long he's even been here. But honestly, it doesn't matter anyway. The scene shifts and we hear someone calling out to our boy. So Aaron wakes up all surprised to see Ilya there. She's her usual confident self, telling him to get ready for training. Because of this shocking wake-up call, our hero quickly shoots up from bed. Too quickly, actually, and slams face first into the floor. Ilya is laughing behind him as our boy realizes the sun has just come up, and now they're heading out for a morning run. While running, our boy thinks about how there wasn't a trail like this before, but before he can wonder any further, Ilya tells him to pick up the pace. Just as he's trying to catch his breath, Ilya is already sitting at the table eating breakfast and telling him to hurry up and eat since they'll start training right after. As he sits down and eats, he keeps giving these curious glances toward Ilya, so he musters up his courage and asks her how she ended up in this place. Ilya only tells him to stop asking useless questions after the dinner. They immediately start training, and man, those 96 days of being lazy did a number on our boy because his form is sloppy and Ilya is not happy about it, honestly. She's kind of disappointed at how our boy has completely slacked off these last few months. But what surprises our MC the most is when Ilya tells him that his heart is completely empty and that he needs to fill it with sincerity, just like Lulu instructed. Just when he's about to ask how she knew about Lulu, Ilya goes full-on berserk mode, yelling at him not to ask useless questions. Because of that outburst, she makes him swing the sword 2,000 more times. That night comes and Ilya praises our boy for the good work he put in today. Just as quickly as she appeared, she disappears like fog into the night. Seeing her vanish like that, our boy feels kind of sad. But when he goes to bed that night, he wonders how Ilya even came to exist in this world. Did he summon her unconsciously? Despite all these questions swirling in his head, our hero falls asleep with a smile, thinking that having company wasn't so bad after all. Next thing he knows, our boy gets grabbed by the collar and Judith is yelling at him. She even threatens to beat our boy up if he plans to keep sleeping in. And like the usual Judith, she literally drags our boy outside while talking to someone. That someone is none other than Brett, and look who's back, Ilya's here too. So much like her usual personality, Judith immediately challenged our boy for a duel and Brett started roasting her, saying how they haven't even warmed up yet, so it's not a bright idea to duel right away. So the two lovebirds start bickering and Ilya pulls our boy aside, telling him to leave those two alone and accompany her on a run. As our boy continues with his training, doubt starts creeping into his mind again because of his poor form. But before he can sink any deeper into that negativity spiral, Ilya calls out to him with words of encouragement. She tells him he's actually improving and that his form is only unstable, not hopeless. With a warm smile, she says, "You can do it." When our hero looks to the other side, he sees Brett and Judith also giving him encouraging smiles. Now all four of them are up early in the morning doing sprints together, and each of them takes turns coaching our boy on his swordsmanship. This makes him wonder why they're helping someone like him, someone who's weak and lazy. Why do you have so much trust in me? He thinks to himself, genuinely confused why these people believe in him when he barely believes in himself. Then the scene shifts and our boy's off on one of their runs, and by now he can feel the exhaustion down to his bones. He can barely breathe, his feet are getting heavy, and he's nearing his absolute limit. But despite feeling all this, he somehow feels like he can run just a little bit farther as he is thinking that Judith ran faster than him, like she was Flash or something, telling our boy that she is not going to lose to him. After their run, this time our boy faces off with Brett, and man, did we miss our blue-haired boy's speedy skills. Their swords clash, with Brett stepping back and bracing himself for another attack. Our boy parries it, but he's not done. He lets out a barrage of attacks that leave our boy with no choice but to lift his sword in pure defense mode. Brett gives our boy a nod of approval, saying he's much more stable today than yesterday, and then these two continue their duel. Our boy throws this massive diagonal swing that Brett manages to evade, but just as Brett does that backstep, our boy is already behind him. Seeing this, Judith cheers our hero on while Ilya comments that it's the first time Brett's kept his distance from our boy. Brett's impressed, but our boy only says it's thanks to him. Just like that, time passes quickly, and the sun's already setting. Our boy thinks to himself that he was wrong, there was no need to struggle alone. He remembers what the fortune teller told him back then. As long as he has people who trust and support him, he can overcome anything. While thinking that, our boy just broke his record with 10,000 swings. My guy's arms must be made of steel at this point. Hearing that milestone, Judith gives our boy a thumbs up, saying their job is done. Before they disappear, Judith tells our hero to not only stop feeling sorry for himself, but also to stop doubting himself. Ilya cheers him on one last time before vanishing as well. With a smile, our boy picks his sword up and resumes training, but with way more determination this time. There we take a huge jump. It's now the 1,237th day since our boy entered this world, and today, he's outrunning pretty hard, and it continues, and just like that, the time is flying as it's already the 1,755th day. We're getting a full on training montage here, folks. The first flower bloom as the sun rose, with our boy standing still in the field. His form is much bulkier than before. Dude grew taller too, and he's emitting this yellow aura. Sword still in hand, he takes a deep breath and realizes this is the same feeling he had back at the academy. He wonders with a smile, how much has he grown? It's been a while since he summoned the Golden Trio, so he does exactly that. They appear, and Judith's pretty shocked in our boy's growth spurt. She's about to tell him off if he summoned them for some crappy reason, but our boy picks up his sword and asks for a duel. Thinking it's a 1 versus 1, Judith agrees, but our boy only chuckles and makes himself clear. He's asking for a 3 versus 1 duel. And just to make his point, he swings his sword, creating this powerful gust of wind. Hearing our boy's challenge, the trio draws their swords while he's standing there with this cocky smile. He's thinking this won't be easy, but he's got that protagonist plot armor feeling where he knows he won't lose. So he closes his eyes to focus, and dude basically unlocks Ultra Instinct. He can hear Ilya's footsteps, Brett gripping his sword tighter, and even Judith's sweat glistening, so he smiles, and in a flash, he's already in front of Judith, welcoming her with a nasty slash. Brett's on his back, ready to stab him with his signature thrust, but our boy dodges like it's nothing. Ilya comes at him with a horizontal swing that he ducks under. He's giving both Ilya and Brett absolute hell, even pushing Ilya back. Then Judith leaps through the air with murder in her eyes, lands so hard it cracks the ground, but our boy just slides out like, nope, not today. But our fisty redhead isn't done. She immediately goes after him with a powerful slash that actually breaks through his defense. As Judith tries to talk smack, our boy counters her attacks one blow after another. Brett and Ilya spread toward them, with Brett leading the charge. Judith keeps her defenses up, locking our boy's slashes while Brett jumps in, parrying his attacks. Our boy gives this huge wide slash, and Brett and Judith use the opening to launch a double attack. And it's one blow after another, faster than any normal human eye could see. This fight's basically turned into Dragon Ball Z at this point, just missing the 5-episode charge-up time. Our boy manages to get away but doesn't have time to breathe since Ilya's already at his side, unleashing a swing so powerful it leaves the ground decaying. Of course, our hero fends off Ilya's attack, and just as he does, Judith's up in the air again like she's got a personal vendetta against gravity, ready to swing at our boy with her full force. The impact gives this loud clang, and the pressure is so intense that the ground where our boy stood just crumbles and explodes. As the dust settles, Judith asks how he replicated her swordsmanship, but our hero only smirks in response. Ilya also questions if the attack he used to fend off her blow was Brett's technique, which our boy admits it is. Brett asks how he pulled it off, and before answering, our boy gets all sentimental, looking back on all the training montages he did with them at the academy. He says the only thing he knows is working hard with all his efforts. However, he adds that he still hasn't fully mastered it all, but he intends to learn their swordsmanship while finding his own path. He says how he wants to make his will and swordsmanship much stronger, which is why he asked for their guidance. Of course, Judith's the first to speak up, saying what he's doing is cheating and theft. But our boy just answers that she should learn sorcery in return, which earns him a sword thrown his way by the best girl. Soon all three of them take turns teaching our boy their swordsmanship. Then we cut to some time later, and they are back at it again dueling. This time our boy manages to disarm Judith. Lying on the ground, she admits that our boy won while also complaining she shouldn't have taught him in the first place. Soon she disappears along with the other two. Now our boy really thinks he's become powerful, and honestly he kind of has. As he lies in bed that night, he thinks to himself that he's ready to leave this place, wishing tomorrow would arrive soon. Meanwhile, back in the real world outside, a strong gust of wind starts blowing in the front yard. Rumbling sounds can be heard as something gets extruded from the ground. A large metallic gate appears with a series of receding jams, looking all mysterious and ominous. The next morning, our boy walks out and he is staring at this mysterious metallic door, wondering if it's the exit, so he walks up to the door and touches its cold surface, and he notices it doesn't have a keyhole or a door handle, so he wonders how the hell he is supposed to open it. Then he turns to the sword belonging to the old man from his dreams and thinks about how it is placed directly in front of the door, so he grabs the sword, pulls it out of the ground, and says this could only mean one thing, that this must be the key. Now that he's actually holding it, the sword fits perfectly in his hands. Or maybe it's just because he's gotten taller. Holding the sword in both hands, our boy starts to meditate, and while doing so, his body starts emitting this yellow aura. It makes him reflect on all the firsts he experienced here, getting out of bed, swinging a sword, even running until he literally collapsed. He did all of that because he wanted to be like the old swordsman. All this time, he was thinking that he was doing it out of the old man's will, but all these years here, he now knows that it was done entirely out of his own will this time. So without wasting a single second, our boy delivers 4 consecutive blows to the metallic door that send it absolutely crumbling. Our boy is finally free. And this sword? It's his now, not the old man's anymore. Our boy opens his eyes to find himself staring at his own toes in a very familiar place. He notices that nothing's gone astray, with the blue orb still sitting by his bedside table. Nothing's really changed, right? He couldn't have been out that long, so he gets up to go see his parents. As he runs through the corridors, he hears a meow, so he runs outside thinking that it was Lulu. But nope, this one's a white kitty, it's not Lulu. Just then, Marcus shoos away the cat, and our boy calls out to their beloved butler. The old man's mouth just hangs open in complete shock. Our boy's casually asking where his family is and commenting on how Marcus has gotten a lot more wrinkles when suddenly the older man hugs him tight, weeping his eyes out. This puzzles our boy, but Marcus just keeps rambling about how relieved he is and how he thought our boy would never escape that sphere. That's when it finally dawns on him. Our boy grabs Marcus by the shoulders and asks him how long was I asleep. To his absolute horror, Marcus told him that he's been asleep for 5 years. Our boy starts shaking down, so all the time in the dream world was real, so he starts panicking, thinking about all the things he had to do. What about those? What about his promise with the head sword master and Ilya? What about the punitive expedition? But all he can manage to ask about is his parents. Then we cut to some time after, and our boy is in his father's office. Both of them rush in and hug their only son with tears streaming down their faces. Our boy apologizes, already on his knees for disappointing them, but his father reassures him that he's just so happy he made it back. Now that this wholesome reunion was done, our boy asks them about Carol's whereabouts, and his mother explains that Carol is now at the Principality of Caesar and is a disciple of this powerful sorcerer called Skina. Hearing that his sister is doing well, our boy breathes a sigh of relief, but then reality hits him again with his long absence. He's burdened his family once more. so he turned to his parents and told them about everything that happened to him in the dream world. He told them how he's been training pretty hard for the last 5 years and has gained some seriously satisfactory results. Determined and way more confident about his skills now, our boy says that he'll become the son they can be proud of. And just as quickly, since it's already April, he told them that he'll be taking part in the punitive expedition this time after Asura. Yes, please, we need him to kick the Garen's butts already. Before his parents can wrap their heads around what our boy just said, Carol walks in asking our boy if he's gone mad. He woke up after 5 years, and the first thing he said was that he'll be joining the punitive expedition, so she asks him who gave him the right to do so. Our boy turns to the door and sees how much older Carol has gotten and how she's become a fine young lady. Our boy walked to her with a smile, but Carol is anything but friendly. In fact, she's pretty hostile. Meanwhile, their mother asks how Carol could even be here since she's supposed to be at the Principality of Caesar, but that question gets completely drowned out as Carol turns to her father and tells them that she'll be the one participating in the punitive expedition in our boy's place. Everyone's shocked, but Carol just says it's not surprising. There's no law stating that only Aaron has to be the one to take part in the expedition. Furthermore, she reasons that our boy was stuck in that barrier for 5 years, so who knows what will happen to him if he joins this time. Little does she know he's been doing the anime training montage of the century in there. Our hero tries to explain that he wasn't just stuck, he underwent rigorous training and is way stronger now, but Carol still refuses. She adds that the expedition raises the honor of one's family, and between the two of them, Carol thinks she's the better candidate in terms of both skills and situation. And what if our boy is still bent on joining and is so confident in his skills? Then they might as well settle with a duel, and just so that they know she is serious, she unleashes her aura, but our boy just stays silent. After a pause, he agrees to her request and tells her to follow him to the training grounds to show off the powers he's obtained. As they got to the training hall, all the guards couldn't help but gossip among themselves. They're saying stuff like how they thought our boy really died and their lord was telling the sorcery story as a cover-up. Meanwhile, Carol had taken her stance asking our boy what he's doing standing there weaponless in front of everybody. But Aaron just stands in position, his hands already positioned like he's holding a sword. This absolutely pisses Carol off, and just as she's about to pop off, our boy fabricates a sword out of thin air. Seeing this, everyone's jaw dropped. Everyone's shocked to see our boy whip out a sword out of nowhere. Marcus said in shock if our boy just used sorcery. But in his mind, our boy is thinking that producing swords isn't such a big deal. Carol, on the other hand, grits her teeth and pulls something out of her pouch, 3 small swords. Then, activating her mana, she throws them in the air, where they transform into large swords that come to life, flying straight toward our boy. All 3 swords fly swiftly, but our boy manages to fend off the first one, but after only 1 blow. He thinks his arm will be fractured, just from blocking it just then. The second sword comes from below, which he manages to block in the nick of time, but before he could celebrate that, another one flies at his back and his parents warn him of the danger. But thanks to his reflexes, our boy manages to parry the third sword with a swing as well. But Carol isn't done. She sends more swords at our boy, and our boy blocks each one of them easily, so their duel continues. Carol tries again, and this time all 3 swords come for our boy at once. The guards are panicking, asking if they should stop the siblings soon. Marcus is worried as well, but he's also puzzled about one thing. Why hasn't our boy attacked his sister yet? Still furious, Carol raises the swords again, ready to launch another attack, but in the end she doesn't and just starts crying as she does that. Our boy smiled and started to walk towards her, and as soon as he was standing in front of Carol, our boy told her that there's nothing to worry about and told her that he has gotten stronger and much more confident. He apologizes for how long it took him to come back, and as she hears that, Carol bursts into tears, hugging her brother, and our boy comforts her. The Sunder sister finally reveals her feelings. Look, we all knew she was just worried about him the whole time. Then we cut to some time after, and they are back in the castle. Carol warns our boy to be extra careful in this expedition, since it's way more dangerous now that a demon has appeared, and our boy is shocked to hear that. He asks what happened in the past 5 years, so Carol shares that just a month ago, traces of a demon were discovered in the southern portion of the Garen territory. In their world, demons are these wicked creatures who obtain power through contracts with the devil, and are sometimes comparable to sorcerers. Their power comes from a heart of pessimism, and they're nothing like regular monsters. Then she turned towards our boy and told him that she's going to join the expedition, but our boy assures her that he'll be fine. As she was about to give him a piece of her mind, another figure entered the room, telling Carol that she absolutely can't do that, as she has something important coming in 2 weeks, and this figure is none other than Carol's master, the sorcerer Skina. Carol got all surprised to see her master and then started explaining how her older brother woke up after 5 years, so she had to go see him no matter what. But Skina's too busy introducing herself as the most beautiful sorcerer in Caesar to our boy, and she is indeed beautiful. Our boy greets her and thinks to himself that she looks way too young for a 50-year-old. Did she use sorcery to make herself look younger? We know a certified beauty when we see one, folks. As if reading his mind, Skina says our boy's right, but she didn't actually read his mind, she could already tell what he was thinking from his look alone. Turns out Skyna is just as proud of her looks, but Kirill tells him to pay her no mind. Hearing this, Skyna takes it as a compliment and is about to spill all the tea on Kirill, rambling about how much his sister talked about her brother for the last 5 years. In a panic, Kirill puts a hand to her mouth, telling her to shut up. So Skyna told her that she'll do so only if Kirill promises to stay put. Seeing how his Sunder sister is being handled so easily by Skyna impresses our boy. As soon as the two are left alone, Skyna explains that she had to show Kirill who's boss to take her on as a disciple. Then she whips out a necklace and throws it towards our boy, saying that it's a special artifact that can detect not only demonic energies, but also dangerous factors around him. Plus, it's imbued with detoxifying properties for poisons. Our boy can't accept such an expensive gift, but Skyna insists. She explains that she and Kirill worked on this pendant for the last 5 years. She poured her whole energy into it, hoping she could give it to our boy when he finally woke up one day after learning that our boy told her to say no with her job done. Skyna gave our boy his best wishes and left, but before she left, Skyna told our boy that he's much more exceptional than she originally thought, and then she was gone. Seeing that everybody's pretty much okay after all these years, our boy walks over to the blue orb Lulu had given him. He's thinking about how he had met almost everyone, so where the hell is this cat? The scene shifts to the Garen base camp. Our boy's sitting by himself, deep in thought about his last conversation with Kirill. Apparently, Lulu was chilling at the Pereira estate for a few months, but then one day it vanished. And because of what happened, Kirill still got some beef with him. But our boy thinks that it's not his fault and told her not to blame Lulu or anyone else for his situation. He even asks her to be kind to the cat. Bro really belongs to the League of Good Boys, right up there with Tanjiro. Back to the present, our boy's presence in the expedition absolutely pissed off a bunch of people, especially this snot-nosed brat from the Lester family and Martin. These two are already gossiping. They're trading rumors about what our boy's been up to for the last 5 years. One rumor says the Pereira family used his whole stuck-in-sorcery situation as an excuse for him to just laze around in bed all day. Another one's asking how the hell he's even allowed on this expedition when he has zero experience with monster hunts. Meanwhile, Ryan's over in the corner quietly polishing his sword, listening to all this gossip. In his head, he's actually pretty glad that our boy joined the expedition because now he can get his revenge for being humiliated years ago. Martin then turned to Kevin and told him how he is surprised that he joined the expedition. Kevin explains it's because of the demon's recent appearance. The Twilight Knight's order, along with magicians and priests, got dispatched by the capital. What's more, he'll bear it. The vice captain of said order will be leading the whole thing. So basically, this Brad's only here for the clout. He wants that honor and glory so he can go home and flex on everyone. And as if on cue, Hill Barrett appears right behind Kevin as Martin's frantically trying to shut him up. Hearing what Kevin said, Hill drops this line in the most intimidating tone ever, saying they should not take part in this expedition. And let me tell you, this man's physique is insane. He looks like a ferocious mountain cat mixed with a bulked-up Rob Lucci in armor. That alone was enough to scare every noble in the vicinity. Hill adds that he's hell-bent on defeating the demon with only the forces he brought with him. Viscount Phil Garen is the first to complain about this sudden decision, but just as he's about to whine more, Hill steps forward and unleashes this powerful aura that hits everyone like a truck. The air gets heavy, people are struggling to breathe. And while he's doing this, he's also giving them a lecture about how demons are on a completely different level from monsters. Yet these southern nobles are treating this info like it's no big deal. Turning his back on Phil Garen, Hill adds that only he and the forces he commands are armed with strong religious faith and fiery loyalty to the nation, which is reason enough to slay the demon. But being forced to accomplish this mission with nobles who only care about honor, nobles who prioritize that over the peace and welfare of the kingdom, Hill flat out says he's reluctant to work with them. And while saying this, the vice captain semi-shifts into his beast form for a moment before lowering his aura. Everyone's left gasping for air well. Everyone except our boy, who's pretty chill about the whole thing. Yep, guys, it's official. Our MC is OP now, but he was surprised to see Ryan suddenly kneel before Hill. Hill admits his aura was pressuring Ryan, but the latter is determined to make a good impression on the esteemed knight. Ryan starts putting on this act, telling him that he is sorry and how initially he joined the expedition for the reason of glory, but his earlier speech made him realize how wrong he was and now he is ready to change and said that he is ready to follow the vice captain's orders throughout the whole ordeal. Hearing this pledge, Hill smirks, releases Ryan from the pressure, and starts laughing and tells everyone that he was joking and that he's not someone who can turn down their wishes to join the expedition, though he once again warns everyone of the danger and reminds them to be vigilant before leaving. Then we cut to hours later. Hill was chilling in his tent, going through the list of nobles who joined the expedition. Out of all of them, the only one he deemed strong was that bastard Ryan. I guess his act worked. Soon enough, a visitor comes knocking, breaking him out of his thoughts. It's none other than the wandering knight of the Gava Kingdom, Sir Tom Miller. As the two men catch up, laughing and sharing stories, Hill can't help but point out that maybe his visitor was a little too harsh on his disciple. After all, his disciple was part of the 27th generation of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, also known as the Golden Generation. That's basically the equivalent of being a 5-star recruit, but Sir Tom Miller told him that his disciple never made it to the official roster of trainees and is a far cry from the talents of Ilya Lindsay as he drops the name. Ilya Hill remembers how after leaving the academy, Ilya went out and became an honorary knight of the Moonlight Knights Order, the greatest in the Aden Kingdom, and he tells Sir Tom how he is jealous of the Aden Kingdom and wishes that they too had a genius like that. Sir Tom gave him a curious look and said that the Yahello Kingdom does have a genius swordsman on par with Ilya. Hill thinks he's joking because let's be real, that sounds too good to be true, but Sir Tom insists it's legit. According to what his disciple shared, this other genius came in a close second to Ilya during the final evaluation. Furthermore, this disciple said that what he witnessed during this trainee's show of power at the final evaluation was truly shocking. This is the first time Hill's ever heard of this. Just as he's getting hyped, wondering if this genius is still training at Chrono, Sir Tom says nope, he left the academy shortly after. But since he's from the Yahello Kingdom, this wandering knight figures the genius must have joined the expedition. Hearing this, Hill can't help but feel shook. He needs to know who this mystery genius is. And finally, Sir Tom reveals it. His name is Aaron Pereira. Just like that, the next morning rolls in and the expedition finally kicks off. Since these guys have been walking since dawn, Hill decides they'll take a short break and order the knights to set up camp. While the other knights are chilling, Ryan and Kevin are over here practicing their swordsmanship. One of the knights points out that Ryan's pretty skilled, but another one just dismisses it, saying they're showing off. Seeing his son getting all this attention for his sword skills, Felgarin can't help but be happy. He's thinking how their family's been lagging heavily behind the Pereiras for years now, so in his mind he is cooking up the plan of how if Ryan can pull this off and impress Hill, their family's honor and status will skyrocket back to power. As he was lost in his fantasies, he saw that Hill was walking toward Ryan. Felgarin's practically vibrating with excitement now, thinking the vice captain must want to coach his son. Even Ryan notices Hill approaching. He's feeling confident, about to bust out some fancier moves to really show off, when Hill walks Raiji past him. The vice captain heads straight for our boy Pereira, who's just sitting there minding his business. Seeing his superior approach, our boy stands up too and addresses him as the vice captain, though he's a full head shorter than the black-haired knight. For a moment, the vice captain just stares at him lost in thought. He's remembering that conversation from last night about who this kid is and how he was stuck in some place due to sorcery for the last 5 years. But what's with him? Hill wonders. Why would our boy leave Chrono Academy? And what's this sorcery business he keeps hearing about? Does it have to do with our boy's younger sister? Questions, but none of that matters right now. Hill is face to face with our boy and tells him to call him Commander from now on since he's leading the expedition. Then he straight up asks why our boy wasn't practicing swordsmanship like the others during his rest time. Our MC just casually says that in his current state, he doesn't think training right now would count as real effort. Puzzled by this answer, Hill asks him to elaborate. Meanwhile, those bastards were talking among themselves and calling our boy a show-off, but Ryan quickly shut them up. Meanwhile, Hill was waiting for our boy's explanation. Our boy looked Hill straight in the eyes and told him that the reason he joined the expedition in the first place is to slay the demon and boost the Pereira family's honor. He's also thinking of ways to have an active role in the raid, but since this is his first rodeo, he figures there are other areas he should focus on besides just swinging a sword around. He wraps it up with this gem: effort is only made when you put your whole heart into it. So now the vice captain is just looking at our boy, thinking about how he is different from the rest. But there's no time to dive deeper because another knight signals that it's time to move out. Hill tells everyone to get back in formation, but he specifically asks our boy to stay by his side since he wants to talk more. Seeing our boy getting this much attention again, Ryan's over here gritting his teeth so hard they might crack. But his father's quick to remind him to be patient and wait for his chance. Or better yet, make a chance for him. These two scheming men are already plotting something and have a feeling that it won't end well. Back to our boy, Hill is amazed to discover that our boy already has his sword equipped thanks to his awakening sorcery. Convenient, right? Aaron then explains the things he's prioritizing over swordsmanship training at the moment. First, he's never killed anyone or anything before, so he's mentally preparing himself for the shock and confusion that'll hit after his first kill. Second, he's keeping in mind that he needs to stay in line and not behave unpredictably, since that's one of the most dangerous things you can do on an expedition like this. Lastly, our boy's focused on staying vigilant because of the demonic energy surrounding the monsters and their underlings. He's putting all his focus on staying alert, detecting that energy, and warning the others ASAP. Hill can't help but let out a laugh after hearing our boy's priorities. This kid's way more practical than he expected. Hill assures him that he shouldn't get too worked up about it and tells him to leave it to the Vitericans like him. Besides, they've got priests who can detect demonic energy, so our boy doesn't need to stress too much. But Hill doesn't get to finish his sentence. Our boy's already looking the other way with Eleazar focus. Just as he is about to ask our boy what he is doing, he too senses it. A gigantic demon tall as a freaking mountain appears out of the blue. And then they hear it, the stomping sounds of other monsters closing in. So the commander immediately took action and told everyone what they should do, but as he was doing so, more and more monsters surrounded them from the other side. He ordered the knights to take care of the monster and was planning to kill the monster himself, as he was thinking that he was the only one who could, but before he could move, he saw our boy had zoomed past him. Without a moment of hesitation, our boy dashes straight toward the monster and slashes the beast clean through. Dark blood sprays everywhere as Hill stands frozen in shock, and guys, that's how another aura farmer was born. Seeing our boy make quick work of the giant, even his father's shocked. He knew our boy had gotten stronger, but not in his wildest dreams did he think his son was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the demon, but that damn bastard is already regenerating the damage it took from our boy's slash. Now, our boy wasn't done. He was still in the air, but the stunt our boy did now made the demon aware of our boy, so it tried to smash the ground where he was about to touch down. Its fist gets buried in the earth, and it's seething, hissing, and looking around to see if it managed to squash our boy like a bug. But once again, our boy pulls another levy move. He runs up the giant's arm, leaps into the air, and slices its arm clean off. The demon's about to attack our boy while his back's turned, but our hero's already 3 steps ahead. In the blink of an eye, he unleashes a barrage of swings and one big final slash that makes the giant crash to the ground. But nope, it's not done yet. This thing refuses to quit. The demon lets out another roar as it tries to eat our boy in one bite. Hell shouts from behind, telling our boy to GT away, but our boy is moving like a man possessed. He just changes his stance, and in the blink of an eye, our boy unleashes a wind technique similar to the Sword of the Sky. Once again, EVRE1 is left shocked. The wind blows hard. Everyone's eyes are glued to what's happening. The ground's shaking, trees are swaying, and dust is flying everywhere. And when it all finally settles, they see that our boy blew the giant to smithereens, leaving a massive trail of destruction in its wake. Our boy just stands there silently, finished with his task. The giant's gone, dead, obliterated, and it finally dawns on Hill as he's staring at our boy. He is thinking how what Sir Tom said was true. The Hail Kingdom's marvel is standing right in front of him. But before he can admire our boy's work any longer, he quickly snaps back to reality and tells the others to slay the remaining enemies to seal their victory. Soon enough, everyone manages to take down the rest of the creatures. And fortunately for them, there are no injuries or casualties. Seeing that everybody's okay, the vice captain told them to rest for a while, and after that the expedition will continue. Meanwhile, our boy is lost in thought, trying to figure out why he acted the way he did. It was the first time he felt so much rage that he acted purely on emotion. But why did he feel so much anger toward the demon in the first place? It was like he was a completely different person back there. Did the demon trigger something? Is there some hidden trauma? Who knows, but something's definitely off. However, our boy's train of thought gets interrupted when the vice captain approaches and asks him about his actions. Finally, realizing what he just did, going against everything he said earlier about staying in line, apologizing. He's like, "Commander, I'm sorry. I literally just said I wouldn't act unpredictably, and then I did exactly like that." But Hill only lets out a laugh. See how our boy can't take a joke. He reminds him that they're on expedition. At the end of the day, what matters most is slaying the monsters and demons. And because of what our boy did, they avoided casualties and injuries. So the vice captain congratulates our MC for a job well done on his first combat. Plus, he told our boy that he is looking forward to what else he could show him. Just then, Baron Pereira comes running toward Aaron, asking if he's alright. And suddenly, he's hugging him tightly. He tells our boy how proud he is of him. And our boy can only return the hug, genuinely pleased to hear those words from his father once again. While everybody's celebrating their first win, Ryan is already shaking with rage. He calls over Jack, asking if he's got the thing ready. Jack nods and tells him that everything is ready and he is awaiting his orders. Then we cut to some time later and our boy's chilling with the vice captain, showing off this fancy pendant that Carol made for him, telling Hill how this thing can sniff out demonic energy, and Hill's looking at it, thinking how wild it is that some jewelry does a better job than the priest's holy gadgets. Right on cue, like the universe loves perfect timing, the pendant starts glowing and points left. Our boy's like, demons incoming from that direction. Hill doesn't waste a second, the dude orders his spearmen to get in position. The demons show up and these monsters get absolutely demolished. After that beatdown, Hill tells our boy that he's now the official demon detector of the squad. As soon as that pendant glows, he better speak up immediately, and man, seeing our boy getting close with the vice captain, these bastards are fuming. You can practically see the steam coming out of their ears. The march continues for some time, but soon the night falls and everyone sets up camp. Some knights are gossiping about our boy, saying stuff like, "Dude's only 21 and already this cracked at fighting. He's got to be expert level by now," especially after watching him delete that giant demon earlier. Then they start wondering where the hell he's been hiding all this time. Meanwhile, our hero's sitting by himself about to dig into his dinner when the pendant starts acting weird again. The tip's turning black, which according to Carol's instructions means poison. Our boy's just sitting there waiting for the artifact to do its detox thing, casually glancing over at Ryan, Martin, and Kevin's group. He's thinking, okay, someone definitely wants me dead, and it's probably the Garens. But he decides to keep this to himself, no need to stress out his dad when he can handle it solo. As the pendant finishes cleaning his food, but he notices there's a note stuck under his bowl. It says his food was poisoned. The handwriting looks like a drunk chicken wrote it. Our boy is surprised that someone actually tried to help him. It was Jack, who's currently hiding in the bushes praying that our boy saw the note. After making sure he's okay, Jack just walks away, thinking he can't keep doing this anymore. After dinner, Hill walks up to our boy and asks for a duel. Our boy's caught off guard, but the commander explains that since they're about to fight a big bad demon soon, he needs to see what our hero's really capable of. They both stand facing each other while basically every knight in camp gathers around like it's a UFC fight. Hill unsheathes his sword and tells our boy to do the same. Aaron just casually conjures his dragon slayer-looking sword out of thin air, and half the knights lose their minds. But everyone's focused on the commander now. Hill's aura gets absolutely chilling, and he suggests they do a one-move showdown, just go all out with a single strike. Our boy agrees without hesitation. The vice captain's impressed, thinking, where the hell is this kid getting this composure from? But honestly, it doesn't matter. Our boy's just built different. Hill takes a step forward and halfway shifts into his beast form, releasing this crazy powerful aura that makes most of the knights shiver. But our boy? His aura is bright and solid as steel, and it's still growing. In his mind, our boy's seeing that old swordsman from his dreams, the one about to deliver that vertical slash. Hill decides to power up even more to match him. The knights are struggling to even breathe in this heavy atmosphere, watching their captain go full power. Then the most perfectly timed disaster happens. Some clumsy knight who just arrived to watch trips and spills his food right between them. Man, this guy is getting his ass beat in his tent for sure. Just like that, Hill's aura disappears. He looks at the fallen knight, then back at our boy, and just goes, "Yeah, I've seen enough." Everyone's shocked. But before they can react, Hill announces that our boy is now allowed to act independently without his orders. With skills like that, he deserves it. Then he adds with a smile that our MC is basically expert rank. Everyone heads to bed after that. Our boy's lying there thinking about the day's events. Something's been bugging him. The feeling he got during the duel with Hill was the same as when he fought that huge demon. It's like this burning sensation takes over his body, like he's not in control anymore. The same thing happened in his first dream with the old swordsman. With that thought, he drifts off to sleep. And sure enough, the swordsman's back in his dreams, practicing that vertical slash in the rain. Our boy thought he'd escaped these dreams, but nope, except something's different this time. The old man's pious SD, like genuinely furious. Back in the earlier dreams, this guy never showed any emotion, just calm, repetitive sword practice. But now, he's angry as hell, and our boy's got no clue why. Before our boy could figure out why the old man was having a tantrum, he woke up. It's morning already. Still kind of shook from that dream, he's thinking about how every time the dream changes, something in him changes too. But maybe it's already happened? Who knows? Dreams are weird like that. As our boy steps out of his tent, Ryan crawls out of his hiding spot and asks Jack if he managed to poison our boy's food last night. Jack confirms and even says he watched our boy eat the whole thing. Now they're both standing there confused, like, why is this dude still alive and kicking? Ryan's solution? Double the dose tonight. Jack warns him that if they do that, our boy won't just get sick, he'll straight up die. But Ryan's too far gone at this point. He's pissed that Jack's showing even a hint of sympathy for our boy, reminding him that House Garen's knight got his ass beat last night because of this whole situation. Before storming off, Ryan drops the "remember why you're in this position" card, and Jack can only follow orders. The group's about to head out after breakfast, and surprise, surprise, our boy's food is poisoned again. The artifact does its thing while our boy's sitting there wondering if every single meal for the rest of this expedition will be like this. But there is one good thing in all this, and that is that at least the mystery helper is still leaving notes. There's another one attached to his bowl warning him about the poison. They continue the expedition, and Hill notices our boy seems pretty down. But then our hero suddenly perks up, looking to his left. He senses demonic energy, BFO, the pendant even starts glowing. Without warning, our boy goes full Usain Bolt and zooms toward the demons. He conjures his sword mid-sprint and slices 3 monsters in half with one swing. The last one's way bigger than the others and tries to pancake our boy with a giant fist, but our hero blocks it with his sword. They're locked in this stare down for a second before our boy slices it clean in half. But then a shadow comes at him from behind, but Hill swoops in with the "I got your back" save. The other knights start hyping our boy up, saying stuff like, "At this rate, we'll finish this expedition easy." I mean, what kind of main character would our boy be if he couldn't handle small fries like these, right? Our boy's feeling it too, his senses are getting sharper. He's wondering if it has something to do with the angry old man from his dreams. While everyone's praising our boy, Ryan is losing his goddamn mind. He is asking Jack, why the hell is our boy not only fine but better than yesterday? Jack explains what he noticed, the artifact glowing when demons are near and how it has a detoxifying effect. Ryan loses it, punching a tree trunk. He's thinking the only way to one-up our boy is to kill the demon himself. Eventually, they reach this cave that looks artificially made, so it has to be the demon's lair. Hill says he and our boy should lead the group, but Ryan steps up, asking to be on the front line too. The commander's like, sure, whatever, just be careful. They enter the cave and immediately hear this violent piano music. Some knights start acting weird, saying they've entered some amazing place and telling others to come closer to the sound. Our boy catches on quick they're hallucinating from the music. He shouts that it's a trap while Hill shifts into beast form and lets out this massive roar that snaps everyone out of it. He shits back and tells his men to shake anyone who's still zoned out. Then they see a tall, dark figure standing by a piano just then. A voice echoes through the cave, welcoming them. Hill's already sweating, thinking this demon is way stronger than he expected. And it gets creepier because on the piano was sitting a fine demon mommy, and she casually just twists her head around 180 degrees and asks the group if they want to hear more of her music. The demon mommy stands up, and suddenly skeleton musicians materialize beside her. Hill's thinking to himself that if it weren't for those red eyes, people might actually mistake her for a human. This demon's clearly trying to maintain her ego by keeping a woman's form, and honestly, she's pulling it off. She looks pretty hot. Seriously, if villains are bad, why do they have to look this good? It's unfair. Meanwhile, Ryan's already hyping himself up mentally, thinking about how he's going to kill this demon and finally surpass our boy. Back to Demon Mommy, she proposes playing a tune for her visitors, but Phil Guerin starts acting up. Hill has to tell him to chill and stay in formation, but this bastard doesn't listen. So the Demon Mommy plays another tune, and this time it's different from the first one. It's sweet and soothing, like a lullaby that makes you want to curl up and take a nap. The weaker members of the group start succumbing to it, including Phil Guerin. Hill warns everyone again not to fall for her tactics and do not look into her eyes or they'll get hypnotized. Then someone just zooms past him, charging straight for the demon. It's Ryan, of course. This dude's thinking I have to stand out. I have to kill the demon. It has to be me, not that Pereira bastard. The demon sees him coming and extends her hair like some anime weapon, attacking the Guerin boy. He manages to fend it off at first, but quickly realizes her hair doesn't cut easily. While he's stuck playing defense, the demon forms a hand with her hair and goes for Ryan's face. Lucky for him, Jack jumps in to block the attack, telling this idiot to step back. The demon wraps her hair around Jack and lifts him way up in the air. She comes face to face with him and greets him all polite-like, assuring everyone she won't kill him. Not yet anyway. She calls herself a pacifist. This pisses off Hill, and seeing his reaction, Demon Mommy proposes a deal. Jack's life or her own. Hill and Viscount Guerin are silent for a moment until Hill tells them not to respond. He shouts at the demon that they will not negotiate with her. Hearing this, she starts choking Jack while mocking them for trying to save Ryan, who's now scared and frozen in place. Not satisfied with their response, she changes the terms by hypnotizing Ryan. Viscount Guerin is calling for his son to come back, while Hill warns the group to prepare for battle. Then the demon springs her hair again and snatches Ryan too. Now two of them are hanging in the air. Hill's knights start charging, but the Guerin head commands them to stop. Hill, furious as hell, just tells the old man to get out of the way. The Viscount makes a split-second decision and orders his men to protect Ryan and block the knights' attacks. Hill's about to lose his mind, but the Viscount shouts that he needs to save his son. Then he turns to the demon, asking if the deal's still on. She confirms and even swears in the name of her master. As if it wasn't bad enough that House Guerin is interfering with the mission, the Viscount drags Houses Lester and Russell into this mess too, threatening them if they refuse. Hill's had enough at this point, so he orders his knights to take down anyone who gets in the way of the expedition, regardless of their status. The Viscount is shouting his name in anger while Demon Mommy watches all of this unfold with pure amusement. She's grinning and mocking Jack about how differently they reacted when Ryan's life got involved. She's laughing, looking forward to watching these two forces tear each other apart. Then she notices our boy standing apart from everyone else, emitting a golden aura. While everyone else was busy having their little civil war, our boy stayed focused, meditating with his eyes closed and sword in hand. The demon just finds him boring and thought that he was not worth her attention, but then our boy opens his eyes, and before the demon can even process what's happening, her body splits in half, sending her flying towards the piano. So while the demon is staring at the ground, figuring out what just happened to her, our boy was laser focused on her, watching Demon Mommy on her knees. She was doing what was just a second ago, staring at the ground and waiting for her body to regenerate. She's sitting there like, why isn't my body regenerating a wound like this? It should be healing way faster. Her torso's almost finished putting itself back together when our boy just dashes straight at her. Now, like every villain who's getting their ass handed to them, she pulls out the cheapest move in the book and tries to take a hostage. She grabs Jack, thinking that'll stop our boy from attacking. But nah, our boy doesn't care. Our boy just angles his attack and slices off both the demon's left arm and the hair, holding Jack hostage in one clean sweep. The demon's standing there thinking, this kid doesn't give a damn about hostages at all, he's just laser focused on murdering me. Our boy then sprints towards her once again and hits her with another slash, but this time she actually manages to block his attack, sending Ryan flying backward. The Demon Mommy then starts pumping out her aura and wraps herself up in her own hair like some kind of demonic cocoon, shielding herself from our boy. She thought she was being smart. By doing this, she could heal up while being protected. Except when she tries to gather demonic energy, nothing happens. Absolutely zilch. She's like, wait, is it because of this kid? No way this kid has that kind of power. That's impossible. Meanwhile, our boy is standing above her and starts hitting her cocoon. He does one vertical slash on the demon cocoon, but it won't open up, so he just keeps hitting it, again and again and again. The demon inside starts seeing light seeping through the cracks of her shield, and she starts freaking out. She's realized by now that she can't beat this guy. If she makes one wrong move, she's actually going to die. Meanwhile, our boy is going full-on Leroy Jenkins on her cocoon until his last hit explodes with this bright light that straight up dents the ground. Hill and the others are just watching through the dust, waiting to see what's left. Suddenly, this black blur speeds away from the area, but Hill, already in his beast form, chases the demoness and puts an end to it. But hold up is only her left leg. Where's the rest of her? Turns out Demon Mommy is literally torn in half now and sacrificed one half of herself in order to distract others and escape. But today's not your lucky day, lady, because she suddenly sensed a presence, and as she turned, there was our boy staring at her like he was the Grim Reaper or something. She turns back and gets hit with our boy's vertical slash that splits the ground in half again, this time cutting her vertically. And this time, no more regeneration. Her body starts cracking and she's thinking, how is this even possible? How humiliating that I'm getting defeated by a mere human, before she just evaporates into dust. The crack in the ground looks exactly like what our boy did during the final evaluation at the Knights. Everyone's still shaking from what just happened, but they are just happy that damn Demas is gone. Our boy's father is all proud, looking at our boy with teary eyes, and the vice captain is standing there. The man doesn't know what to say right now, he is just speechless. With the expedition finally wrapped up, everyone returns to camp, and the Knights say how they literally can't believe how smoothly everything went because not a single Knight got injured, and they fought a demon with strategic powers. That's insane, and it's all thanks to our boy. One Knight mentions how Aaron Pereira is way different from what the rumors said about him, and another chimes in saying the Hail Kingdom finally has its own hero. Cut to a closed-door meeting where the Viscount's explaining how he wasn't himself, and that's why he acted that way. Hill's not buying it for a second, but this thick-skinned bastard Phil Guerin just doubles down, saying he fell under the demon's hallucination and psychic control. He even has the AUDACIT way to say that even though he loves Rand very much, he'd never sacrifice continental peace by jeopardizing the expedition for his son. Hill very well knows that this bastard is lying but can't do anything about it because there's no solid evidence. Meanwhile, our boy is lying in bed thinking about how the sword he used in the cave was not for his family. Hell, he wasn't even himself when he did it. He wonders if it's because of that old man from his dreams again. As he was thinking about it, he heard a knock on the door. It's Jack Stewart. Our boy's surprised, but Jack says he has something important to tell him about the expedition. First, though, he expresses his gratitude for our boy saving him back then when no one else cared whether he lived or died. In his mind, our boy's thinking he didn't really care either, his body just moved on instinct to kill the demon. Our boy's about to brush it off when Jack told our boy that he poisoned his food back then. He explains it was Ryan Guerin's order, but he knows he shouldn't have done it and says he'll accept any punishment our boy gives him. But our boy didn't say anything. He was just staring out of the window. Finally, our boy speaks up, saying he had his suspicions, but knowing the truth is still pretty surprising. He asks Jack to leave since he's not in the mood to talk anymore. Jack was surprised for a second, but our boy makes it clear he has no plans to let bygones be bygones. It's just that he doesn't want to talk about it right now. With Jack gone, our boy's left alone. As he was alone once again, he was once again staring out of the window when a voice told our boy that nothing will happen no matter how much he overthinks it. Our boy turns around to see it's Lulu. He's being all cautious and asks how our boy's been. But our hero just smiles and asks Lulu where he has been all this time, saying he was looking for him. Hearing this, Lulu feels unworthy, turns his back, and starts rambling about how if only he didn't force himself to teach Aaron sorcery, our boy would have had different abilities and wouldn't have been separated from his family for 5 years. Our boy listens as the cat keeps going, talking about how Carol wouldn't have been sad, continuously blaming himself for everything. As our boy tries to pet Lulu, the cat scurries away from his touch. Our boy says all the bad things he's heard about Lulu are just superstitions, but Lulu claps back, saying that in this world, even superstitions hold power. The cat explains that as long as enough people believe in something, it becomes reality. What's more, even the weakest being can become incredible if enough people believe in them. As Lulu continues lecturing, our boy is slowly tiptoeing towards him. Suddenly, Lulu conjures a portal and is about to cross it, saying our hero's life will only be miserable if he's linked to him. He was being all sad about how he is happy to see him and how he'll never appear before our boy again when our boy manages to catch him just as he's about to pass through. Lulu tries to pull away, saying black cats are bad luck, but our hero pulls him closer and tells him that from now on he will stay by his side, and his belief in Lulu will be stronger than anyone else. He says the kitty will now be the symbol of good fortune. Eventually, Lulu just gives up and sobs in our boy's arms. Then we cut to some time later, and our boy had filled Lulu in on his training and how he managed to conjure his friends during practice. Lulu is all surprised by what our boy managed to pull off with sorcery. He says how he already knew our boy had potential for sorcery, but this was insane even for him. Then his tone shifts and he asks our boy about the time he was facing the demon. He told our boy how he was acting strange, and our boy told him everything after hearing the story. Lulu puts his paw to his face, thinking hard, and then tells our boy the man from his dream sounds awfully similar to a guy from 150 years ago. That dude too hated demons with a passion. Our boy hadn't expected that man from his dream to be an actual person, much less someone from 150 years ago, as our boy asked Lulu if he knows who this person was. Lulu told him that it's not important. What's actually concerning is how this dead dude's might mess with Aaron's head. But honestly, none of this matters right now. Lulu told our boy that everyone has moments when they falter, so it's best to just put his sword down for a bit and pick it back up when he's ready. Plus, Lulu even offers to help carry the burden, bragging about how he's been hitting the gym for the last 5 years and built some serious muscle. Our boy laughs at this because at least he's got Lulu with him, and man, it's reassuring to have someone you can actually trust by your side. Speaking of trust, this reminds him of his friends from 5 years ago, the ones he made that promise with. He starts wondering how they're doing now. Are they still training? Did they get stronger? Or did they become couch potatoes? As our boy was thinking all that, the scene shifts and we are back to the vice captain is pacing back and forth in his office, being absolutely furious about the fact that the other noble houses are siding with the Garans. He's ranting about how this unlawful act should not go unpunished. How dare that bastard make a mockery of the Imperial Knights like this? However, he'll get snapped out of his angry muttering when one of his knights tells him that someone had come to meet him. Meanwhile, back at this bastard's place in Man, he got another reason to hate our boy and his family. Just as he was at the end of his rant, someone knocked on the door. He told the servant that he was not meeting someone when Hill walked in and said how this man looks like he has constipation. This bastard told the vice captain that they have already talked about everything there is nothing more to talk about. Then Hill told him that he is not here for that. He is here because he came to know that something disgraceful happened during the expedition and how someone told him that these House Garin ordered someone to poison our boy's food. The Viscount, shocked at what he just heard, immediately starts yelling at Hill about how he's accusing him of something outrageous and without any evidence. But oh no. This bastard was got for good this time because as he said that he asked Phil what he will do if he does have evidence because this idiot could say anything. The vice captain calls out Jack himself. The guy who was supposed to do the poisoning came and confessed that Ryan had ordered him to poison our boy's food. And because he's been truthful and cooperative, they'll be considerate and give him appropriate punishment. But in typical cheap villain fashion, Phil Garin tries to turn the tables and shift all the blame onto Jack, saying that he's framing him. Hearing this, Jack and told Phil how he is a bastard to the very end. And because of this pathetic display, Hill tells him that he will officially request an investigation concerning this whole mess. If Jack is found truthful, then it'd be best if the Viscount confessed to his sins now, especially if he doesn't want to lose everything he's achieved so far. Now that this matter was done, Hill returned to his camp and told his second-in-command to take over while he bolted to the Pereira estate. He's hell-bent on making our boy a member of the Twilight Order, but when he got to our boy's home, his father told him that he has already left for Chrono Academy. Hill was all surprised. He'd thought that our boy wasn't admitted, so why go back? Baron Pereira informs the vice captain that his son had several things to take care of, and technically speaking, our boy's been an official trainee of the academy since 5 years ago, so before going back, he told our boy's father how Aaron is not a treasure to the kingdom, but to the whole continent. That's high praise coming from a vice captain of the Imperial Knights. Baron Pereira is probably standing there thinking, yeah, that's my boy. Meanwhile, our boy is now en route to Chrono Academy, chatting with Lulu about Anne, telling him how he is one of the greatest swordsmen in the whole continent and his first teacher, and he told him that he respects Anne greatly. Then he told Lulu that if he shared his condition with him, he'd surely help him. But our boy is kind of skeptical because, maybe the old man might not know about his dream. But Lulu told him that the old man might actually know something and then began to explain that those who have the greatest in the continent title and have that title are no less than sorcerers. These guys possess incredible ability much like sorcery. Our boy smiles, saying that if it's like that, then the headmaster might actually be able to help him. Then Lulu got on his shoulder all excited, asking our boy if Ian was his first master, and if so, does that make him his second? Our boy nodded and man, is this cat so happy about it, so he jumped to the ground, got into the Puss in Boots getup, and told our boy that he is now ready for the road trip. Then we cut to the Alcantara metropolis, the city where the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy is situated. The place is packed as usual, and Lulu's just geeking out over all the different magic happening in the streets. The dude decides they need a place to crash for the night and settle on this inn called Birthplace of the Sword. Lulu hops off our boy's shoulder saying it wants to look around the town, so he tells our boy to go ahead and he'll catch up with him after he is done exploring. Our boy lets Lulu go and then enters the inn. Now, the moment he walks in, he's hit with this massive interior filled with swordsmen who all turn to stare at him. Suddenly, this big bald dude approaches him, asking if he's a visitor at Chrono Academy. Our boy nods, and then for some reason, everyone starts laughing. These bastards start saying how the standard has really dropped significantly, and that anyone can just show up for the test. Baldy tries to pull this intimidation move, warning our hero not to overestimate his abilities, and as he says that, everyone starts throwing insults at each other. But before things could get ugly, the bartender calls our boy over and asks him if he is new here. Our boy asks him what the deal is with this place. The bartender tells him the story. Turns out everyone who had come here to apply to chronostats at this place, and after some time this place became famous for hosting this bunch of sword-swinging lunatics. Seeing that our boy didn't know something basic like that, he asked our boy if this was our boy's first time at the open visitor reception, and our hero could only go, yeah, in response, so he starts explaining how Chrono Swordsmanship Academy is the dream of many swordsmen, and because of this, tons of swordsmen started showing up at the academy. At first, they just sent the large crowds away, but there were these hard-heads who refused to leave until they could fight someone. Then you've had others who started calling Chrono Academy a bunch of cowards for not accepting challenges. So the Academy was like, fine, you want to fight? We'll give you a fight. They launched this open visitor reception system where once every 2 weeks, anyone who wants to talk with their swords can challenge someone on a day chosen by the Academy. As he was telling our boy the story, he was taking him to the basement to make him a warrior card. Once they reach the bottom, there's another guy waiting with this measuring device. The deal is simple. Hit it with your best shot, and the square on the top will give you a reading. Our boy initially thinks he has to punch it, which would have been hilarious, but the old man clarifies he needs to use his sword. It also tells him to go all out since the magic tool is quite sturdy and won't break easily. If he said that, our boy still didn't want to do that since, he has monstrous strength, but in the end he decided not to hold back. While our hero's getting ready, these 2 old men start talking about him. One says he looks a bit delicate, and they decide to make a bet because why not? The silver-haired man bets our boy's score will be 300, but the bartender says 500. Then the old geezer changes his bet to 501. They tell our boy to pick a sword from their collection since he doesn't have one of his own, but our boy tells them not to worry and then casually pulls out the Dragon Slayer out of thin air. Seeing this, the old men are freaking out, asking if our boy really just conjured that sword out of nowhere. As they were busy freaking out, our boy was already in the zone. He closed his eyes to focus and to do a vertical slash, slamming the measuring device with everything he's got. Seeing that the measuring device is still intact, our boy's happy because he was genuinely worried about breaking it. The bartender asks how he even conjured the sword in the first place. Our boy just casually answers, oh, it's simple sorcery. But before they could freak out about that, they saw our boy's score and nearly got a heart attack because he had gotten a whopping 10,772 points. Man, that's not even in the same universe as their bets. Our boy then turns to them and asks if he passed the test. With that performance, our boy gets handed a silver warrior card. Then we cut to some hours later to our boy's room. He was telling Lulu everything that happened, and after hearing the story, Lulu went, man, this is crazy, before asking our boy if he's excited about tomorrow, and man, he is, and how can he not be? He is thinking about how tomorrow we'll finally get to see Judith, and he is curious about how much she has grown. So the next day rolls in and our boy went to the academy first thing in the morning. As he got there, he was in a line of other participants. He was looking at the crowd, thinking, so the rumors were indeed true. This place is packed. Lulu's pretty excited too and asks if they could watch for a little bit. And honestly, who could say no to those big googly eyes? Since he has time anyway, our boy decides to watch for a bit as well. As he sits down in the arena, he overhears 2 swordsmen pointing to a boy and saying that the academy has grown crazy because they have sent a boy to fight them. So our boy got curious and glanced in the direction where they were looking. Our boy is surprised to see a familiar face. Seeing the smile on his face, Lulu asks him if he knows that person, and Aaron tells him that he is one of his classmates. Seeing one of his former classmates again, our boy can't help but feel happy. Lulu even comments that Lance looks pretty strong. Looking at Lance now, he's in a growth spurt and has a way better physique than how he was years ago. Man sure leveled up from being one of Brett's cronies back in the day. Lance greets the rest of the swordsmen in the arena and introduces himself, saying that he is a trainee from the 27th generation and will be serving as their opponent for today. Hearing this, many of the swordsmen start complaining about how the academy sent in a trainee and not even a graduate to face them. Hearing their bickering, Lance told them that although they are correct and usually graduates should be the ones facing them today, he used his connections this time around because he wanted to fight people from outside since many are still reluctant to face him and to calm everyone down. He told them that if any of the fighters manage to defeat him today or are disappointed with the fight, then he'll quickly call for his seniors to replace him. This doesn't sound like a bad deal, and just as quickly someone took the bait. Baldy stepped onto the stage and challenged Lance, so they prepared for the battle as the Baldy pulled out his sword. Lance smiles for a second because this bastard was using a great sword that reminds him of our boy. Though he quickly collected his wits and told the Baldy that he could have the first attack, which obviously pissed him off. So this bastard dashes towards our boy to deliver a heavy blow on Lance. Too bad because Lance almost effortlessly blocks his attack. Baldy looks at Lance all terrified. This bastard didn't have a damn clue as to what happened with him just now, but as he was busy being confused, Lance dashes towards him and in just one blow sends the Baldy's swords flying. Seeing him fight, Lulu got excited and told our boy how Lance was simply awesome and pretty tough as well. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Lance asked the audience who wanted to challenge him next, and what do you know? There were still some idiots that wanted to fight him, so after plenty of ass whooping, Lance had defeated almost everyone. Then he once again turned to the audience and noticed something that surprised him. He started walking towards someone from the audience, and for some reason these random nobodies were freaking out, thinking Lance was coming towards them. But nah, he walked past them and asked our boy if it really was him. Our boy smiled and hit him with that long time no see line. Though Lance was not interested in petty details like where our boy was busy all this time, these two then started having a chat when Lance told our boy that if he had come just a few days earlier, he would have met Brett and Judith. Our boy is surprised to know that Brett is at the academy, and Lance quickly explains that Brett had almost immediately come after he left that day. However, Lance says Brett accompanied Judith on a personal mission and left just a few days ago. Although he's happy that Brett returned to the academy, he feels a little disappointed since he couldn't meet them. But Lance is not interested in any more words, so he straight up challenged our boy for a duel. He wanted to see how much he had improved, and our boy doesn't disappoint him. He quickly got down and was now standing in front of Lance, all ready for battle. Seeing this, the crowd can't help but be curious about how our boy was, and the same idiots from before say how they think our boy looks familiar. They wonder if our boy is someone who failed to make it to the academy. So while he is coming up with his theories, Lulu starts cheering for our boy, telling him not to go easy on Lance just because he knows him. Seeing this, Lance asks if Lulu is our boy's pet, but our boy got all awkward and told him that he is actually his teacher, and it's thanks to him that he can do cool stuff like this. Then our boy casually pulls out his swords from thin air. Lance laughs, saying how our boy is simply outstanding, telling our hero that every time he sees him, he's always surprised by what he can do. Then Lance told him how he is not the only one who got stronger in the past 5 years. He too was grinding all this time. So to prove his point, he raised his sword and told our boy to come at him with that. The battle begins. Without wasting a second, Lance charges at our boy, but our boy blocks it. After that, they exchange a few blows. After a while, Lance noticed how, whatever our boy was doing, it felt kind of familiar, and then a crazy idea popped into his mind. For a second, even Lance thought there is no way it's true, but to make sure, he charged at our boy again, and yep, his suspicions were right. Our boy was using Brett's technique, so he was now all surprised and asked our boy how the hell he was using Brett's techniques. Lance is sure of what he saw, these are Brett's techniques. And just when he was about to ask more about it, our boy closes his eyes and gets into position. Oh hell no, not this again. Lance already knew what was coming, so before our boy could deliver this technique, he sprinted in our boy's direction and started delivering one swing after another, not giving our boy a chance to pull such a scary attack. Aaron continues to parry his attacks until our hero manages to break Lance's guard. Lance quickly moved back to put some distance between them. Lance was shocked at how our boy was able to learn his friend's technique, given that the last time he saw it was at the final evaluation 5 years ago. He can't have learned it just from seeing it once, can he? But before he could think about it anymore, our boy snapped him back to reality. With a few leaps, he's suddenly up in the air and right in front of Lance. Our hero swung his sword pretty hard, delivering quite an impact that even dented the ground Lance was stepping on. Then with a signature Beyblade acrobatic spin, our boy used the momentum to deliver a much more powerful blow, and Lance was losing his mind even more because the move our boy used just now was Judith's, and thanks to her technique, our boy pushed Lance back, creating distance between them. Lance thought to himself that he was pretty confident with his defensive skills, and with Judith and Brett not at the academy right now, he was sure he would win against anyone. But was he wrong? Is it not possible to win over our boy? Bro, you were just a side character. Of course you can't. But it doesn't mean he would give up. Lance suddenly lunged toward our boy and gave one powerful swing against our hero, but he didn't stop there. He unleashed a barrage of swings and slashes that pushed our boy back. Seeing that Lance was pretty hard on the offensive, our boy did a vertical slash to break the other's momentum, but Lance was quick to get out of the way. He then jumped back and swung hard against our boy again, but of course our hero is not giving in here. While fighting, Lance admitted to himself that he can't beat our MC as he is right now. He knows the three of them worked pretty hard to become stronger, but that doesn't matter to him because Lance won't back down without putting up a fight. Just then, Lance prepared himself to send a powerful thrust toward our boy, but our hero managed to duck to dodge it, leaving Lance's guard wide open, so he went in for the final move. Our boy dashed towards Lance, and with one clean swing, our boy managed to disarm his friend. Lance's sword went flying high and landed on the far side of the stage. Still shaking, Lance just smiled and admitted his defeat. The match was done, so they got all buddy-buddy, shaking each other's hands. Our boy told Lance how it was a good match, and Lance started hitting him with the questions that he had been holding back and asked him what the heck he's been doing for the last 5 years to have progressed this much. Meanwhile, as Lulu listened to the other swordsmen talk about how they never thought Lance would lose, the cat suddenly felt a presence. Lulu quickly jumped onto the stage and told our boy he's here. Our boy asked who, and Lulu told him that the teacher he told him about is here. Just then, Ian walks in. The old man asked how Aaron was doing. Our boy told him that he was doing fine. Though Ian wanted to talk about the talking cat, those things can wait. He then turned to Lance and asked Lance who won during their match. Lance got shy for a second and told him that he lost to our boy. Hearing this, it seems that our boy wasn't slacking off after all, the headmaster said, but suddenly, our hero turned serious and started apologizing because he came back late. Before our boy could continue, though, Ian stopped him, saying that two swordsmen have met, so it's only natural that they talk with their swords. Our boy got all surprised. He hadn't expected that in the least, but Lulu was enjoying this situation way too much. And so does the crowd. I mean, think about it. Who wouldn't want to see the greatest in the continent in action? With both of them standing face to face, our boy tells Anne he's not holding anything back and immediately goes on the offensive. Of course, the old dude blocks it, and get this, he's doing it with one hand casually chilling behind his back. Our boy goes for an upper swing next, which also gets blocked, and just like that, Ian breaks through his guard like it's nothing. Being the good teacher he is, Ian's already roasting our hero's technique, pointing out how his attacks are way too predictable. Then he decides to give a live demonstration, showing how you're supposed to use the force from blocking to add even more power and speed to your counterattacks. Then, using that same technique he just showed off, Ian rushes straight at our hero, putting him completely on the defensive. Ian notices pretty quickly that our boy is trying to copy Brett's technique from earlier, and he actually praises him for pulling it off decently well. But his flow is all choppy and interrupted. Our boy barely manages to block when the headmaster suddenly comes at him from the side with a sneak attack. And once again, Ian calls out another flaw. Our boy is way too slow in switching from attacking to defending. Then this 95-year-old man just straight up punches our hero in the gut. Now look, the dude might be ancient, but don't forget he's the resident baddest grandpa of this series, so that punch hit like a truck. Our boy immediately drops to his knees. It's been a hot minute since he's taken an L this bad. The headmaster is already going into lecture mode, telling our boy that in a real fight, there's no such thing as now I'm attacking and now I'm defending. It all blends together. But our boy's stubborn as hell. He gets back up and charges straight at Ian, hitting him with the sword of the sky. Up in the stands, Lance is having a full-blown existential crisis watching this. He literally can't believe what he's seeing. The dude's wondering if he fell asleep and this is all just a dream or something. But Ian is not impressed at all. For him, what our boy just pulled off was not too shabby at best. Then he suddenly launches this quick attack that's so powerful it sends our boy flying backwards. And just to add insult to injury, the old man tells him his last attack was weak, though it was slightly better than his earlier attempts. So our boy's standing there completely gassed, breathing heavily, when the headmaster tells him there's still one more thing Aaron hasn't shown him yet. And just like that, our boy gets into position. He closes his eyes, holds his sword in front of him, and starts meditating. The crowd's confused as hell at this point because both guys are just standing there with their eyes closed, not moving. But Lance already knows what's about to go down. Our boy's gonna pull out that vertical slash he did during the final evaluation. A moment later, our boy opens his eyes and delivers the vertical slash, but unlike last time when it was this huge spectacle, this time you only feel these gusts of wind. Meanwhile, Ian is standing perfectly still, focusing his energy when he suddenly realizes what just happened. He quickly coats his sword with aura and redirects our boy's attack, and man, the damage this time is absolutely insane. Like, almost half the entire arena just gets deleted. Once the dust settles, everyone in the crowd is losing their minds because the old man just used an aura sword, something only a handful of people in the entire world can even do. Then he gives our boy that signature cheeky smile and tells him he never actually planned on using his aura sword. He praises our boy for being able to find his own blade. Our boy nods, but you can see in his eyes something's bothering him, and picks up on it immediately, so he turns to the crowd and announces that's it for today. Then he tells our boy he's sure there's a lot they need to talk about, and now that they had their conversation with swords, it's time for an actual conversation with words. So we cut to Ian's office sometime later, and man, Lulu's being adorable again. He's just hanging by Ian's desk, introducing himself and telling Ian he's our boy's second teacher. Ian's pretty surprised to see a talking cat, obviously, but asks if he should be using formal speech with him. Lulu tells him nah, there's no need for that. They're both teachers, so they should just be friendly with each other. After that, Ian finally introduces the white-haired mommy standing next to him, telling our boy she's Kira Finn, the head swordsman of the academy. Our boy introduces himself back, keeping it polite. Now that introductions are out of the way, the old man's ready to hear what's been going on. He asks our boy to explain what exactly happened over the last 5 years and what's been troubling him. Our boy tells him everything, the whole story. Ian takes this long, deep breath before saying he can't give him a real solution to the dream problem and immediately tells him to leave. But then he quickly clarifies he doesn't mean it like last time. Our boy's welcome to stay and train for as long as he wants. He adds that if our boy can't suppress the old swordsman's will, he could just avoid situations that trigger it. But then he asks our boy if that's really what he wants to do. He tells our boy there are tons of different paths a swordsman can take, and just avoiding the old swordsman's will can't be the only option. Then he drops some wisdom, telling our boy the world he knows right now is still pretty small. If he changes his environment, his perspective will change too. And once that happens, there's a chance it could lead to a change of heart. Maybe, just maybe, our boy might find something that'll strengthen his resolve even more. Or hell, he might end up choosing a completely different path with his sword. The possibilities are endless, but to actually see those possibilities, our boy has to go on a journey. He needs to see the world for himself, find his own answers, and learn more about this old swordsman haunting his dreams. After hearing all that, our boy just sits there in silence. The old man tells him he knows it's not an easy decision and to take his time thinking it over carefully. But nah, our boy doesn't hesitate for even a second. He tells Anne he'll do it. The white-haired mommy's shocked at how fast he answered. Our boy explains that he's always been running away from things, avoiding stuff he was afraid of or didn't want to deal with, but not anymore. So we cut to Ian and Kira chilling and talking about our boy after he left. Ian asks Kira what she thinks about her boy, and she tells him that our boy is certainly remarkable, but she can't call him the swordsman just yet. Ian's way more chill about it though, telling her to give the kids some time. The next day, our boy's about to dip from the academy to start his new adventure when Lance pulls him aside. He's telling him about heading west, saying the 5 Western kingdoms are packed with swordsmanship academies and famous colosseums. Oh, and Judith probably went that way too. As they're saying their goodbyes, Lance is sitting there feeling some type of way about losing to our boy. But before he can spiral into a full-on pity party, Karo walks up to him and tells him to get over his inferiority complex and grow up, just like he always manages to do. So our boy and his master sorcerer cat are heading to the city with absolutely zero plan or direction when suddenly this orc just appears out of nowhere asking if they got any food. The orc recognizes our boy too and tells him he's the same dude who did that fortune-telling thing for him 5 years ago. Our boy's brain finally catches up and he remembers this is the orc who gave him that note way back when. They end up at a diner, and this orc is absolutely demolishing everything on the table. Lulu's giving our boy major side-eye and saying this orc seems sketchy as hell. But our boy, being the pure-hearted protagonist he is, senses the orc isn't actually dangerous. I mean, the dude did return that important note to him, so he can't be that bad. Although the orc asking about his age back then was kind of weird. Maybe this fortune teller knows something about our boy's mysterious dream situation. After the orc finishes inhaling his body weight in food, Lulu walks up to him, still not trusting him at all, so the orc just pulls out this wooden ball and shows it to Lulu. And bro, Lulu's entire personality changes in 0.5 seconds as he grabs that ball. The orc explains it's got powder from some plant called teo that only grows in the northwest, and apparently cats absolutely love it. Just like that, Lulu's like, you know what? This orc might actually be pretty cool. The orc says he'll pay our boy back for the meal, but his payment method is fortune-telling. So he gets into his fortune-telling zone and tells our boy there's a paimon tree where you live. Our boy's like, no, there isn't. The orc immediately backtracks, saying maybe our boy was just a kid and doesn't remember it. Our boy doubles down, though definitely no tree. So the orc tries again, suggesting maybe it got planted recently and when our boy gets home. But our boy says that he highly doubts it. So now both Aaron and Lulu are giving this orc serious side eyes, thinking this guy's a total fraud. Then Lulu decides to test him too. The orc tells him he likes raw salmon. Lulu just stares at him like, bro, I'm a CAT. Are you for real right now? He immediately tells our boy this orc is 100% a quack, a complete sham artist, and that's probably why he's broke and begging for food. But the end, before they can write him off completely, the orc takes this deep breath, and his whole vibe changes. His eyes go cold as ice like he's staring straight into our boy's soul. He tells him, the burden in your heart got heavier. Our boy Fafar EZS. The orc continues explaining there's something heavy like an iron stake stuck in his chest, and someone put it there. Both our boy and Lulu are absolutely shook hearing this, because how the hell would he know that? The orc explains he's not even using fortune-telling skills right now, he's using his abilities as an elementalist. He breaks it down. Life is made up of 5 types of energy: earth, metal, fire, wood, and water. He pulls out this little bag of sand, dumps it on the table, and says that's how he sensed the metal energy disrupting everything inside our boy. The iron stake is throwing off his whole energy balance, but he can't just remove it. He needs to achieve harmony, especially since one of our boy's energies is stupidly strong compared to the others. The orc says what our boy needs to do is borrow the power of an incompatible energy to control it. As he's explaining, this metal alloy rises out of the sand. Then the orc snaps his fingers and the thing just bursts into flames. He tells our boy he needs to harness his fire energy to control the metal. If he can suppress that mental energy, he could turn this whole burden situation into an incredible opportunity. Right now, our boy sees it as a curse, but with flames, he could forge a sword so legendary everyone would want it. Then the orc smacks the flaming alloy between his hands and opens them to reveal a tiny sword. Our boy's convinced now and asks what he needs to do. The orc told him to intensify the fire burning in his heart. Right now, there's only a small flame inside him, which wasn't even there when they first met years ago. The orc tells him to keep moving, just like throwing logs on a fire. Work hard, keep that fire going, and eventually it'll grow strong enough to handle that metal stake situation. With that, it's time to say goodbye, but as our boy and Lulu turn to leave, the orc suddenly calls out and asks if he can tag along with them. He tells them that he's been wandering the continent for the last decade, so he could work as their guide. You know, as long as our boy gives him a little salary. And this is totally not about the money, guys, not at all. Our boy takes like 2 seconds to decide and says, sure, why not? The fortune teller immediately screams in joy that he's finally got a stable income. Both our boy and Lulu just stare at him, and the orc quickly tries to save face by saying it's rare to witness a promising young talent grow, so it'll be worthwhile. Lulu, being the savage he is, tells him he won't get paid if he sucks at his job. The orc just promises he'll do his best. Then Coover asks our boy if there's someplace he wanted to go, and our boy has absolutely zero plans or direction in life right now, so Coover suggests they should go to Darinku. It's apparently this city that is everything dwarves, blacksmiths, the whole fantasy starter pack. Plus he mentions that swinging by Darinku before they reach those 5 western kingdoms could be pretty useful for our boy. When Coover mentions blacksmiths, Lulu tells him that our boy doesn't need one, as he already has a pretty sturdy sword. But Coover told him that they're not going there just for equipment. Meeting people who are absolute masters at working with metal and fire could be a learning experience for our boy. Watching them melt metal, shape it, and forge it into a sword, seeing that whole process up close might help him figure out how to control that fire energy in his heart. Now that the orc puts it that way, Lulu actually agrees. He mentions they use the same visualization trick in sorcery training, telling Aaron that it's way more effective if he has a clear mental image of what he wants to happen. Once our boy remembers the sword-making process, Lulu suggests using it for mental training. And since this isn't his first rodeo with sorcery, it should be easy peasy. Convinced, our boy decides they're heading to Darinku, and Kuver's hiked to lead them on a shortcut. Little did they know they were about to witness Kuver's true power. Turns out this fortune-teller orc is an absolute beast at haggling. Our boy and Lulu watched in awe as Kuver went toe-to-toe with an innkeeper, threatening to cause a scene and yell until the poor guy had no choice but to give in. Once the innkeeper retreated inside, Kuver casually told our boy to drop his stuff in their room and said he knows a good place to eat. At the restaurant, this man pulled out a regular customer card and guilt-tripped the server into giving them 5 free mugias of beer. You can't deny it, even our boy can't. This Kuver dude's got stacks Yahellos. That night, as all 3 of them are lying in bed, Lulu asks Kuver to tell them a funny story. Anyway, back to the present, Kuver asks our boy if he knows who the 10 strongest people on the continent are. Aaron says the only ones he knows are the old man from Kronos and the head of the Linde family. As for the rest, he has no clue. Hearing these names, the orc sighs in complete exasperation and asks how our boy could know so little about this world, especially if he wants to be a swordsman. So he starts explaining, the strongest warriors on the continent come from the 5 kingdoms of the West and the Holy Kingdom. That's been the case for generations. But there's one guy who stands out among them all, head swordmaster Ayan from Kronos Swordsmanship Academy. He's the leading figure among these powerhouses, which also include Captain Julius Fall of the Holy Kingdom's White Knights, Captain Roberto Clark of the Red Knights, the 5 heads of the major swordsman families, including Joshua Linde, and finally Karakum, the mighty orc warrior. So that's 10 of the strongest swordsmen on the continent. But Kuver also mentions that Ignet deserves to be on the list too, making it 11. Our boy gets a little surprised as Ignet's name is mentioned, but before he could think of anything, Lulu asked Kuver if he was tripping because he was still missing one person. Kuver admits there's actually one more person considered the strongest, but he's not super familiar with him because of the old man's Meteoric rise. Even though the majority picks this guy as the strongest swordsman, Kuver has a different opinion. He thinks Khan is the strongest. And get this man became a sword master at the age of 70. Can you imagine becoming OP at 7 years old? Our boy suddenly sits up in bed, and Lulu says the guy must have been really determined to pull that off. Kuver continues, saying this dude received tons of criticism and ridicule for his foolishness. I mean, understandable who in their right mind tries to become a sword master at 70, but he was bent on achieving his dream, and now at 90 he's hailed as the strongest swordsman on the continent by some people. His story affected a lot of people, not just swordsmen. Hearing all this, our boy can't help but praise the guy, but then he adds something interesting. He says this legendary swordmaster must have been pretty impressive even at 50 back when he was still just an ordinary swordsman getting ridiculed left and right. Our boy adds that there must be tons of other people out there just like him, people who haven't been recognized yet but keep moving forward anyway. They haven't bloomed yet, but someday they definitely will. Kuver grins at our boy's attitude and agrees there are plenty of people in this world who just haven't reached their time yet. But in his mind, he was thinking to himself how interesting it is that our boy's perspective isn't just limited to his blade. He's able to look at things from a broader angle, which is pretty damn rare. The next day, the trio sets out early. Kuver points out they just need to pass through the Alhid Mountains to reach Darinku, but they can't just waltz through because bandits roam the area. Our boy's surprised, but the orc assures him they only need to join a merchant group, and since our boy has a warrior card, there's nothing to worry about. Sure enough, our boy just flashes his warrior card and gets accepted into a group easily. Kuver joins another group just as smoothly since many people consider fortune-teller orcs symbols of luck. As Lulu was in the middle of roasting Kuver, they heard a little girl offering to fix shoes, armor, or whatever they needed in exchange for payment. And man, she is cute and cheerful. And what do you know? She even got the job. After collecting the equipment, she turned to our boys' group and skipped over excitedly. She stopped in front of them. She was all excited to see a talking cat, and then she introduced herself as Anya. She tells our boys she can fix their shoes, armor, or whatever they want as long as they pay her. Our boy politely declines, so Anya happily bounces away. As soon as she does, the master student Du senses she's actually a sorcerer. Then we cut to some moment later. The group was already deep in the forest. Seeing that Aaron was obviously worried about something, so they asked our boy if something was bothering him. Our boy asked them, can I use my sword against people? Kuver's confused, so Aaron clarifies he's never killed anyone before, and today, he feels like that need might arise. He's aware there will come a time when he has to do it, even if he doesn't want to. But will he hesitate when the moment comes? Can he really do it to fellow humans? After all, bandits are still humans, so is scaring them off and chasing them away the right thing to do? But then again, if he lets them go, they might continue hurting other people. So can he really say he did the right thing by sparing them? But Kuver just laughed and told our boy that he is overthinking something he shouldn't even worry about right now. But our boy can't help but worry, especially since he heard these bandits are led by some terrible man named Kazur. Kuvar explains that Kazur wants to maintain peace and his group has been here for 5 years. As long as you pay them, they let you pass. The merchant groups hire escorts to intimidate bandits, not to fight them. So basically, these bandits are more like businessmen and the merchants don't really think of them as bad people. The best way Kuvar can describe it, it's like paying taxes in the city. But our boy asks Kuvar, doesn't that still make them bad people for taking money from merchants? And how come the surrounding kingdoms are okay with this? To his surprise, another knight answers, saying the merchants offer bribes to the surrounding territories and they've established a mutual understanding. All of this is giving Lulu a headache and our boy says how it's pretty messed up, but Kuvar shuts him down, saying, well, kid, that's how the world works. As he was saying that, the bandits appeared, so the merchants pulled out a bag full of gold, saying that they have the money ready for the toll and don't want any trouble. But nah, these bastards told them to leave their stuff behind and get lost before they kill them. Lulu asked Kuvar what happened to mutual understanding. The merchants told the bandit leader that they'll pay the toll as usual, maybe a little more, so what was he saying? But the bandit got mad and told them that he is not going to repeat himself, saying they are going to do things the old way from now on. Lulu hits Kuvar on the head, and the orc looks at Kazur in confusion, saying he's never been like this before. But our boy senses something odd about the bandit. He takes a step forward, so Lulu asks what's wrong. Aaron told him that he is sensing demonic energy coming from the bandit. Lulu asks if our boy's feeling like he's changing, like what happened during the expedition. Our hero told him that this demonic energy is pretty weak, which is why he still has a good hold on himself. Kuvar asks what they're talking about, and our boy explains it has to do with that iron stake in his heart. His emotions get intense as soon as he senses demonic energy, making him lose control as rage takes over. But Kazur doesn't seem to have turned into a demon, which confuses our hero even more. Just then, this Blondie walks up to Kazuk, saying that he should not create unnecessary trouble. He draws his sword, and for some reason the merchants are buzzing. Apparently, this cocky bastard is somewhat famous. He approaches Kazur and warns him they'll suffer damages if they fight here, so the bandits might as well let the merchant group pass. Wolfing draws his sword confidently, but Kazur just stares at the blade and goes, wow, nice sword, hand it over. Though this cocky bastard only listened the first half and was feeling proud, saying how the lowly bandits should know their place, so he didn't see the huge hammer coming towards his face. This bastard gets smacked so hard he flies in the opposite direction and loses consciousness as soon as he hits a tree. The other merchants asked the other knights to do something, but the knights basically said, are you crazy, dude? Didn't you see Wolfing flying? There is no way we are fighting that, so now the merchants started panicking, saying how they can't hand over their stuff as their life depends on this, and if they hand it over, they are as good as dead. Seeing them quarreling, Kazur said not to bother with it anymore as he has changed his mind. He's just going to take them all out since they pissed him off. And our boy noticed it and started walking towards him and told him to stop what he was doing because he was clearly not himself. But Kazur asks who the hell he is. Our boy introduces himself as Aaron Pereira, an official trainee from Kronos Swordsmanship Academy's 27th cohort. Hearing this, the merchants started talking among themselves. Wait, Kronos Swordsmanship Academy? Did he say 27th cohort? Isn't that the golden Kyo Ajuarti? But this bastard didn't believe our boy and asked him if he thinks that he is a fool, saying what kind of trainee he is if he can't even bring a sword, and charged straight at our boy. But our boy is too OP for this side character and decided to aura farm, so he casually stopped his giant hammer with one hand. The bandit leader's shocked, but our boy just looks him in the eye and asks where he got that necklace from, casually yanking the sword off of his hand. Then we are hit with a flashback. When our boy first woke up, we saw Kirill talking to him about how he's not weak anymore, telling him to wipe that blank look off his face. Our boy thanks his sister for worrying about him, but being asunder, she was like, don't take it wrong, you fool. I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about other people. According to the sorceress, when you're strong, you have to let it be known. If you know people will take one look at your face, assume the wrong idea, then you'll have to keep teaching them the same lesson over and over again. Now back to the present. Kazuk hadn't learned his lesson the first time and was charging at our boy, so he just casually pulled out his sword, thinking he'd do enough damage to scare him off, so he does his signature vertical slash. In the next second, Kazuk was on the ground begging for his life. Our boy reached over and snapped the necklace off him. As soon as he does, our hero can feel the demonic energy emanating from it. It's not super strong, but it's still pretty intense for something that made Kazur act that way. Our hero asks Kazur about where he got it, but nah, this bastard doesn't know anything, but the merchants don't believe him in the least and want to beat him up, but our boy just says, it's okay, I believe him. With that, this Alhad Mountains chapter is over. We cut to some time later, and the merchants were saying their goodbye to our boy, thanking him for saving their lives and goods and offering to help him out if he ever needs anything. As soon as they're gone, Lulu immediately hops on Kuvar's head, saying they shouldn't have let the bandits off the hook. But our boy tries to reason that they weren't like that in the first place, and since he already took the necklace, there shouldn't be any more problems. Lulu's not convinced and says if they ever pull a stunt like that again, he'll break their bones next time. Changing the subject, our boy says he needs to get back to training with his sword since it's been a while. Coover tells him he looked pretty strong earlier, and our hero says if he wasn't strong enough to take down Kazur, a lot of people would have been hurt. So the stronger he becomes, the more options he'll have in situations like these. Then he asks Coover if he hadn't told him earlier that there were a lot of strong swordsmen in Darinku. Coover nods, saying once he is there, he'll be able to duel with lots of swordsmen and even get a custom-made sword for him made by master blacksmiths. Hearing that, our boy smiles, saying he's looking forward to it. Coover notices the fire in his heart just grew bigger. Just then, our boy pulled out the necklace and was ready to destroy it. Coover stops him, saying he can't go around destroying things like this. He pulls out his magical pouch and stores the necklace. As they were busy talking, Anya walked over to them, being absolutely freaking cute, telling our boy how cool this sword is and how she wants to trade it with her secret treasure. Anya's telling our boy how she wants to give his sword to her captain as a gift. Aaron told her that he doesn't want to trade his sword, plus it won't do her any good as he's the only one who can wield it. All cheerful, Anya told him not to worry about it and said that she can wield it too, which only confuses our boy even more. Seeing that our boy wasn't giving in, she pulls out her so-called treasure literally out of thin air. It's this gigantic golden pig, way bigger than her entire head. Lulu and Coover are both impressed, especially the orc, who's got his eyes practically sparkling at the sight of this thing. But our boy, he's getting cautious because there's this intense amount of sorcery radiating from the object. As he's about to ask what she even uses it for, Lulu talks over him and asks how she made it instead. Annie is happy to explain, telling them she was able to make it with the money she saved up over an entire year. Then she turns back to our boy and asks him to trade his sword for her golden piggy bank, but the answer is still the same, so Anya tells him that she could make the piggy bank even bigger. Our boy told her that there is no need, but nah, she just pulls out a pouch from her stuff and takes out one gold coin, inserting it into the golden pig. As soon as she does, the thing instantly grows bigger. Now Lulu and Coover are actually leaning toward the idea of exchanging our boy's sword for this golden piggy bank. Our boy told them that it's not happening, and then he turned to Anya and told her that she can't have the sword, even when she does this cute little pout to try and appeal to him. That rejection didn't faze her at all. She was just as happy as before, and before leaving, she told our boy that she'll do her best to make more money as she travels to Darinku. Maybe next time our boy will change his mind. Later that night, our boy's about to head to bed when Coover calls for him, asking him to join the orc at his table. Our boy told him to enjoy saying that he doesn't drink, but Coover just points to another man seated at the table who's apparently got some pretty juicy information to share about Darinku. Curious about what he has to say, our boy takes a seat. As soon as he sits down, the man drops some news. The greatest blacksmith of Darinku, this dwarf named Vulcanus, has come out of seclusion. He tells our boy that the swords Vulcanus makes are so damn impressive that swordsmen across the entire continent are desperate to get their hands on his work. One of the defining features of his creations is that he engraves numbers on the swords he took a liking to, which became known as number swords. And there are only a few individuals on the continent that have one because there are only two ways you can own one. The first is if you're already a sword master. The other is if you're destined to become a sword master. Our boy's surprised by this, but the man just continues with his story. He says how 10 years ago, 3 swordsmen obtained a number of swords, and as time went on, it didn't take long for all 3 to become sword masters. And not just them. All the others who've come to own a number sword eventually became sword masters too. And here's the most important part. In 2 days, Darinku will hold a competition to determine who will be the owner of the 10th numbered sword, as he said that all the men are going crazy over it, all curious about the competition. Hearing all this, our boy thinks to himself how this would be a good experience for him, regardless of whether it involves his sword or not. Seeing that many swordsmen will probably be taking part, he decides he'll compete as well. As Wolfgang hears this, he says how it would be pointless to participate in the competition if our boy is participating. Well, I can't exactly blame the guy. I mean, it's our boy we're talking about here. With that, our hero gets up and bids goodnight to Coover and the rest. Coover asks him to stay for a little while, saying that there are a lot more interesting stories the man hasn't shared yet. Our boy just says he's tired and feeling a little pressured, so Coover lets him leave. After our boy was gone, Coover was thinking about how our boy is pretty different from the rest. Usually swordsmen would jump at the opportunity to hear more stories, but our hero's not into that at all. Sure, it could be his personality, but our boy is definitely different from all the swordsmen Coover has met until now. It's like he's the furthest from being a swordsman out of anyone he knows. Meanwhile, back in his room, our boy was thinking about what happened today and how he almost lost control once again after he sensed the demonic energy. It was a good thing that it was only a small amount so he was able to control himself. Thinking that stuff like this might happen again in the future, our boy decides to do some mental training. As soon as he does, he pictures an image in his mind of a shadow figure standing in front of a large metal block. Then we cut to the next day and our group is already in Darinku. Coover wasn't kidding when he said there'd be a lot of swordsmen because the city is absolutely flooded with them. Coover looks at the crowd and says that they must have come to the city after hearing the news about the competition. While walking around, they see Anya talking to a guy asking him where the captain is. The man just laughs at her. The moment Lulu sets eyes on this guy, her tail suddenly perks up, saying that the man Anya is talking to is actually a master. Coover's shocked. He thinks to himself that the man seems powerful, but a sword master? Is it possible a new one was born on the continent without him knowing? But his train of thought gets cut off when Anya, along with that dude, walks up to them. The man introduces himself as George. Our boy and the others introduce themselves back, and George is quick to point out that their little band is interesting. Just like Anya thinking that they might misunderstand him, he quickly explained that he didn't mean it in a bad way. Then George asked our boy if he could see his sword. He explained that he got curious Anya because Anya won't shut up about it. Our boy agreed and then pulled out his sword. As he was doing that, George stared at our boy. He had some weird ability, so he was able to see the old man from our boy's dream. Looking at the sword, George said that now he understands why Anya wants it so badly. Anya looked at George all cheerful, asking him if now he gets why she wanted it for the captain. George told her that although he gets where she is coming from, she can't go around taking other people's things, so with that, they bid the group farewell and went on their way. After they were gone, our boy said how George looks strong and now he's even more curious about what their captain is like. That person must be pretty amazing if they got these two as their underlings. As they were busy talking about this mysterious captain, the crowd went crazy because these twin swordsmen, Charlotte and Victor, showed up. As usual, our boy knows nothing, so he has to ask Coover if the two are famous. Coover nods, saying that they were famous and pretty strong together. They could even stand up against a master. Seeing how some pretty big names showed up for the competition, Coover tells our hero that this won't be as easy as he initially thought, but our boy is all fired up knowing that George is also participating. This will be a good opportunity for him to learn, he says, explaining how he'll use this opportunity as a learning experience. Coover paused for a second and told our boy he shouldn't just go around fighting others for the sake of learning from them. He then asked him if he thinks when Kun faced the old man, he was just thinking of it as a learning experience. Of course not. He was bent on beating Anne, and that was why he was able to reach the same level as Anne one day. Then Coover tells our boy that if he wants to be a swordsman, he better compete with the intention to win. So our boy's just standing there completely shook after hearing Coover drop some real wisdom on him. Like the orc basically told him something so profound that dude's brain just blue screened for a second. Coover's immediately thinking, oh crap, did I go too hard on him? And starts backpedaling with apologies, but our hero just thanks him and says he finally gets what's been missing from his whole vibe. Back at the inn, our boy's sitting on his bed doing the whole meditation thing, thinking about this concept of desire to win. And here's where it gets real. He admits he literally never thought about that before. Even back at the Kron Swordsmanship Academy, my guy was just trying to cosplay as the old man instead of actually wanting to beat people. Meanwhile, his friends Brett and Judith were out there with that killer instinct, actually trying to clap their opponents. Then he remembers the whole sorcery lecture about how the purest form of desire comes from mixing it with fighting spirit, and it clicks. That's why Coover said what he said. But then our boy's sitting there like, wait, have I ever even felt that before? And I'm screaming at the screen like, bro, you literally wanted to overtake Ilya during mid-TRMs. Short-term memory loss is real, folks. The next morning, Coover's having a whole guilt trip session with himself, thinking he came on too strong and should have been more careful about our hero's feelings. But Lulu tells him to chill. And right on cue, our boy walks out. Lulu notices something's different, though the cat can't quite put its paw on what. Coover, on the other hand, can literally see the fire in our boy's heart is now burning like he chugged 5 energy drinks. They're all set, so the trio heads to the Darinkyu Arena. At the arena, it's basically Swordsman Comic-Con. You've got Double Blade, Kushu walking around, the intimidating one, Strike Randall, and a whole bunch of other talents. They grab seats and Coover's doing commentary, saying Charlotte and Victor might not be guaranteed winners because there's too much competition. Then this absolute unit of a dwarf, Vulcan, walks in with his 2 dwarf homies. Without wasting time, my man introduces himself and explains the competition mechanics. 2 people step on stage and fight until one wins. Winner stays, loser leaves. If the winner taps out, 2 new challengers step up. Pretty straightforward, except the crowd's confused about how they'll decide an ultimate winner. But Vulcan told everyone that there is no ultimate champion. The whole point isn't to crown a winner. It's to find someone who will inspire him enough to forge the 10th numbering sword. The other 2 dwarves nod like, yeah, that's the plan. The competition starts, and guess who steps up first? Victor and Randall. The crowd goes absolutely feral because these 2 are supposed to be among the strongest. But Randall's not here for pleasantries. He tells Victor straight up that he despises pretenders like him and can see all the wicked stuff he's hiding behind that smile. Victor's just vibing though, totally unbothered, even calling Randall his angry junior. Meanwhile, Lulu's watching this drama unfold and asks what their beef is. Kuvar explains that Victor and Charlotte are basically celebrity mercenaries. They've destroyed demon nests, helped countryside folks for cheap, and saved merchants from monsters. But here's the thing about fame. The more popular you get, the more people want to take you down. Hence why Randall's got beef. Back on stage, Randall asks Vulcan, can I kill my opponent? Vulcan's just like, sure, as long as your opponent agrees. And Victor says he doesn't mind either, as long as he overpowers Randall. Vulcan gives the signal and these 2 are already clashing swords. There's this loud metallic CLA, something goes flying through the air and Randall's sword is shattered. Victor wins just like that. The crowd lose their minds. Meanwhile, in the stands, our boys are muttering about how strong Victor is. Meanwhile, Anya and George are watching from a distance. George is praising Victor's strength, and when Anya asks how strong, he casually drops that Victor's probably one of the top 200 swordsmen on the entire continent. But then George asks the important question, did Anya confirm it's those two? She says yes, Victor and Charlotte are the targets. The gold lines turn red, which apparently means something significant. George tells her to leave a mark on them, but Anya's out here complaining about not wanting to waste 2 days worth of whatever currency they're using. She pulls out these golden piggy banks and smashes them. Golden light shoots out and flies straight to Charlotte and Victor's foreheads, leaving golden symbols. Then she breaks ANOT's piggy bank and sends the light to Lulu. As the golden light hits Lulu, she makes this surprise sound and asks our boy to scratch his forehead. Our hero's probably confused as hell, while Kuvar's just having the time of his life watching matches. George is standing there like, why did you mark the key AT instead of the actual main character? And Anya just shrugs, saying it doesn't matter since they're always together anyway. George asks if she can only mark one person, and Anya explains it's harder to mark a sorcerer. George is just done at this point, wondering how this spoiled brat became such a powerful sorcerer. Turns out Anya has these magical piggy banks that can grant any wish as long as the value doesn't exceed the money saved in them. So one by one, swordsmen are lining up to challenge Victor, thinking they've got a shot, but these poor souls are either getting their weapons shattered like cheap glass or being brought to their knees while Victor's out here making it look easier than a tutorial level. By now, this man has demolished 17 opponents with single strikes. People in the crowd are already calling it, saying Victor's obviously winning and everyone else should just pack up and go home. Since nobody's brave or stupid enough to step up anymore, Charlotte finally enters the stage. Victor looks at him and goes, finally a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Okay, he didn't say that exactly, but the energy's there. Charlotte glances over at Vulcan trying to read the dwarf's vibe, but Vulcan's just standing there with his arms crossed. And that's when our boy stands up. He has seen enough and is ready for a showdown now. So our hero walks to the stage and the announcer's hyping up the new challenger. Victor sizes him up, thinking he's pretty strong. Our boy approaches Charlotte and offers to wait if Charlotte wants to fight first. But Charlotte's like, nah, you go ahead, and then immediately calls him out for forgetting his sword. Bro, can we please retire this joke? My guy literally gets roasted about his sword in every single arc. But Aaron calmly says he's got it with him, and Charlotte's just like, alright, guess you've got tricks up your sleeve. Our boy steps onto the stage thinking about how he finally understands the desire to win. And as soon as he does, Vulcan looks at him like he just saw a ghost. Our hero remembers that time Ilya overtook him during midterm evaluations, and that memory reignites his competitive fire. Even Charlotte notices the change in our boy's expression, but Vulcan literally jumps out of his seat, and the other two dwarves follow him immediately. Our boy's psyching himself up, ready to defeat Victor, when Vulcan just sprints onto the stage and interrupts them right as they're about to start fighting. Then he announces that he's already decided the owner of the 10th numbering sword is our boy. Charlotte's the first to be like, excuse me, wait, while the crowd loses their collective minds. People are screaming about how unfair this is, calling it rigged. They're thinking this whole thing was some elaborate scam. But Vulcan grabs his megaphone and tells everyone to shut up, reminding them that the competition was never about finding the strongest fighter, it was about finding someone who'd inspire him. The other two dwarves back him up, saying that usually they would choose someone else as not to overlap their choices, but they can't give up on our boy. With that, Vulcan shooed everyone and told our boy to follow him. Victor's just glaring at the dwarf's back, probably planning dwarf-themed revenge scenarios in his head. But you know what? Victor and Charlotte are actually good sports about it. They congratulate our boy, with Charlotte saying he knew he was special all along. Meanwhile, Randall's sitting in the stands looking like he's plotting murder. And we cut to some time later and our boy's being made to show off his swordsmanship skills, swinging left and right. Once Vulcan's satisfied, he has our hero put his sword down so the other two dwarves can examine it. And these dwarves are LLSing their minds. One's asking what metal was used because of how sturdy it is. The other one's hammering away at it and can't even leave a mark, which makes him wonder how the sword got so many scratches in the first place. Like my guy, our boy's been through bores with this thing. While the dwarves are doing their thing, the trio are standing around awkwardly. Kuvar told our boy how he's never heard of this method before. Our boy's surprised too. Apparently he needs to show not just his swordsmanship, but also his fighting spirit to these blacksmiths. But here's where our boy's insecurity kicks in. He asks Kuvar if maybe the dwarves only picked him because they sensed the old man's energy instead of his own. Kuvar reassures him that while that's possible, our boy's doing great on his own and will eventually surpass all that. Still, our hero feels kind of bummed about it. That's when Kuvar decides this won't do. The orc looks at our boy's sad face and goes into haggler mode. This absolute lazy Andy marches over to Vulcan while Lulu's shouting requests for the cat to get a sword too. Vulcan is not pleased with Kuvar's audacity. The dwarf can't believe this orc is asking him to give our boy's sword for free. But wait, there's more. Kuvar has two additional conditions. First, he wants Vulcan to provide a sword for Lulu and tailored equipment for our boy. Second, they need to be allowed to watch the whole process. Vulcan throws a fit, asking why he should agree to any of this nonsense, but my man is an excellent negotiator. He tells Vulcan straight up that the dwarf is actually using our boy to improve his rusty scales. The dwarf's shocked, and before he can defend himself, Coover adds that even Pablo and Dyson have been practicing for a while. These three dwarves have been wandering around looking for inspiration, and they struck gold with our boy. They didn't want to miss this chance, so they're exploiting him as inspiration fuel. Vulcan is okay by this accusation and questions Coover's authority to make such claims. Coover then drops that he's one of the finest guides in the land. And just like that, our boy gets new equipment that's way lighter than his old gear, and Lulu finally gets his own sword plus a suit of armor. With our boy's spirits lifted, Coover's sitting there pleased as punch that he squeezed more out of this deal. Honestly, I need Coover to negotiate all my contracts from now on. That night, the dwarves start working on our boy's sword. Dyson's hammering away at the smoldering sword, shaping it with precision. Once he's done hammering, he immediately tosses it into the furnace to reheat it. The flames grow stronger, and our boy's watching this whole process. Then our hero does what he does best, turns everything into a training opportunity. He creates this mental image of himself with a block of metal and a mallet in front of him. He tells himself it's not time to use the hammer yet. Instead, he needs to ignite the flame in his heart to heat the metal block first. Then we cut to a month later. The group is on a stroll, so while they're walking around, Coover asks how the training's going, and our hero's like, yeah, it's getting better. Then immediately shifts the conversation, saying how the town feels empty now. The place used to be packed. Coover's like, dude, they were only here for the numbered sword. Now that you got it, they left. Our boy's actually kind of bummed about this because he wanted to throw hands with more people for practice, so Lulu tries to cheer him up, and then they head over to check if Vulcanus has finished crafting it yet. And this dwarf bastard shows up with the most sheepish grin ever, apologizing because it's going to take way longer than expected. Coover's immediately like, bro, how long? Vulcanus promises he'll have it done in a year, swearing on his beard or whatever that it'll be his greatest masterpiece, even better than the sword our boy's currently using. Coover's about to lose his absolute mind, but our boy, nah, he doesn't care, so he just accepts it. Coover literally pulls him aside and starts whispering like they're in some spy movie, suggesting they get a contract so the dwarf can't weasel out of this. But our boys are all like, nah, man, we didn't even come here for a sword in the first place, plus we got some pretty sweet gear already. Coover just sighs and gives up because honestly, what can you do with someone that wholesome? So the trio hits the road again, and they're talking about their next destination. Coover mentions Laughin, this city that's apparently swarming with swordsmen. He's about to tell our boy how perfect this is for his sparring addiction when Lulu suddenly tells everyone to Hideo saying she smells blood up ahead. And right on cue, a strong wind blows, and two hooded figures emerge from the bushes. It's Charlotte and Victor, and these dudes are absolutely drenched in blood. Coover, understandably freaked out, asks them what the hell happened. They casually say they've been waiting for them, and then Coover notices one of them is holding something. Before he can even ask, Charlotte just yeets this thing at them, and it's Randall's head. Coover's screaming, asking how they could kill someone, and these psychos just smile and say they got rid of a thief. No big deal, right? They explain that our boy's been a target for thieves, so they've been working overtime dealing with them all. And now they want payment for their services, the numbering sword. Our boy's face goes pale as the brothers flash these sinister-ass grins. Lulu immediately jumps in, telling them they don't even have the sword because it's not finished yet. But Victor just tells the cat to shut up, convince our boys hiding it with magic. Lulu keeps insisting they don't have it, and Coover backs him up, warning the brothers that they're about to become wanted criminals across the entire continent for this. But Charlotte, this dude just thanks the orc for his concern, but then says they've got it all figured out. No one's going to suspect them because of their stellar reputation. They've even got a cover story ready. A band of thieves attacked our boys' group, stole the sword, and the heroic brothers Victor and Charlotte arrived just a moment too late to save them. Our boy asks them why they were doing all this. He tells them he's heard all these stories about them, how they earn respect from other swordsmen, all their notable deeds, so why the hell are they doing this? He even says if they don't give him a proper answer, they're never getting that sword, even if it cost him his life. Victor just goes, what are you saying, kid? The numbered sword is more important than everything else. Our boy loses it, asking them how they could kill people just for a sword. Now these psychos scream at our boy, saying that the numbered sword isn't any sword, and then start telling their tragic story of how they've been a swordsman for the past 30 years and hit their limit 20 years ago, and in the past 20 years they've done everything necessary to advance but nothing worked. Years after years pass and not even a zilch in the name of progress. They thought that they were trapped in hell. He says how our boy doesn't know anything, saying how they aren't the only ones who are facing this. There are thousands like them, but nah, our boy wasn't interested in their story. All he was thinking was how such intense demonic energy was coming from some humans, so now our boy already has his sword out because these two are no longer looking human, sensing the demonic energy. The old man from his dream materializes. Then the scene shifts to Anya and George. Anya is doing her magic things. She has used 2 of her golden piggy banks to open a portal. From the portal, someone walked in on the battlefield. These 2 bastards looked at the portal and they were absolutely scared because out of the portal walked the captain of the Black Knight. Hey Nick Crescentia. And guys, I know we're supposed to hate her for beating up Ilya's brother and everything, but guys, I'm having a serious change of heart here. Mommy Ignat is looking like an absolute baddie right now. I mean, let's be real, it's entirely possible that Ilya's brother wanted her to walk all over him. Maybe he threw that fight on purpose. Maybe he's into that. Actually, you know what? I'm starting to think Ilya's brother might be the smartest guy in this whole story. Man saw his opportunity and took it. So our boy's standing there absolutely stunned because the person Ilya was talking about just showed up, and it's Ignat. But she's not even looking at him right now, she's laser focused on the brothers, calling them out by name. She tells them straight up that they've gone way too far this time, and these bastards just glare at her and ask what the hell she's doing in a place like this, but instead of answering, she just takes off her cloak and reaches for her sword. She tells them she's being generous here, giving them one chance to explain themselves before things get ugly, saying that it's the last mercy she is doing them, but instead of answering, these bastards just pull out their swords and point them at Ignat. So in response, she realized her aura and man, it's something else. Even our boy is shocked. Instead of running away, these bastards let out their demonic energy to counter her aura. Ignat drops her sword, and in literally the blink of an eye, she launches herself off the cliff and appears right in Victor's face. Everyone's shocked by her speed. Victor tries to swing at her, but she just deflects his attack with her bare hand, and then Ignat gives him this brutal kick that sends him flying like a ragdoll in the opposite direction. Charlotte barely sees what happens next, and by the time he processes it, Ignat's already caught up to his airborne brother and delivers another kick that sends Victor crashing into a stone wall. Charlotte runs over as fast as he can, but by the time he gets there, all he hears is the lovely sound of crumbling rocks and breaking bones. He's completely speechless because Ignat's just standing there next to Victor's limp body, which she's literally shoved headfirst into the stone wall. Ignat looks at Charlotte and tells him to take a good look at the most pathetic way for a sword master to die, but instead of using his brain, this bastard charges straight at her. Ignat casually slices off his arms, and while this bastard is standing there processing the fact that his hands are no longer attached to his body, Ignat's already behind him. As Charlotte turns to look at her, Ignat says what is shame is how a human could turn into such a thing. Then she tells Charlotte it's time for him to go and crushes his head with her foot. I mean, she steps on him, but not in a fun kind of way. Meanwhile, our boy is just looking at her all surprised, thinking how, even though she is a sword master, she could kill two people so ruthlessly. The scene shifts back to Ignat, and Anya is skipping over to her, happily carrying Ignat's sword, asking her if she could clean her hands and shoes. Ignat looks at her bloody clothes and just nods. She tells Anya she'll reward her for being such a good helper once they get back. Anya moves at lightning speed, wiping Ignat's shoes until they're squeaky clean. As Anya was busy doing her work, George walked over to Ignat, and Mommy Ignat immediately switched to fun mode, asking him what he thought of her old informal way of speaking, and if he thought she could pass as one of those fancy nobles from the Holy Kingdom. George laughs a little, saying that she has indeed improved a lot. But their little chat gets interrupted when our boy walks over to her all angry, asking her, "How could you do that?" Ignat turns, and our boy continues asking how she could have such strong conviction when it comes to killing someone. He says that he is not being sarcastic, he's just curious because killing another person is something that humans are naturally reluctant to do, so how could she do it without a shred of hesitation? Meanwhile, George is just standing there with a smile on his face, probably entertained by this whole situation. Ignat then looked directly at our boy, called him by his full name, and stepped closer to him. Our boy asks her, all confused, how she knows him, but nah, she doesn't care. She stops right in front of him and then announces that she's appointing him as a member of the Black Knights under the order of the Holy Kingdom of Arvelas. Man, this is hilarious. He wanted answers but got drafted instead. Meanwhile, Coover is standing there wondering how the hell Ignat knows our boy's name, and more importantly, why she wants to recruit him. Ignat just stares at our boy, waiting for an answer, but before she can even blink, our boy straight up refuses. Lulu and Coover both whip around in shock, but Ignat, she's just smiling, commenting on how swift that rejection was. She asks him what part of her offer he didn't like, but before our hero can explain, Ignat tries to sell him on the Holy Kingdom, saying it's actually a pretty good place. She attempts to list some perks, but man, she couldn't come up with one. She told him to give her a moment because she is not good with words. Our boy flat out refuses again, telling her that she could give him the moon, but he won't be joining the Knight's Order. Ignat glares at him, and our boy feels this particular force emanating from her. Lulu quickly points out that Ignat's doing the same thing George did. She's taking a look inside our hero. It's over in a flash, and Ignat just sighs deeply and says, turns out the rumors were true about this young man with a lump of iron in his heart, and this isn't just any ordinary iron, but refined iron that even Vulcanus is dying to get his hands on. Ignat admits she wanted too, but now that she's seen our boy up close, it looks like he still hasn't managed to become its owner. Our boy knows what she said is true, and he's offended by it, but what can he do? Before he can even reply, Ignat appoints him as a knight of the Black Knight's Order again, except this time it's mandatory. Our boy's getting more pressured but still refuses. Ignat told him that he has no choice but to join unless he risks getting swept away by this power, which would cause chaos in the whole continent. That's when our resident sorcery mascot jumps to his rescue. Lulu is in full cat mood right now, defending our boy, telling Ignat to get the hell out of here, and telling her that our boy is getting stronger by the day and won't get swept away by a power like that. Ignat's mood suddenly changes and she tells Lulu she likes him, which makes Lulu hide behind our boy's leg real quick. Seeing that Ignat has no intention of backing down, he told her that he's doing his best and told her that he can prove it to her. Ignat smiles and asks him exactly how he is planning to do that, so our boy brings up what happened with Vice Captain Hilbernet at the Hale Kingdom. Our boy told her everything that happened at that time, saying that even though he wasn't aware of it then, the lump of iron in his heart started manifesting when Hilbernet emitted this fierce fighting spirit similar to a demon's. So our hero tells Ignat that if she can unleash the same type of fighting spirit, he proved to her that he won't be swept away easily by the power in him. Then he casually drops his whole introduction and challenges Ignat to a duel. As he did, Coover started thinking to himself how Ignat has killed so many demons, so she'll definitely have the fighting spirit on par with a demon, so he is worried about how our boy is going to stand against her. He's wondering if our hero has some ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Aaron's standing on guard, anxious and thinking he's been feeling strange for a while now. He can't explain why he's so angry. Maybe it's because he knows Ignat's past with Ilya, but that's not quite it either. It makes him even more frustrated since he doesn't understand his feelings and can only clench his sword tighter. Ignat's chill as ever and told our boy that once she emits her fighting spirit, that'll signal the beginning of the fight. Our boy nods, and as soon as he does, Ignat emits this powerful aura and draws her sword. Her aura gets even more powerful from before, and much like how she had thought that Old Man had taken control of our boy, now Mommy Ignat thinks that she was right, our boy can't control the power. But suddenly, our boy remembers that he is the protagonist, so he can easily handle this stuff. He calms himself, thinking he should use this emotion on something else. In his mind, he's busy holding the lump of iron in his heart while using the flame within him. He notices that the angrier he gets, the more the flame grows, and as he continues to hammer the lump of iron, the flame grows incredibly. The same flame now surrounds our boy's whole body, but he's too busy looking at the object right in front of him. There are radical changes in the lump of iron, so our hero thinks he can change it this time. He grabs the handle and feels this surge of power in his whole body. In the real world, our hero is glowing bright with power. He clenches his sword, ready to do a vertical slash. But then he charged at Ignat. This dude is swinging his sword like his life depends on it, slashing left and right, and Ignat dodged everything very easily. Our boy even admits she's fast while she's standing there completely unfazed. Then things get serious. Our hero's jumping around, delivering slash after slash, and Ignat's just backing away without breaking a sweat. George is watching with this little smile because apparently the captain's starting to fight back. Meanwhile, Coover and Lulu are standing there in shock because Ignat literally blew our boy's sword away with one hand. But wait, it gets worse. Ignat swings at him again, and the impact is so intense that the ground literally starts caving in. Our boy manages to block it, but it had so much power behind it that he was flying across the battlefield after that, so now Aaron is struggling to find his footing when he hears a voice behind him. And of course it's Ignat. She asks if he has the luxury to look away during their duel, then proceeds to disarm him with one swing. Our boy manages to hold on to the handle at the last second and swings at her with one hand, but Ignat just raises her sword defensively, tells him not to get cocky, and punches him in the gut. The man straight up flew in the opposite direction. Now that the duel was over, Lulu and Coover ran towards our boy, while George asked Ignat if she'd take our boy with her. Ignat smiled and asked George if he wanted her to be a liar. Aaron proved himself and even managed to impress her because in the duel our boy actually went all out. He was fighting to defeat her, which earned him some points in Mommy Ignat's book. Then we cut to some time later. Aaron wakes up Lulu and Coover asks him if he is, and our hero is about to answer when he notices something and lets out this loud gasp. Why? Because Mommy Ignat is sitting right by his bedside. Now that he's awake, Ignat tells him they should finish their conversation. She moves closer, and our boy flinches, probably having PTSD flashbacks when she does something that makes everyone panic. She lifts his shirt. Our boy and Lulu both freak out, with Lulu straight up calling Ignat a perverted witch. But Ignat just tells him to watch his language while she assesses the massive bruise on our boy's stomach. You know, the one she put there. Lulu's watching with curious eyes as Ignat uses sorcery to heal the wound, and it starts fading away. Coover was surprised because it was holy magic. He was surprised because it's kind of odd that the lady who punches people into orbit also has healing powers. After healing him, she tells our boy he won't have trouble moving, but he's just sitting there quietly processing everything. Then out of nowhere, our boy asks what kind of sword she uses. Ignat smiles, remembering that Aaron is a trainee from the Kronos Swordsmanship Academy. She smiles and says it's definitely something that old geezer would say. Here's where things get deep. Ignat tells our boy that what she's about to say might be too complicated for him right now, but she'll tell him anyway. The sword she uses is the blade that will make her king. Coover immediately freaks out, asking if she's planning a rebellion, but Ignat tells him not to get ahead of himself. First, though, she needs Coover to hand over the pendant in his pocket so she can purify it. As she purifies the pendant, Ignat explains they're currently in a period of peace because the Holy Kingdom makes sure that war doesn't break out. But centuries ago, maybe even way before that, war only happened because an Arctoman ran amok. She admits the world isn't that peaceful. She doesn't know how to save everyone from suffering, and she doesn't know how to control the wicked artifacts finding their way into their world. She returns the pendant to Kubo after purifying it and then continues, saying she remembers when she first thought about how nice it would be to create a free country using her own hands. Before anyone can react, she assures them she has no plans to incite a rebellion and will achieve her wish peacefully. As she walks past Lulu, she tells her that she needs to work even harder to maintain the relationships she has now. It's good to enjoy the happy times while they last, but don't get complacent. Then she opens this window and asks our boy who he believes in. Before he can answer fully, she says she believes in herself and her conviction is solid, that's why she can walk her own path without any doubt. Our boy just stares at her in surprise as she jumps onto the windowsill. She tells him she'll make him the same offer when they meet again someday, but next time it won't be to the steel in his heart, they'll be to our boy himself. And with that, she jumps out the window, parkour style, shocking Kuver and Lulu, who rush over to look down. Now that she was gone, our boy was thinking how. When Agnet killed Charlotte and Victor, he felt what she did was right. It seemed like the right thing to do, especially since he felt the conviction from every act she performed. Meanwhile, he had been hesitating and it made him angry. Agnet acted as necessary, while our boy couldn't do the same. And it took our hero a while to understand that he wasn't angry at all. He was jealous of her. Jealous of her conviction, her certainty, and her ability to act without hesitation. Then we cut to the next day, and the group has already hit the road. This time they've got their own carriage with Kuver handling the reins. Our boy's continuing his mental training while Lulu's watching over him. The cat's staring at him intently as our boy sweats bullets while sitting completely still. In his mind, he's still trying to mold that steel in his heart according to his liking, but the steel hasn't changed much so far. Even when our boy uses fire to torch it, the thing barely budges. Plus, the fire isn't as intense as before. But our hero refuses to give up and keeps hammering away at the steel. Just like that, our boy spends the entire day doing his mental training. Now the sun's set and Kuver's already done preparing dinner. When the orc opens the carriage door, our boy greets him and doesn't even notice it's already dinner time. Kuver asks him how the mental training's been progressing. Aaron told him that he hasn't made any significant progress yet, but he believes his hard work will pay off. Then he turned to Lulu because she was sleeping in a funny position. He asked Aaron what happened to her. He told Kuver that Lulu is concentrating and won't wake up anytime soon. Kuver asked him if this is something every sorcerer does. Aaron told him that every sorcerer has his own method of doing things and Lulu's just happens to be this way. Since Lulu won't wake up soon, the two men decide to share a hearty meal together. Later that night, our hero picks up his sword again and practices his swordsmanship. Kuver's impressed watching this guy. Our boy's dedicated most of his time to training, not even wasting a single second. As Kuver looks on, he's thinking how our boy's such an upright man. Seeing him work his butt off day and night just makes Kuver feel like a slob next to him. After their long days on the road, our trio finally reaches a new town. Kuver explains they'll arrive at Laughlin sometime tomorrow. They check into a nearby inn with Lulu and Kuver literally racing each other to get to the bathroom first. Meanwhile, our boy makes himself comfortable and sits at one of the tables. Just then he hears a voice ordering a bottle of whiskey while another voice nags them, asking what's so good about the drink anyway. Hearing that, our boy is all surprised because he knows that these voices all too well, so without wasting a single second, he turns and yep, there they were, his Sonic and Knuckles. These guys are busy bickering and roasting each other. Just then, Judith sensed that some idiot was staring at her. She looked up and was all surprised, so surprised that she grabbed Brett's shoulder, and then she started questioning the reality, wondering if she was in a dream or something. Seeing her acting weirdly, Brett turned too and was all surprised and happy to see our boy. Man, finally the gang's back together. Brett's just about to ask what he's doing here when Kuver and Lulu appear out of nowhere. They get into defensive positions, asking who these people are and what they're trying to do with our boy. Judith's anything but intimidated, and she's shocked to see Lulu the talking cat. Kuver still has his guard up as he looks at Brett and Judith warily, saying they're pretty strong, like exceptionally strong. But before things could get worse, Aaron told them to calm down and then introduce Lulu and Kuver to his friends as his teacher Kuver, the fortune teller orc, and Lulu, his sorcery master. After learning that they were his friends, Kuver's attitude changed real quick. He apologized for jumping to conclusions. So now it's their turn to introduce themselves, so while Brett is getting all buddy-buddy with Kuver, Judith approaches our boy, telling him how he has gotten stronger and then proceeds to put him in a headlock, asking him where he has been and why he hadn't contacted him all this while, saying that they had thought he had died or something. Seeing this tough love, Lulu asks Aaron if he is sure they are friends, but he was busy explaining this hot red of the situation, saying that it's a long story. Judith releases our boy from her headlock, saying they can just talk later. But for now, they need to have a match first. They'd all head outside and decide on one of the training grounds that's no longer being used. The first to face off is Judith and our boy. They get on the stage and Judith pulls and does not see him carrying his sword on his back. She's thinking maybe he changed his primary weapon after all these years. Our boy told her that it's nothing like that and then casually pulled the sword out of nowhere, but nah, it was not enough to impress Judith. After giving him a nod of approval, she charged straight at him with that signature aggressive sword style of hers, but our boy countered it with her technique, but before she could freak out, He stepped back, spun a whole circle, and delivered one of Brett's attacks, knocking her back, and then immediately followed back with her technique. After seeing that spectacle, Brett's 100% sure that our boy was using their techniques, but the main question is how so? Judith can't help but ask him what he's been up to for the last few years. In reply, our boy smiles and asks her if she wasn't the one who said that they could talk later. Meanwhile, Brett comes running, saying that after seeing that he can't wait for a single second more, so they are now going to have a three-way spar, and man, look at the smile on our boy's face. Then the three of them just go at each other like it's the best day of their lives. After trading a bunch of blows, Brett's already questioning our boy about how he managed to copy everything after seeing it once, but our hero just tells him they'll talk later. Before Brett can push it, Judith comes flying in, asking these idiots how they can run their mouths in the middle of a fight. Our boy jumps back to dodge her strike and instantly comes down with a vertical slash when he lands, but even while she's off balance, Judith still manages to fire back with hit after hit. Brett tries to join in again, but barely dodges a huge slash from our hero, and as he's finding his footing, he notices our boy already spinning toward him for another swing. Brett dodges that too, but the ground sure doesn't. There's this loud crack as the stage starts snapping under the force of our boy's attack. Brett can't help pointing out how ridiculously strong this guy has gotten, while Coover's on the side watching the three maniacs go at it nonstop like none of them even knows what giving up means. What shocks him even more is how much they're all enjoying this. They keep going for a while until Judith tells our boy he's way better than she expected. Our boy told them the same thing, saying that they have gotten far stronger than he imagined. Brett finally calls it for the day before the two lunatics decide to keep going anyway. Judith is about to argue, but Brett just points out the sun's already gone. That's when she finally realizes that they have been going at it for a while, but before heading back, she asks our boy to show her that vertical slash he used way back during the final evaluation. With a small smile, our boy gets ready, drops into that calm zone in just a second, shocking the two of them, and delivers that iconic slash that almost splits the stage in half. They're both standing there stunned at how much stronger it looks now. On their way back to the inn, Brett starts catching him up on everything he missed, saying he returned to the academy, but our boy tells him he already knew because Lance and the old man told him. Hearing that, Brett asks if he went back there himself. Meanwhile, Lulu ends up walking next to Judith, telling her that she was strong, and then pulls out these shiny red jewels that match Judith's hair, trying to give them to her, but Judith declines, saying that there was no need for that. Brett asks if something was wrong with her because she has never turned down stuff like this, and Judith whispers that black cats are bad luck and she doesn't want to get cursed. Unfortunately, Lulu hears it all, her eyes go all watery, and she runs straight into our boy's arms crying. The scene shifts, and they're at the inn now. Judith and Brett asked our boy if Coover and Lulu are joining them. Aaron told them that they are giving them some space to talk. Brett starts off by saying Coover and Lulu are good people, well, an orc and a cat, as Judith immediately asked our boy what happened after he got back from the academy. Our boy thinks for a bit before opening up about everything from the start all the way back to when he kept dreaming about the old man before even joining the academy. It takes a while, but he explains everything right up to the part where the old man told him to leave the academy and start his journey. The two sit quietly for a moment, and our boy worries he must sound ridiculous, but Judith just tells him it must have been rough. He's surprised, but she keeps going, saying she was actually pissed when she first heard his story because she always thought she was the strongest in the academy, and looking back now, it's absurd to think that when someone like him was right there. She admits she felt cheated because he had someone guiding him, someone helping him, but she also realized he worked twice as hard just to overcome the man in his dreams. Our boy didn't expect that kind of empathy from Judith, but she cheers him on and acknowledges how hard he's been working this whole time. But before they could get emotional, Brett butts in on their conversation, being all proud, saying he turned into a decent person. The two start bickering again while our hero watches them fondly, even noticing Brett looks brighter than before. Speaking of Brett, he asks our boy if he wants to travel together since he's on a personal journey, and Judith immediately agrees. That suggestion catches our boy off guard. He doesn't mind, but he's low-key worried about whether these two will get along with Coover and Lulu. Fast forward a couple drinks, and Coover's now best friends with Brett because they both love alcohol. Brett's thrilled he finally has a drinking buddy since Judith's such a lightweight. She gets annoyed and tries to start another fight, but Brett just brushes her off. The scene shifts, and we see a drunk Judith, clinging to Lulu and apologizing over and over to Lulu for calling her bad luck, buries her face into Lulu, saying how she's a cat that brings good luck. While Lulu hadn't expected this much affection, he was looking at our boy, all hopeful, telling him to get him out of there. Aaron looks at this peaceful scene and thinks to himself how he was worried over nothing. The next day rolls around and the gang heads out again with no real plan on where to go. When Brett and Judith heard that Aaron was thinking of going to La Fan, they immediately told him to forget it because the place sucked, or at least that's how those 2 made it sound. Our boy asked why they were being so dramatic, and Judith said it was because nobody wanted to spar with them back then. Even the swordsmanship academies didn't want them around, and the famous swordsmen were too stuck up to even acknowledge them. Coover asked if they actually showed their certification cards from Kronos' 27th cohort, and Judith said of course they did. Well, That explained everything. Coover told them that people basically call their year the golden cohorts, so anyone losing to them would have their pride smashed instantly. Judith got annoyed, but Lulu hopped on our boy's head and asked where they wanted to go next. Brett then suggested Partisan, a new city where swordsmen and all kinds of free folk gathered, and the group agreed right away. They spent the next week traveling together and getting closer. Coover kept cooking for everyone, and Brett became a huge fan of his food. Judith was the same as always, dragging our hero for post-lunch training sessions. The more they fought, the more our boy got used to her moves, but she wasn't bothered at all. Instead, her sword suddenly started glowing bright red, shocking Coover, who thought it was an aura sword. Brett quickly explained she was only emitting a bit of aura, which wasn't the same thing. As Judith and our boy kept clashing, Brett added that she was still practicing that ability, which was why it didn't have a set form yet, but you can't deny it added pressure on anyone fighting her. While the two kept sparring, Brett realized he might finally understand the nature of aura swords, and meanwhile, our boy already had 2 aura applications down: manifestation and focus. That made Brett think our hero was the most likely to become a sword master out of the 3 of them. Their fight ended with our boy admitting defeat, which made Judith incredibly happy. The score was now 9-1, giving her a clean 90% win rate. As he tried to catch his breath, our boy couldn't help thinking he was the weakest of the 3. He expected it, but still it stung. His thoughts got cut off when Brett suddenly called off the physical sparring and told them to fight with words instead. Our boy had no clue what he meant, but Brett immediately started talking about his second sparring day with Judith, explaining how she dodged to the side every time he changed his attack first. That same habit showed up whenever she got flustered. Judith admitted it and said she'd watch out for it from now on. Meanwhile, Aaron was listening all surprised when Brett turned to him and asked him what he thought of their sword analysis, but since it was his first time seeing these two break down fights like this, our hero said he'd sit this one out and just learn. Once again, our boy thought about how amazing his friends were and said he couldn't wait to get stronger so he could join these discussions properly next time. Later that night, Coover noticed our boy wasn't eating dinner and asked what was up, but he said he'd train through the night and come back by morning. Judith heard that and instantly decided she wasn't letting him get ahead, so she went to train too. Seeing her leave, Brett followed after them, and Coover could only ask what their deal was. Brett explained that whenever our boy showed serious conviction, he'd grow like crazy, and Judith knew this, so she worked hard to keep up. Brett even asked Coover if this happened during their journey, and the orc laughed, saying it did. Outside, our boy practiced his vertical slash, remembering what Ian had told him there was no point in copying others forever. He kept swinging, thinking about the 2 things that shaped him: the old man's vertical slashes and the academy swordsmanship he learned with the large blade. With those 2 as his foundation, and with Brett and Judith's moves added on top, he decided to build his own style. Then we cut to the next morning and they were going at it again, but now Judith was struggling for real, pissed at how fast he'd grown again. Brett was also on his knees trying to breathe, but unlike Judith, he accepted it, saying he felt the same thing when he watched Ilya fight 5 years ago. Speaking of Ilya, yeah, hopefully we see her soon so the gang can be fully reunited. Back to the moment, Coover once again thought about how scary our boy was with how fast he narrowed the gap. Then he noticed Judith fuming at how quickly our boy developed. Using his fortune-telling powers, Coover saw the intense fire energy around Judith and said her next task would probably be controlling that aura. But 2 days later, Judith somehow got even stronger, and now she was much more aggressive, so much so that our boy couldn't last against her. Judith was thrilled she beat him, while Coover pointed out she even stole a move from our boy's style. What shocked the orc more was that Judith could only pull off that move if she had the natural talent and stubbornness to surpass everyone else. These 3 were literally making each other stronger. As Judith celebrated, our boy praised her sincerely, and she got even happier and told them they were heading to Partisan next to spar with stronger swordsmen. Meanwhile, Lulu watched everything from a nearby tree and quietly said that this trio had no idea how strong they already were. Once they reached Partisan, Judith was stunned to see so many swordsmen walking around. Coover said the place felt like a mercenary town. The orc and Lulu went to the inn while the trio headed straight to Harm's Swordsmanship Academy looking for proper opponents. Right before they knocked, Brett told them to hide their identity as Kronos trainees. The door opened and some dude walked in. Brett told him that they were here to spar. He was about to ask which school they were from when someone inside asked what was going on. Kent replied that they had guests seeking a duel. The voice called them in, and the trio walked into the office of Headmaster Harum. After the trio greeted him, he could already tell they weren't normal kids. He took over from Kent personally and gave them a tour, confirming that they came to duel. When Brett asked who they'd fight, the headmaster casually said he'd take them on himself. Kent was shocked, while Judith was hyped. At his office, the headmaster asked who wanted to go first, and to everyone's surprise, our boy stepped forward. He even checked with his friends first. Brett said it was unexpected from him, but they let him take the lead. The headmaster suggested wooden swords to avoid injuries, and our hero agreed. Once they stood apart, the headmaster gave the signal and charged at him. He was curious to see how strong our boy was, and then immediately got bonked in the head with one clean swing. So instructor Kent comes running over to help the headmaster, and our boy's just standing there like, what the hell just happened? Judith's freaking out, screaming that he just killed the headmaster. Our hero's in full panic mode, going IDIDNTT, I swear, while Kent's shaking the old man. Obviously, nobody actually murdered anyone, so now all three of them are sitting in the headmaster's office. Our boy apologizes again, but Headmaster Harum, now rocking a fresh bandage on his head, tells him to chill. It was a fair fight, no hard feelings. With this smile on his face, he asks if they're from an academy. The group goes quiet for a second before Brett says they're all from Krona's Swordsmanship Academy. The headmaster's eyes light up. Wait, are you guys from the 27th cohort? You know, the one everyone calls the Golden Cohort? Suddenly, everything clicks for Headmaster Harum. He's like, oh, that makes sense. Kronos is the only place that could produce monsters like you three, then adds that at first he'd have thought that they were here to mess with him. Our boy immediately panicked, telling him that it wasn't their intention, but thankfully, the headmaster is a good sport. He believes them when they say they were genuinely just looking for a decent sparring match. Now that awkwardness is out of the way, Headmaster Harum finally addresses the elephant in the room. These three idiots have no clue how strong they actually are. To explain, he asks them what level most swordsmen aim for. Normal people would say swordmaster, but for actual swordsmen, they probably answer expert level. Realistically speaking, that's the highest level someone with average talent, background, and effort can reach. But the expert level might seem like too much of a title for some people. In fact, all the head teachers in the academy are at the expert level. He tells the trio that none of the instructors in the academy could handle them. At best, maybe 4 or 5 people in the entire institution could give them a good fight, and even then, our boy and his friends would eventually win. The headmaster tells them they should be proud of this. But Judith, my girl, does the OPO site. She just sighs all gloomy, looking completely defeated. Seeing her reaction makes the headmaster grin, and that's when he drops the real news. There's one person in the partisan who's stronger than all 3 of them combined. Judith slams her hands on his desk, nearly breaking it, by the way demanding to know how strong this person is and if they're a master. The headmaster literally jumps back from her intensity and says, no, this person isn't a master. Still, he's more famous than the other masters. And considering there are 100 publicly known masters to date, this guy being the next strongest in line is kind of a big deal. And our favorite trio just arrived at the perfect time because Jet Frost will be hosting training duels at his residence in 2 days. Out of the 3, Judith's the most hyped. She already wants to challenge him. 2 days later, the trio makes their way to Jet Frost's manor, and they're absolutely stunned by the sheer number of people waiting at his front door. Our boy asks if there's even a chance they could participate in today's training, while the headmaster, who apparently just materialized out of thin air sighs in frustration. He explains that if Jet Frost just came out and fought everyone who challenged him, these swordsmen wouldn't be swarming his house like this. Judith asks what he's doing here, and instead of answering directly, the old man says Jet Frost is way more skilled than him, and dueling with him helps a lot. Brett asks if he knows Jet Frost personally. Harum told him that Jet is his old buddy, and Brett then asked if he could put in a good word for them. Harum told him that he had tried and gotten rejected already. Suddenly, this kindly-looking old butler named Glenn comes out to greet the swordsmen gathered outside. Seeing the crowd, he announces that only those who pass the test will be allowed to duel with his master, and then he points at the magic scale, explaining that if they score over 5,000 points, they pass. Our boy's surprised to see that device again. The headmaster asks if he's tried one before, and our hero casually mentions he scored around 10,000 points once. Well, obviously it was a big deal, and obviously this idiot had no clue. Then, one by one, swordsmen start testing their strength. Some pass, others fail spectacularly. Then it's Headmaster Harum's turn. Glenn's pleased to see him again, and the headmaster passes easily with 12,081 points. Man learns some techniques after trying so many times. Finally, it's our hero's turn. As he pulls out his sword, Glenn asks if it's a magic sword. Our boy explains it's just a really hard sword, nothing special about it. Glenn personally didn't have any issue with that, but others might cause drama, so he brought a sword for our boy to keep things fair. Well, that didn't change much because this monster still scored 18,817 points. Glenn can't believe his eyes. Neither can Headmaster Harum. My guy just casually doubled what most experts get. Then Judith steps up and scores 16,581 points. Brett follows with 16,601. Both passers, obviously. Brett walks over to our boy, saying that even he won't let our hero beat him in raw power terms, but our boy just shrugs and says their scores weren't that far off. Meanwhile, Judith's been unusually quiet. Brett can't resist teasing her, saying she should have just let the redhead beat her. Obviously, Judith wanted to answer with violence, but held back, saying she was just off-center, which is why her score is a little lower. Now that the test is over, it's time to throw hands. Glenn announces that since so many swordsmen pass, they'll be doing 3 versus 1 duels. He asks everyone to form groups of 3. And because our trio is ridiculously overpowered, they smoke through the competition like it's nothing. Headmaster Harum makes it to the final round too. Glenn tells the headmaster that Jet will fight him one-on-one. Harum's like, oh, so now I get the special treatment as his friend, which leaves our trio as the final challengers. But just before Harum goes in, Brett whispers something in his ear. The blue-haired noble tells him not to worry, and the older man heads inside. Just like his fight with our boy, his fight with Jet ends quickly. Harum looks at Jet saying he's just no match. Jet basically says, yeah, obviously, but Harum thanks him anyway since he learned a lot. Jet mentions he was guiding the duel the whole time because they're friends. He basically went easy on him. Now that they're done, Harum tells his friend there's one last team to fight. Jet doesn't really care. He just wants to get this over with. That's when Harum drops the bomb the last group proposed a bet. This immediately gets Jet's attention. Harum explains that the trio is prepared to do anything Jet wants for a month if he wins once, but if they win, he has to train them individually for a month. Jet laughs at this proposal and is already planning to make them clean his entire mansion. Meanwhile, Harum's celebrating inside because his friend totally fell for it. Then Jet finally sees the three and immediately realizes something's wrong. These guys are obviously at an expert level. He turns to Glenn and asks why the hell his butler didn't tell him the trio were expertise. Glenn, with the straightest face possible, says he did mention it because Harum told him that Jet drank his wine. And man, look at Harum's grin. Yep, this guy is definitely Jet's best friend. Look at him being happy after getting his buddy in trouble. Jet doesn't have time to argue because the three are already introducing themselves and getting into position, saying they look forward to his guidance. Hearing their introduction, Jet went, wait, did they just say Chronos Swordsmanship Academy's 27th cohort? The rumored golden cohort? Before Jet Frost could even process if he made the right call taking this bet, the three yell start, and suddenly our boy's already in his face about to swing. Jet barely raises his sword in time to block. Their blades clash, and the sheer impact makes the old man think, how the hell is this kid so strong? Jet pushes back hard, fending off our boy's attack and slashing at him. But then another attack comes, forcing his guard open. It's Brett with a quick slash, and our boy's already winding up right behind him. As Jet's about to counter, he feels someone behind him. It's Judith almost taking his head off. The old man's reflexes kick in and he dashes away, creating distance. He looks back thinking these three have insane teamwork. He needs to turn this into one-on-one duels. But he doesn't get to finish that thought because someone's blade is already coming at his face. He leans back just in time or he might have lost half his head. But as he's trying to get into position, our boy's already about to cut him down. Jet uses his footwork to get himself out of the attack zone just in time for Brett to catch him off balance. The old man spins around the noble, thinking these kids are giving him time to breathe. There's this loud clash of blades. Glenn's watching in awe, seeing his master struggling. Harum's grinning, clearly enjoying the show, saying this bet was totally worth it. This is getting too intense for Jet's liking. He's gritting his teeth, thinking he might actually end up teaching these three if this keeps up. With that thought, Jet finds renewed energy and releases this intense aura that even the trio feels instantly. The former Chronos trainees stop dead in their tracks as Jet keeps releasing more and more power. He acknowledges their strength and decides to return the favor by fighting seriously. Based on his look alone, things are about to get real. Brett's struggling with Jet's heavy aura. It's making it harder to move, like he's about to get cut by the pressure alone. But Judith doesn't let it stop her and charges straight at him, but then Jet throws his sword at her. She blocks it, but it was just a distraction. Brett's still looking at where the old man was, thinking he magically disappeared when he notices at the last second that Jet's right above him. And the bastard's got another blade. Jet unsheathes his second sword. Brett hesitates since he can't read the old man's next move. Slash or thrust? Brett thinks he needs to block, but Jet uses that hesitation against him and releases this sinister aura that freezes the noble in fear. Then Jet just taps the tip of his blade to Brett's chest. That's one down. As he raises his blade, Jet sees our boy in the reflection trying to sneak up behind him. The old man kicks our hero so hard he flies backward. Meanwhile, Judith lunges at him, but he is already 2 steps ahead. He jumps out of her way and lands behind her and slides his blade inches from her neck. With that, 2 are done is down and only our boy is left. But before moving on, Jet calls out to Brett and starts praising him, saying how his swordsmanship is and how his technique is pretty developed for his age. But he's quick to point out Brett lacks insight. Maybe he's just too cautious. Brett says there's no way he could have avoided that attack. Jet tells him he only put enough force that Brett could handle. He's committed to his role in these guidance duels. Plus, Brett backed away from losing composure. Jet turns to Judith, saying her attacks are simple. She looks confused. He asks if she forgot how to thrust, pointing out she only used slashing techniques. By doing that, she's not using her sword to its full potential. Now Jet turns to our boy, saying he'll have more fun with him since he's the last one, so he told our boy that he can have the first strike. He says that our boy's attacks are heavy, so he wants to see what he can do and tells him to come at him with full power. Hearing this, Brett and Judith start laughing. Harum just looks at them strangely, wondering what's so funny. Our boy gets worried, saying he might damage the place. The old man just smiles, saying it's a risk he needs to take in a duel. Since Jet gave the okay, our boy suddenly gets into the zone and starts meditating in his usual stance. His aura flares up and Jet is now standing there all shocked to see our boy controlling it. Meanwhile, our boy's thinking Jet's way too strong. He overpowered all 3 without tapping his full power, so he'll use this opportunity to get trained by him. As he thinks this, the blaze from his aura gets more intense. You won't pass this chance up. Our boy raises his sword. His golden aura is crackling around him. He's about to deliver the vertical slash when Jet yells, "STOP." Our hero catches himself before his blade hits the floor. The old man admits defeat and asks our boy to put his sword down. Smart move, my man. Otherwise, you would have had to fund a new manor. Since Jet admitted his loss, the three quickly lined up with shining eyes, saying they looked forward to his guidance. So Jet leads them to this training room in his mansion, and dude's got a full transmutation circle carved into the floor like he's about to summon a demon or something. But nope, he just activates some sorcery on the wall, and the whole room turns into a gravity chamber. The trio's standing there feeling like they just gained 50 pounds each, and Jet's like, "Welcome to hell, kids." Now Jet drops some wisdom about how a healthy body makes for better aura efficiency. He also mentions that overcoming challenges like this could boost their aura levels. So for their first task, he points at this pile of rocks on the right side of the room and tells them to move all of them to the left side. He gives them until noon and warns them that if they can't even handle this basic task, they're getting disqualified on the spot. Our heroes get to work immediately, and 3 hours pass before Jet decides to check on them. He's probably thinking they're done and chilling by now, maybe even taking a nap. But when he walks in, the trio are still moving rocks back and forth like some kind of cursed Sisyphus routine. Jet's confused as hell until Glenn shows up and casually mentions, "Oh yeah, this is their third time moving those rocks." Jet's brain practically short-circuits. Glenn explains that the trio finished before 11 a.m., but since they don't like sitting around doing nothing, they just kept going. Jet's annoyed because these idiots are being way too extra, but he's like, "Fine, let's see how long they last." Just like that, day 2 arrives and Jet cranks up the difficulty. Now they're doing crunches with a log. After that, they're running laps while pulling weights behind them. Out of the three, Judith's starting to look rough. Like really rough. Even Jet notices she's struggling, but he doesn't say anything yet. That night, as our boy's lying in bed, Lulu pipes up and asks why they're still doing stamina training. It's been a week already and their guide hasn't even dueled with them once. Lulu's getting impatient, calling Jet a joke despite him being the 101st strongest swordsman. But our boy just says that being called the 101st strongest swordsman doesn't exactly sound cool. Back at Jet's place, he's sitting alone, sipping wine and reflecting on his 3 students. He realizes they're not just talented, they've got something more. He sees the fire in their eyes, the same fire he had when he was younger. And honestly, that scares him a little because he knows where that kind of fire can lead. The next day, Jet told everyone that he's switching things up now. He's going to guide each of them based on their individual needs. He starts with our boy, and they spar so Jet can get a better read on his fighting style. After they finish trading blows, Jet tells him he's doing great but points out one major flaw. He's too passive. Our boy's stuck in this mindset that he's slower than his opponents. So someone like Judith, who's light on her feet, would just run circles around him during a duel. Our boy's like, "Yeah, but I am slower than Judith," and Jet just shakes his head. The older man demonstrates a technique by unleashing his aura, making it grow bigger and more oppressive as he approaches our boy. He explains that just because you're slower or less coordinated doesn't mean you should act passively. What you need to do is expand your territory and occupy more space. He shows our boy how to gradually expand his presence bit by bit until it becomes impossible for his opponent to run away or counterattack effectively. Once you've got them cornered in your space, you've already won half the battle. Since Jet didn't just explain but also demonstrated, our boy actually understands the advice better. Jet then moves on to teach the other 2, and the training continues. This time, Jet's observing them way more closely, especially when our boy and Judith spar. Our hero notices that Judith's overworking herself again, but when he tries to call her out on it, she snaps at him not to treat her like some weakling. She insists she's just getting started and believes she'll win this time, but Jet's already made up his mind about something else entirely. The older man intervenes mid-spar and asks Judith to come with him because he has some advice specifically for her. He tells her to put down her sword and follow him to his chambers. As for our boy and Brett, he tells them to go ahead and grab lunch since his chat with Judith might take a while. So the 2 head to the dining hall and are peacefully eating when suddenly they hear Judith screaming. Both of them froze mid-bite and looked over to Jet's chamber, from which Judith walked out all angry. Brett asks her where she's going. "Well, wrong move, buddy," because she just snaps at him too. Naturally curious, the 2 guys head over to Jet's room to ask what the hell just happened. Jet takes his sweet time day drinking during lunchtime and finally starts talking about how the 3 of them remind him of his younger days back when he was happy just by holding a sword. Jet opens up about his past. He became an expert at a young age and people started calling him the next sword master in line. But reality hit him like a truck because the road to becoming a sword master is brutal as hell. He faced opponents across the continent who were way stronger than him, got constantly compared to others, and eventually caved under all that pressure. The comparisons, the competitions, the desperate desire to win it all became too much until he couldn't even focus on his swordsmanship anymore. Looking back now, Jet wishes he'd had better control over those fiery emotions back then. But in the world of swordsmanship, there's no such thing as moderation when it comes to competition. Plus, for her, things are even worse because she has these 2 geniuses as her comparisons. So he told Judith to break free of that mindset and try to focus on why she started training in the first place, but it seems it had the opposite effect. Just then, Judith walked in, apologized, and told Jet that she knew that he wasn't trying to make her feel bad. She admits her friends are ahead of her and she's been killing herself trying to catch up. Then she told Jet that she didn't pick up the sword for fun, she picked it up to survive. For her, competition isn't just ego, it's life. When he means living another day in pain is nothing she can't overcome. As she speaks, the fire inside her burns brighter and Jet can only watch silently. Just like that, their month-long training ends. A week later, our boy thanks Jet for taking them in, and Jet just asks where they plan to go next. Brett admits they've got no clue, so Jet suggests they head for the Land of Testament. He explains that lately the battles there have exploded in number thanks to a certain swordsman making waves. Then he paused for a second and said, since you guys are from the Golden Generation, you might know her, and then told them that the current champion of the Land of Testament is none other than Ilia Linde. Finally, the band's getting back together. So now our heroes are back on the road, and our boys being all serious, thinking about Ilia. Judith chimes in, saying she must have gotten even stronger by now. Brett agrees, but adds that maybe Ilia's overcome what happened back then. Judith's confused and asks what the hell he's talking about, so Brett tells her that when Ilia returned home from the academy, her brother, the crown prince of the Linde family, disappeared without a trace. Our boy's jaw hits the floor. What's really weird is there were no clues at all, like he got whisked away by sorcery or something. But the family's resident magician couldn't find any traces of him either. Ilia was obviously frustrated as hell, and the family kept searching for the next 3 months with zero progress. Then rumors started spreading that Carl might be dead, and all the rival families who'd been jealous of the Lindes started talking shit about the family's future. Our boy's speechless. He had no idea Ilia went through something like that. But Brett tells him she's probably fine now since she became the champion of the Land of Testament. She wouldn't have earned that title if she let what people said get to her. Plus, he is hyped because he thinks that he can beat her this time. Judith quickly agrees. Soon enough, they reach Asen, the Card Kingdom's battle city. Lulu's hyped seeing this many people, while our boy notices the place seems packed with rich folks. Then again, Lulu points out there are also tons of beggars on the streets. Coover just shrugs and says that's how it is. Asen's got many battle arenas besides the Land of Testament, which makes betting and gambling super popular here. Right then, some merchant pops up in front of them. He sees they look interested in duels, and before our boy can even explain anything, the guy talks over him. He's got something many people want: 4 tickets to the champion battle at the Land of Testament happening at 4 p.m. today. So obviously our boy buys them. They make their way inside this absolutely massive arena, way bigger than any they've been to before. Brett's pretty happy about how huge the place is and how packed it is with people. Judith's seatmate starts making small talk, asking who they placed their bet on. The guy says he bet on Ilia for obvious reasons. Not only is she the youngest champion in history, but she also became a swordmaster at 18. Judith turns to the man when she hears this, but her attention shifts to the main stage as the announcer welcomes everyone. The challenger this time is Cedric Cooper, who's ranked 2nd among all swordsmen at the king level. Then he gets all excited introducing his opponent, the undefeated swordsman, undeniable talent, youngest champion ever, and swordmaster Ilia Linde. She steps onto the stage and draws her sword. There's this certain force already surrounding it that Brett and Judith recognize immediately: an aura sword. Our boy's shocked, but says nothing as Ilia walks out, making the crowd go absolutely wild. And damn, she's prettier than ever too. With both swordsmen in position, Ilia makes the first move. In a split second, she's already in front of Cedric. This catches him completely off guard, but he has to move fast because Ilia unleashes a barrage of attacks that leave him defending for his life. He's thinking he can barely dodge her attacks when suddenly Ilia prepares for a stronger strike, hitting Cedric in the chest and blowing him across the stage. Lucky for him, he had his sword up when she did that, but his blade's already chipped and starting to crack. He realizes if he takes one more blow from that aura sword, his weapon will be destroyed for sure. He can't let this duel end without landing at least one attack, so he decides to go on offense. He's about to thrust his blade when Ilia spins out of range and slashes his sword, breaking it in half. Just like that, it's over in less than a minute. Ilia's already walking away as she's declared champion once again. Coover can't believe it since this wasn't even a challenge. He asks the trio if she was really a trainee like them. All 3 are speechless, but Coover notices our boy doesn't look too good. Our boy just stands up and tells Coover he needs to go for a walk. Now that he's out of the arena, our boy can't help but wonder what that was all about. Was he imagining things? No, he's sure he sensed it clearly. Dark demon-like energy coming from Ilia, so he knows he has to meet her as soon as possible, but first he needs information. He remembers Coover used to get info from pubs, so he makes his way to Azen Pub. As soon as he steps in, all eyes are staring at him. Our boy doesn't care and goes straight to the bartender and asks him for the information. The bartender told him that this is no ordinary pub and told our boy to leave if he doesn't want trouble. Our boy says he'll compensate him for his troubles, though not by much. The bartender keeps wiping glasses without even looking at him. Our boy asks where he needs to go if he wants to meet the champion of the Land of Testament, Ilia Linde. Some bastard heard our boy and told him that he'll tell him what he wants, but first our boy has to make a bet with him. So Aaron asks him what kind of bet. This dude told him that they'll take turns punching each other. Whoever lasts longer wins. If someone gives up or faints, they lose. Our boy finds it weird, but then thinks maybe this is how they do things here and nods. As he did that, the bastard's punch landed straight at our boy, and this idiot started laughing, thinking our boy was done. But nah, nothing happened. Then this bastard grinned, saying how the match wouldn't be interesting if our boy had fainted in just one punch, and then our boy said that it was his turn, and then bam, our boy hits his stupid face with the most satisfying punch possible, sending him flying straight to the wall. So now our boy is just standing there thinking, maybe he should add One Punch Man to his title. So now this idiot's lackeys are freaking out. They ran straight to their boss, who is checking the temperature of the ground. One of them gets up all tough, about to swing at our boy for what he did, when this voice cuts through the crowd. Enter Hinch, a pointy-eared reporter dude. One of the goons tries to act hard, but Hinch just gives him the look and casually threatens to plaster this whole pub brawl on tomorrow's front page, and what do you know? The goon backs down immediately. Hinch drags our boy outside and introduces himself as the chief reporter of some weekly arena magazine. He clocks Aaron's whole swordsman getup and asks for his name. Our boy introduces himself, and Hinch immediately goes, "Oh, you're not from the West, huh?" Aaron asks Hinch why he was helping him, and you know Hinch can't exactly say, "I need my next big scoop for clicks." So he just goes with, "Let's help each other out, bro." They start walking, and Hinch asks if Aaron's some fanboy trying to meet Ilya. Our boy's like, "Nah, we're actually friends." Hinch gets real interested now because apparently Ilya is this mysterious champion who rolled into town and immediately claimed the throne. Like, she's showing up and said, "This title, mine now." Hinch then told our boy that if Ilya keeps winning until May, she'll break Egnet's record. And what do you know? Mommy Egnet held the crown for 5 months. Our boy's face gets all serious hearing this, while Hinch was saying how people nowadays are comparing the two. Some favor Mommy Ignat and some say that Ilya is the best. And just like that, they reach Ilya's estate, and Hinch hides behind a tree, thinking there's no way our boy's getting in. Even the fancy manor lords got turned away. Our boy walks up, introduces himself, and whips out this PLA tandem card that he had gotten from Ilya earlier. The guard's eyes go wide, and he's like, "Let me verify this real quick." Next thing you know, this dark-skinned woman with orange hair comes out. She is Emma Garcia, Ilya's bodyguard. She's all professional, saying, "Sorry, my mistress won't see you. She's here as a swordsman, not as Lady Lindsay, and wants to focus on her training, so no social visits." Aaron asked her if she had told Ilya his name. Emma goes, "Nah, not yet. I was planning to do that when you were gone." And our boy's like, "Yeah, maybe try that first." She goes back inside, mentions his name, and boom, gates swing open. Hinch is behind that treaty, absolutely shook. His journalist brain is probably exploding right now. Our boy gets escorted inside, takes a deep breath outside her door, knocks, and walks in. Ilya is sitting there in an actual dress, guys. This is rare content. Screenshot this moment, and she hits him with, "What's your excuse for being late all these years?" Our boy just laughs awkwardly, like, "Haha, funny story actually." He explains everything, the adventures, meeting Brett and Judith, and the whole squad rolling up to watch her match yesterday. He's all happy seeing her stronger, but then his face gets serious. He tells her she seems unstable, and he thinks she came here because of Egnet. The moment he says that name, Ilya's soft expression dies. Her aura turns dark and sinister, and she's like, "What are you getting at?" with murder in her eyes. But our boy doesn't back down. He goes full sentimental, talking about their time at Chroma Swordsmanship Academy and how she was special to him because she helped him when he was struggling. How their relationship is more precious than the others. He reminds her that she once said she wouldn't be swayed by others anymore and begs her to stop chasing Egnet's shadow. But Ilya, she's not having it. She stands up and tells our boy that she can't break free from how people see her, and starts talking about how these bastards keep slandering her brother and family name. Then her aura goes full VILLAD mode as she grabs her sword, saying it's been telling her she's on the right path. She's spiraling, asking if our boy has anything else to say, but Aaron just calmly stands up and asks if she's chosen to keep the champion title, no matter what. She confirms it. Our boy looks her dead in the eyes and says there are 120 days left before you break Ignet's record, and before that happens, he's going to take her down, no matter what it takes. Ilya is stunned, and our boy, he's never looked more serious in his life. Man just declared war on his own friend. This is about to get spicy. For a second, Ilya is standing there stunned, and our boy doubles down. He tells her straight up, 4 months from now, when she has to defend that title, he'll take her down, and man, she can barely process it, asking if he's actually serious. Our boy confirms dead serious. He even admits that, yeah, with his current skill level, he can't beat her. But that's exactly why he's going to train his ass off for the next 4 months. He apologizes for how awkward this got, especially since they haven't seen each other in forever, then hits her with the emotional damage. "You're still my most precious friend, even if it's embarrassing to say out loud." With that, he walks out. Then we cut to the inn. We got Coover and Brett chilling at the table while Judith's on the bed with Lulu heaping thought about Ilya. She knew that she would get stronger, but Swordmaster level? It's just insane. Judith's thinking maybe in a couple years she could catch up when she suddenly springs up and shouts, "I'm gonna BHEEVRUN in one day." Lulu nearly has a heart attack from the jump scare. That's when our boy walks in. Lulu asks where he went, and he casually told them that he went to see Ilya. Brett and Coover look at him all surprised, but our boy then gave them more reason to be surprised as he told them he challenged him. And Brett's looking at him like, "Bro, do you have a death wish?" Judith's jaw is on the floor. Lulu, being the absolute homie, says she believes Eren will win. Cover's on Brett's side though, keeping it real. Sword masters are in a completely different league, and even if our boy is strong, that gap is massive. But our boy doesn't care. He says this is something he has to do, and he's bent on winning no matter what. The conviction in his voice is so intense that Judith goes quiet, feeling this dark emotion bubbling up in her chest that makes her grit her teeth in frustration. But then she snaps back to her usual cheerful self, tells our boy she's rooting for him, and casually mentions she'll also challenge Ilya before walking out to go train. Outside, she's thinking she can't just sit still after hearing Eren talk like that. Back in the room, Brett comments that our boy really lit a fire under Judith, then asks if he has a plan. Our boy, with zero shame, goes, "Nope, that's why I'm asking you, how do I beat Ilya?" For a second, Brett wondered if he did something really bad in his past life to deserve this, but obviously he's going to help anyway because that's what bros do. He explains it's not impossible to be a sword master. There have been 3 recorded cases of high-rank expert swordsmen pulling it off. Even Kuvar backs this up, saying he's heard the legends. But there are 3 conditions that need to be met. Condition 1. Our boy needs a sword that can handle an aura blade. Brett asks how sturdy his weapon is, and our boy remembers Vulcanus and the dwarfs saying they couldn't even put a DNT in it. So he just tells Brett his blade won't break, and Brett gives the green light. Condition 2. Our boy needs his own signature technique, something unpredictable. Brett says for Eren, that's obviously his vertical slash. He needs to refine it until he can whip it out freely mid-fight. Our boy promises to work hard, fully committed to beating Ilya. Brett points out that hard work doesn't always equal results, but since it's Eren we're talking about, who knows what will happen. Condition 3. The most important one, our boy's swordsmanship needs to be on par with the swordmaster. Brett emphasizes that Ilya became a swordmaster through pure dedication, not luck. She perfected her swordsmanship before completing her aura, making her a true swordmaster. If our boy can't narrow that skill gap, he's cooked. Our boy just says he'll do his best with the time he has left. Then, out of nowhere, Hinch pops up excitedly, asking, "Are you really challenging the champion?" Brett spits beer all over his own face from the shock. Our boy's equally surprised. Meanwhile, Hinch is mentally patting himself on the back, thinking tailing Eren was totally worth it, and as a reporter, he can't miss a scoop this juicy. Lulu just points out that Hinch is an elf. He introduces himself to the group, but Brett throws him the most bombastic side eye while wiping beer off his face, asking if this pointy-eared dude was eavesdropping the whole time. Hinch claims his sensitive elf ears just happened to pick up their conversation. Then he casually said that in his explanation, Brett missed a crucial detail. There's actually a 4th condition, the stage itself. Hinch explains that challengers start at a certain rank and climb through ranking battles. Only the top 10 swordsmen who reach the king level can challenge the champion. Even if our boy meets all the qualifications, there's tons of competition. Unless he catches the public's attention, he'll never get that championship match. That's condition 4 commercial value. Kuvar gets it immediately. They need to make Eren the talk of the town. Hinch's eyes start sipping as he pleads with our boy to let him help, promising to turn Eren into the biggest star the land of Testament has ever seen. The next day, they hit the training grounds. Some bald reporter is scribbling notes, hyped because 2 trainees from Chrono's golden generation are competing today. He identifies Brett Lloyd as a rising star and Judith as a commoner swordsman on his level. He's PUMPE'd because both cleared their 3 matches easily and will probably rank up to Bishop soon. He's thinking he's got a better scoop than Hinch. After their matches, reporters swarm Brett and Judith, asking why they came to the land of Testament, if they're trying to prove the Midland region's strength, etc., but they just push through without answering. Then Baldy's underling tells him about another match. The scene shifts to our boy's match, and our boy won it easily. After that, Hinch immediately swoops in for the interview, announcing our boy's name and confirming he's from Chrono's 27th cohort. The other reporters are like, who? But start writing anyway because Hinch has no reason to lie. They start asking about Brett and Judith and why they're all here. Our boy remembers Hinch's coaching from last night, telling him to sound ambitious and confident. So he tells them he can't speak for his friends and then goes on to drop the bomb that he'll defeat all opponents with a single BLO move until he reaches queen level. But before the public could wrap their heads around it, our boy continues, saying that he doesn't intend to stop there, as his goal here is to become the champion. So after that announcement, our boy and his crew are basically celebrities now. 2 random dudes are reading the morning paper, and one's like, wait, who the hell is this guy? His buddy explains that our boy is also from the golden generation, but for some reason didn't finish his training for mysterious reasons. The other guy goes okay, but he's out here claiming he's going to become champion. Isn't that a fat dream? His friend's just vibing, saying every good tournament needs at least one delusional character to keep things spicy. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Hinch is grinning ear to ear because the interview he did with Eren is blowing up. So he gets back to work to do a follow-up story. As soon as he's gone, our boy asks Brett where Judith went, and apparently she's off doing solo training. Brett sits down and gets serious, telling Eren he's noticed something. Our boy has been hella restless lately, even during the interview. He wants to know why he is so serious about beating Ilya. Eren goes quiet for a second, then told Brett everything, saying how he thinks that Ilya might be turning into a demon. Brett's jaw hits the floor and our boy explains the whole thing. Basically, when someone bottles up enough negative emotions, rage, hatred, all that fun stuff, they can transform into a demon. Remember Victor and Charlotte? Same deal. Some people can fight it off, like Jet did, but Ilya? Aaron's sensing straight-up demonic energy coming from her. That's why he's obsessed with beating her now, before she completely loses herself to it. If he doesn't stop her soon, she'll be gone for good. After hearing the whole story, Brett tells him to keep this between them because Judith would probably lose her mind if she found out. But he also points out the obvious. Defeating Ilya with only 4 months of training is basically impossible. Our boy's like, yeah, but I have to try anyway. Suddenly, Lulu pops out from the top bunk yelling at Aaron for not mentioning this earlier, and then he hops down, asking our boy if he wants to be way stronger in just a few months. When Aaron asks if there's anything they can do, Lulu says sorcery can help. Then he gets all excited and says that it's time for a special lesson and tells our boy that from now on, whenever he swings, he'll do it with strength and a wish in mind. Folks, intention is everything. Meanwhile, that same night, Elia's sitting alone in her house holding that bracelet Aaron gave her years ago. She's clearly spiraling, thinking about how he of all people should understand her. She convinces herself they're just having a misunderstanding and decides to go see a priest. A mentally unstable girl meeting with a priest? Yeah, nothing bad ever happens in that scenario. The next day, Aaron and Lulu head out to find John Drew, one of the top sword instructors in town that Hinch recommended. They showed up at his estate and holy shit, there was a whole crowd of people at the gates, all hoping to train with this guy, so without wasting a single second, he walked over to the guard, telling him that Hinch had sent him here, so the guard immediately recognized him and escorted them inside. And listen, this place is so massive they have to take a carriage just to get from the gates to the reception room. In the carriage, the guard asked our boy why he was here. He told him everything, and the guard told him that John Drew is loaded and pretty much content with his cushy life, so convincing him to take on a student isn't easy. He loves money, sure, but he's not desperate for it. Aaron and Lulu are unfazed, though. When they finally meet Viscount John Drew, the dude immediately comments that Aaron's younger than he expected. Our boy introduces himself, confirms Hinch sent him, and John gets straight to business, asking if Aaron's prepared to pay top dollar for his services. That's when Lulu steps in. The cat says it will handle payment, and John's like, did that cat just talk? Lulu whips out some golden mice using sorcery, and John's eyes light up. But it's not enough yet. His greedy ass is showing. So Lulu just casually summons an entire mountain of gold, and man, this greedy bastard couldn't resist. He immediately agrees to train Aaron, bowing and promising to do his absolute best. Lulu's just sitting there like, yeah, this is exactly what money's for. They move to a bigger training room, and John tells Aaron to show him everything, his swordsmanship, techniques, all of it. He explains he needs to analyze our boy's physical abilities, battle sense, habits, and mannerisms to figure out the best training approach. Aaron glances at Lulu, who gives the nod. Quick flashback. Before they came here, Lulu made our boy practice swinging with one rule. Every single swing has to carry the earnest wish to save Ilya. That intention needs to be embedded in every movement. Back in the present, Aaron closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and starts swinging. Meanwhile, Ilya is kneeling in front of some hooded priest on an altar somewhere. She's praying, asking if everything she's done has been meaningful or if it's all been pointless. She admits she's not sure if she's still on the right path. As our boy continues swinging with pure intention, the priest tells Ilya not to be afraid. He taps her head, saying she's silenced envy, jealousy, criticism, and ridicule, and she shouldn't be swayed by a simple breeze. At the exact same time, Aaron takes a massive swing, declaring he'll get stronger, and suddenly this force field of energy builds around him, a blue sphere forms, and he's created his own training space using sorcery. John and Lulu are shocked. Meanwhile, this bastard had done something. He smiles this sinister-ass smile and tells Ilya to keep devoting herself until all the wind in the world disappears. And our boy? He's in that glowing sphere, swinging away, repeating to himself, I'll save Ilya. So now our boy's completely in the zone, swinging away, and Lulu tells John not to interrupt until he stops on his own. Eventually, Aaron finally puts down his sword and takes a breather. The training space starts fading, and Lulu walks up, asking if he's done, and our boy is like, why would I be? It's then Lulu tells this idiot that he had been swinging for a whole week. Our boy's head snaps around like, wait, he genuinely had no idea that much time had passed. Lulu figured he wasn't aware, but it's not important, so asked the real question. Did you make progress? Aaron thinks for a second, smacks his fist into his palm, and says things are a little clearer now. His senses feel sharper too. John walks over and tells him they got bigger problems. His next match is TODI at 2 p.m. Our boy's barely surprised, just casually accepts it. Honestly, Aaron's level of chill is something we should all aspire to. Man just time traveled a week and he's like, hey cool, what's next? Later that afternoon, the arena's packed for this bishop-level duel. It's Dominic versus our boy. The announcer introduces Aaron as the ambitious swordsman from Chrono Academy and asks if he'll keep his one-strike pledge, and the crowd goes crazy, saying that there is no way he'll do it, but these bastards were all curious enough to show up. When the match starts, Dominic charges at our boy trying to land the first blow. But our boy's busy with something else. After his training, his senses have been heightened and everything looks different now. As Dominic winds up for a big swing, Aaron raises his sword and counters, and with just one strike, Dominic's blade gets cut clean in half. His jaw drops. The crowd goes absolutely crazy. Even the announcer can't believe it. Even the haters from earlier are stunned. Our boy steps off the stage and immediately gets mobbed by reporters. They're like, "How do you feel?" And our boy goes, "I kept my promise and I intend to do so." Then he just walks away while the reporters are probably scrambling to make that into a headline. Back at the pub, everyone's going crazy talking about Aaron. They're bringing up his past fights, hyping up the time he beat a demonoid, and now everyone wants to know when his next match is. Meanwhile, Aaron heads back to John's place and his instructor immediately hits him with some constructive criticism. He tells our boy that his swordsmanship is too by the book and needs more chaos injected into it. Then John does something absolutely foul. He spits at Aaron, like at full-on Luby launch. Our boy dodges it and John's just standing there like, haha, just a prank bro. Then he offers Aaron a handshake with the hand Koviarity in SPIT. But before Aaron can process the biological warfare John just attempted, the old man's already got a blade pointed at him. John explains that real swordsmanship isn't just about technique, it's about mind games, tricks, and being a general menace. He's basically teaching our boy how to fight dirty and hey, you bastard, don't corrupt my boy. So for the next 10 days, John puts Aaron through boot camp, teaching him every underhanded tactic in the book. Our boy eats it all up and masters everything in record time. John's standing there amazed that Aaron learned everything in just 10 days and got stronger on top of it. That night, Aaron has another one of those weird dreams with the mysterious old sword guy. Except this time, the dude looks even older, which makes our boy wonder if the dream guy is aging in real time. Aaron gets into his meditation pose and basically tells the old man telepathically, "Look, I'll take your help if you're offering, but if you're going to be a problem, I'm out." Then he starts glowing with that golden aura, and even Lulu's watching him sleep like, this kid's doing image training in his dreams now? Does this man ever take a break? Even God rested on the 7th day. Then we cut to the next fight and surprise our boy wins with one strike again. But this time he also destroys his opponent's sword just to flex a little. This becomes a pattern. 3 days, 3 fights, all wins, and just like that, Aaron hits Rook level. The crowd's going wild. He's got fans now. People are probably making banners with his face on them. But in the midst of all this celebration, there's Judith just standing there speechless. The announcer declares that there's literally no one left to challenge Aaron in the land of opportunity. So congrats, he's officially queen level now, which means our boy's moving on to the land of glory. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Coover, Lulu, and Brett are basically having a proud parent moment, beaming with pride watching their friend dominate. Even Brett's admitting he can't believe how strong our boy has gotten. And he's about to ask Judith what she thinks about all this when she just stands up and walks away without saying a word. After seeing our boy fight and his progress, she's having this whole internal crisis. The girl thought she had the strongest will and the most tenacity, and that she'd never lose to anyone in terms of determination. But watching our boy achieve all this stuff lately, it's got her questioning everything. She's so deep in her feelings that she's not even watching where she's going and bumps straight into some dude, making him drop his book. Judith picks up the book, apologizes, and hands it back to this hooded figure. She turns to leave when the guy calls out to her and removes his hood with a smile, asking if she's got a minute to spare. Man, it's the same bastard that got to Ilya and ran Judith run. Back to our boy, he's already moving on to his next match. His opponent raises his sword and straight up slashes the ground Aaron was just standing on, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. His opponent follows up with this barrage of attacks that our boy just casually dodges, which obviously pisses the guy off. So he decides to go for the classic surprise attack from behind. But Aaron already saw this coming a mile away. This bastard was thinking that he was being clever, so he makes this big dramatic swing, and just as his blade's about to connect with our boy, he disappears. Now it's our boy's turn for a surprise attack, popping up behind the older dude and sending a thrust his way. The older man can only scream in fright as Aaron stops his attack with his sword literally millimeters from cutting his opponent. With that, the match ended. The crowd loses their minds as the announcer is basically saying our hero's winning streak shows no signs of stopping, saying how he just needs one more win before getting promoted to king level. Later that night, Coover and Brett are sitting together, low-key celebrating all of our boys' wins. They're talking about how famous he's starting to get, and then Coover casually mentions that Judith is almost at queen level herself. Brett nods and tells him that her next match is actually a promotion duel. Seeing how he's not even that hyped about it, Coover asks him why he's not as obsessed with dueling as his other two friends, especially when they live and breathe this stuff. Brett just smiles and drifts into a memory of his graduation day back when our boy walked into the old man's office expecting some insane quest for trial, only for the old man to say that Brett already had everything he needed, and there was no test required, signing his graduation on the spot. Snapping back to reality, Coover is going on about how amazing Brett is when Judith walks in looking all down and drained. Brett goes up to her and asks if she's done training, but out of nowhere she asks him for a duel. He's completely caught off guard, but there's no way he can say no to her, so the two of them head outside to fight. Brett tries to break the tension with some small talk, asking how she even found this place, but Judith shuts that down quick and tells him to stop messing around and get serious. Meanwhile, our boy stays locked in on his own training. and this time he can really feel something changing. His body starts glowing, and he tells Lulu that he can actually see it now, that he can feel it. Lulu's shocked and asks if he's talking about his aura, wondering if he seriously hasn't been able to see it all this time. He admits that he could only barely sense it before, but never actually see it clearly. Just then, a servant sprints in completely panicked and tells Eren that his next match has already been set, and the way he's acting makes it seem like it's something huge. Our boy asks when it's happening, and the servant says it's tomorrow and that his opponent is a real big shot. Then we cut to the next day, and the whole place is buzzing as the announcer hypes up the main event, introducing the star rookie of the Coliseum, our boy himself. And for his opponent, everyone's favorite redhead. On top of that, she's the one who challenged him. Up in the stands, Brett's deep in thought while the announcer goes on about how this is an inescapable clash between comrades. The crowd is losing it, dying to see who's going to come out on top. As our boy steps onto the stage, he asks Judith what's going on in her head and why she would challenge him like this. She just laughs and calls him a dumbass, telling him it's obvious she challenged him because she wants to fight, and today's the day she's going to finally surpass him before going after Ilya. The bell rings and she charges in. Their swords collide, and the sheer impact tears apart half the arena. While pushing against her with all his strength, our boy tells her that he's not holding anything back either, so if she wants to win, she better give him absolutely everything she's got. Judith comes in with one insane swing and sends our boy flying all the way across the arena, and before anyone can even blink, she's already sprinting at him again. Her blade crashes into him once more, and she follows that up with a relentless storm of lightning-fast attacks, kicking up so much dust and debris that a whole cloud forms around our boy. When she finally stops to see if she landed a clean hit, she freezes because his sword is right there, just a breath away from her face. The crowd absolutely loses it at that sight, calling it a ridiculous level of skill, and even Brett has to admit that Eren is straight up overpowering her. Our boy tells Judith to get ready because now it's his turn to attack. She manages to block and parry his strikes, but anyone can see she's having a rough time keeping up. She can't understand how his power has skyrocketed like this, thinking back to when they used to train together at Kronos and how he was nowhere near this level. What the hell has he been doing all this time? One mistake and her sword could go flying, and it's already starting to crack under the pressure. In her heart, she knows that this is a level she just can't handle, and even defending herself is becoming a nightmare. With a final heavy blow, our boy sends Judith stumbling back, and that's when she truly realizes how massive the gap between them is. She's gasping for air, barely able to stand straight, while he's still calm and steady like nothing even happened. She starts questioning herself, wondering what she could possibly do to win, or if she even can. But instead of giving up, she clenches her teeth and charges again, deciding she'll just keep coming at him until he drops. Their swords collide once more with a force that shakes the arena. Judith leaps into the air, hoping to catch him off guard with an overhead strike, but our boy swings back just as hard, and the next thing anyone sees is Judith's hands flying up, her sword gone. Now our boy is standing on the podium, lights flashing and cameras going off all around him. Like always, Hinch is the first to start grilling him with questions. Now that he's officially reached the king level and is approaching the end of the Land of Atonement, the elf asks if he plans to stop anytime soon. Our boy says his goal hasn't changed even a little, and he won't stop until he reaches it. He also throws out that he'll take down anyone who tries to block his path, then wraps up the interview like it's nothing. As he steps down, Coover, Lulu, and Brett are already there waiting. Lulu congratulates him on making it to the king level, and Brett cracks a joke about how comfortable he looks in front of the cameras, even commenting on his appearance, but Eren just brushes it all off. What he really wants to know is where Judith went. Brett goes quiet for a second before saying she disappeared right after the match. He figures the loss hit her hard and tells our boy it's probably best to just give her some space for now, and Eren reluctantly agrees. 2 days pass, and it's already night again, but Judith still hasn't returned. Brett sits on his bed, sighing, thinking that the defeat must have really messed her up this time. Not too long ago, she was almost on the same level as our boy, and now the gap is just painful to look at, especially since she was dead serious about winning. He remembers how restless she seemed the day before the match, how grim she looked, and then it clicks. He remembers the talk he had with our boy about how negative emotions like rage and despair could trigger a transformation. Without wasting another second, Brett bolts out into the night to look for her, terrified that something bad might have happened. He searches all over, even checking the arena again, but there's no trace of her. Out of breath, he drops to his knees and racks his brain until one place comes to mind: the forest training grounds. He takes off running again, praying his worst fear isn't true. Meanwhile, the priest is sitting and having his dinner, remembering when he invited Judith to pray with him a few days back. Back to Brett, he finally reaches the clearing and spots her sitting on top of a massive rock, completely still. He calls out her name, but then stops when he sees her state. Cut back to the priest, sipping on his wine, thinking how unfortunate it is that the red-headed swordswoman turned him down, saying she had other plans. Back to our boy, he was looking at Judith and she was crying her eyes out, telling Brett how, from the very first clash, she already knew she couldn't beat our boy. Then she snaps, shouting that she's been trying her hardest this whole time to catch up to him, to surpass him, but no matter what she does, the gap only keeps getting bigger. She breaks down completely, sobbing as Brett moves closer. When she looks up at him, her eyes are full of tears, but man, she was looking cute as hell. Then she grabs him and starts crying her heart out. While standing there, Brett was thinking about how Judith was never going to change. His mind flashes back to the day he stood in the old man's office asking to delay his own graduation because he wanted to go on a journey too to figure some things out, promising that one day he'd return with Judith. Then he remembers his talk with Coover telling him that he found something more important than the sword. Now, in the present, while Judith continues to sob in his arms, Brett reaches out to her, comforting her while thinking to himself that if she's not going to change, he's going to protect her. And man, our ship has finally officially sailed. And guys, that's it. See you with the next part 7 months later. Haha, just kidding. So we're back at the arena, and like always, people are showing up to watch some good old-fashioned sword violence. But today's different. Everyone's whispering about whether that's actually our boy. Standing over there, another dude nodded and said that, yep, lately our boy is watching the king level matches. And why is he doing it, folks? Because our boy's starting to realize something important at the king level. Everyone's fighting with aura throwing. Right now there are 2 swordsmen going at it. One dude's got this white light situation going on. The other's rocking red. Very edgy, very aesthetic. Aaron notices that both these guys pump their auras into their shoulders and arms when they swing, which makes sense. You want the hitty parts to hit harder, you know. Then the white aura guy takes a big swing, but the red aura dude's not about to eat that. He focuses his aura on his legs and just yeets himself into the air. Our boy's watching all this, thinking, oh damn, so you can move the aura around your body? The aura gets stronger in their lower bodies when they move. It's like they're constantly redistributing their power bar depending on what they need. White aura lands back on the stage and immediately rushes his opponent, but the red guy's ready. He swings to counter, except the white aura dude just ducks under, and in the next moment his blade is already at the guy's face. Match over. The announcer's like, the winner is Donovan. And this white-haired dude just casually collects his W. Meanwhile, our boy was thinking how even though the red swordsman had more mana, he still lost. After the fight wraps up, everyone starts filing out, including our boy. He's walking around deep in thought, basically having an existential crisis about how he needs to get good with his aura. He wants to close the gap between him and Ilya. Man's determined to start training ASAP when suddenly he hears someone calling him. It was Brett, who walked up to him and asked if he came to watch the match too. They do the whole hey, it's been a while greeting thing, and Brett's like, so what'd you think? King level is wild, right? Aaron agrees, saying it was good reference material. Then Aaron switches topics and asks if Judith came back yet. Brett glances to the side real quick before answering, which our boy completely misses because he's not paying attention. Brett tells him, yeah, she came back a couple days ago. Aaron lights up and says he'll drop by the inn sometime soon. Then he just walks off without another word. As soon as Aaron's out of sight, Judith comes sliding out from behind a column, and she's walking all stiff and awkward. Brett's immediately like, why'd you hide? Are you avoiding him? And Judith's playing dumb like, what? Who? Aaron? I didn't even know if he was here. Brett just looks at her with that I'm not buying this expression, but before he can call her out, Judith awkwardly shuffles off in the other direction, saying she's going to go train and to call her if there's another good match. Brett can only sigh and smile at this disaster of a human, thinking to himself that it's going to take a while before she's comfortable around Aaron again. Drama aside, let's fast forward a few days. Our boy's back to the grind, training with his aura and really focusing on the motions while gathering aura into whatever body part he wants to beef up. He realizes he's actually been doing this the whole time, he just didn't have a clear picture of it before. Now that he's got the concept down, it's not that hard anymore. His only problem now is figuring out how to actually get better at it, since aura application seems like this weird abstract thing that's hard to quantify. It's like trying to explain what color sounds like, you know? That's when Lulu comes waltzing in and asks if he's going to watch today's match. Aaron says, hell yeah, he is. This is one match you wouldn't miss for the world. Then he picks up Lulu. Then we cut to the arena and the announcer's hyping up the crowd, and when Ilya steps onto that stage, the place absolutely eruptious. People are losing their minds. Her opponent today is Grayson, the 4th-ranked swordsman and a king-level Vitarican. Our boy and Lulu are sitting quietly in the stands while Aaron's mentally taking notes about how there's some kind of flow to making an aura sword. Then Ilya starts emitting her aura, and it's covering her sword too. Aaron notices it's similar to when he uses his downward slash. Except then Ilya just disperses her aura. The crowd goes silent. Everyone's shocked. Our boy overhears these 2 dudes next to him talking about how she's not going to use her aura sword anymore. The other guy's confused, so his buddy fills him in on the rumors going around. Apparently people have been saying that if these battles were just about pure swordsmanship, anyone could not only fight Ilya, but actually beat her. So the champion decided to prove them wrong by not using her aura sword at all. Back on the stage, Grayson's like, are you being arrogant right now? And Ilya's just like, nope. Before the announcer can even officially start the match, both of them make their move, charging at each other. Aaron's watching closely and notices something different this time. The moment they swing their swords, they strengthen their auras in exactly the right spots, just where they need it. Both Ilya and Grayson only have auras on their arms and fingers. Then Ilya takes a swing at Grayson, who manages to block it. Our boy notices that Grayson only concentrated his aura at the exact point where Ilya's strike was coming. That's how he managed to defend against it. Eren can't help but be impressed. Grayson's aura application is on a whole different level. This dude's using the least amount of aura with maximum efficiency, but even that's not enough to stop Ilya, who's now going full combo mode. She's relentless, hitting him with this barrage of consecutive attacks, and with every hit she's managing to inflict these small cuts on Grayson's body, and this bastard was getting overpowered. You can see the dread filling his face as he asks himself if this is his limit. Grayson's having this whole internal monologue about how Ilya surpasses him in everything: strength, speed, stamina, you name it. He didn't think the gap between them would be this huge, that he starts having that classic old guy moment, like maybe if I were younger I could've won. But even he doesn't believe it. He's thinking maybe he wouldn't win even if he was younger. And because he's too busy having his midlife crisis, Ilya sees the opening and goes in with a powerful swing that breaks his blade in half. Then we cut to 4 days later. Our boy decided to pay Grayson a visit, and Kuvar was all surprised, asking our boy why he wanted to meet him. He points out that the guy might still be salty since it's only been a few days since he got his ass handed to him. Eren explains he wants to ask the older swordsman for a favor, but since it's so sudden, he's not sure if Grayson will even agree to it. Kuvar just waves it off and says don't worry about it, he's good drinking buddies with Grayson, so Eren just needs to trust him. Plus, Kuvar adds that it'll be easy to win the guy over if our boy promises to treat him to drinks. At this, Eren can't help but feel grateful he's got Kuvar in his corner. He's thinking he might actually be able to learn how to train his aura application soon. They finally reach Grayson's place, but when they're still a few meters away, our boy just stops, dead in his tracks. Kuvar's immediately like, yo, what's wrong? But Eren can feel it. There's demonic energy coming from the house as he said that. Both of them sprint inside, with Kuvar asking his buddy what the hell's going on. Instead of finding a normal, probably still sulking swordsman, they find Grayson just sitting there, and his demonic aura is getting stronger by the second. There's blood streaming down his cheeks, and he's glaring at them with these intense eyes, asking who the hell they are and adding that he doesn't recall inviting anyone over. So the room is absolutely reeking of demonic energy, and it's all coming from Grayson. As the two of them step inside, Kuvar's in complete shock. He can't believe his drinking buddy is turning into a demonoid, but our boy's surprisingly chill about it, saying it's fine because Grayson hasn't fully transformed yet. There's still time to save this dude. With that, he summoned his sword and started walking towards Grayson. That's when the Kuvar notices something different about Eren's energy. It's not like rough steel anymore, it's denser and way more refined. And he's perfectly controlling it to match the old man's energy. Our boy's been leveling up apparently. As Eren walks toward Grayson, he stands right in front of the dude. Grayson's like, why did you come here? And our boy, in the most casual way possible, says he heard that people in Aizen like to duel and bet. So he's proposing a duel? The condition? Simple, the loser has to listen to the winner's requests. At this, Grayson starts standing up, looking genuinely interested. He smirks and without another word, grabs his sword. The demonic aura around his body instantly intensifies, and he tells Eren that what he wants is our boy's life. As soon as Grayson grabs his sword, he just dashes straight at Eren, throwing multiple powerful slashes at him. But our boy, he's fending them off without breaking a sweat. Grayson decides to go for another powerful slash, and Eren's still calm as hell, blocking it just fine. Seeing that all of his attacks aren't having any effect on our boy, Grayson decided to change tactics and came in from the above, but Eren just casually sidestepped out of the attack area. The moment he does, Grayson lunges toward him and swings his sword like a WHIP. Our boy notices the old man's fighting style uses these irregular, snake-like movements that make it super hard to predict where the next attack's coming from. Luckily for Eren, he trained with Viscount John Drew. He says to himself that he wouldn't be able to react to Grayson's attacks if it weren't for that training, and for some time this back and forth continues. But there's one obvious difference from this fight compared to all his previous ones. Eren can now see the flow of aura, and once he could see it, he started to counter because he could see Grayson's feints and true intentions. Then our boy charged at him, taking that bastard by surprise. Kuvar, watching from the sidelines, is shocked. The attack literally blows Grayson away, and even the tile floors start flying around like they're in a tornado, and for a second Grayson can't believe what just happened. But our boy's not done. He follows it up with a no teacher powerful swing. This time Grayson manages to block it, but he's confused as hell. Why is he being overpowered? This shouldn't be happening. Can you imagine being a Vinterakan swordsman and losing to kids twice in the same week? Man, my pride would be absolutely shattered. I'd probably just retire and become a hermit at that point. So now this bastard's bastardly inferiority complex kicked in, and his demonic power went off the roof, and he was being more and more demon by the second. Kuvar told our boy to watch out, but our boy just told him not to worry as he kept his position. Instead of raising his sword for another attack, Eren closes his eyes and takes a stance. He says he's no longer afraid of demonic energy, and his aura produces this golden glow around him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Grayson standing in front of him about to bring down his sword, but our boy moved in a second. Both of their aura collided, and in the next second, Grayson's sword broke in half. With the sword gone, Grayson began to turn back into his human form. He fell to the ground, being all dramatic, thinking about how it's all over now, but our boy knelt in front of him. Grayson thanked our boy, saying how it was because of him that he could spend his last few moments as a human. Meanwhile, Coover was looking at his drinking buddy with sad eyes. He could see the fire inside Grayson dying down and thought that it was it for him. As soon as he said that, our boy went, who decided to deviate. His aura got all intense as he looked at Grayson and told him how his fight had inspired him and that he wanted to be as strong as him. With that, he touched him on the chest, thanking him, and as soon as he did, all the traces of the demonic energy disappeared and the flame inside him became strong. Coover was all surprised to see this. Wait, what's this? Can our boy transfer life force now? Did he just unlock a new ability by being aggressively wholesome? Aaron then reminds Grayson of their bet that the loser has to do what the winner wants. Since our boy won, what he wants is for Grayson to continue showing his amazing battles to people. Then cut back to Grayson's mansion where everyone's saying their goodbyes. But before Kuvar bounces, he's got questions specifically about that sketchy-ass sword Grayson was swinging around earlier. Grayson scratches his head and goes, honestly bro, I have no idea. Apparently, he came home one day and found this thing just chilling in the middle of his living room, and this idiot didn't think to question it once. He just went, what's this discounted Excalibur stuck in the floor? And pulled it out. Then he told Coover how he is going to the temple once he gets healthy again and confesses his sins. Coover's like, hold up, and uses his fortune teller magic to check Grayson's vibes. Turns out the dude's completely clean now, not a single trace of evil left in him. So now it's settled. Coover and our boy say their goodbyes and head back to the inn. On the way back, Coover tells our boy how Mommy Ignat was right that this whole humans getting possessed by demonic energy thing is becoming a pattern. First there was Kogel, then those siblings Victor and Charlotte, and now Grayson. But then he suddenly remembered something and asked Aaron if he hadn't come all the way here to ask Grayson something, but our boy just shrugged it off. Says Grayson should focus on recovering first, and besides, there's nothing they can do about it right now. Then Coover switches topics and asks about that weird power Aaron used during the fight. Our boy gives his usual response. Dude, I have no clue. He explains that he just fought with the intention of not losing to Grayson's demonic energy, and before he knew it, something clicked inside him. He's wondering if maybe he could use this same power to help Ilya. Meanwhile, Coover's just staring at him, thinking hard about Aaron's new abilities and energy that purifies demonic auras and flames that restore life force. Coover's wondering how his master would react if he saw what Aaron can do now. Cut to the inn where Brett's giving Judith an earful because his waifu is skipping on meal, and while they were in mid-conversation, our boy walked in, already pulling out the chair next to her. Judith freezes, clearly not expecting this ambush. She manages an awkward hey while shooting Brett the most murderous look imaginable. Brett just comments about how it's getting hot in here and uses that as an excuse to grab some beers. As soon as Brett comes back, he jumps right into interrogation mode, asking Aaron what he's been up to lately, especially with his training. Our boy pouts and tells him that he is not doing great. He feels stuck, and controlling his aura isn't as easy as he thought it'd be. Brett literally pauses mid-sip when Aaron says he can't grasp the concept of it. That's when Judith cuts him off and asks if he's ever actually learned aura application properly. Our boy admits he only started seeing his aura a few weeks ago. Both Judith and Brett just stare at him. They're processing what he just said. Then Judith finally asks about all those insane techniques he's been pulling off, and Aaron drops the bomb that he's been training purely on instinct this entire time. Both of them sigh and say how absurd this situation is. They can't believe this guy's been this powerful just by winging it, and then they start explaining that aura application is taught during the later parts of training at Criminal Academy, and even then, not everyone can pull it off. He points out that Aaron's been manifesting his aura since the final evaluation, which makes him a complete anomaly. Our boy just blinks and goes, I wasn't even aware of that. Judith goes quiet for a moment, then suddenly stands up and tells Aaron they're leaving. She's got no choice. She's going to teach him the chrono style of aura application herself. Our boy finally made up with her, though knowing him, he probably doesn't even realize she was mad in the first place. Before they go, Judith threatens to beat the living daylights out of him if he can't keep up with her lessons. Aaron agrees immediately, and Brett just smiles, happy to see his friends getting along again. They head to Judith's training spot, this clearing in the forest, and Judith goes full teacher mode. She breaks down the 6 basic concepts of aura application. First, there's accumulation, gathering mystical power inside yourself. Second is strengthening, actually displaying that power. Third is hardening, so you can endure the strain of using all that strength. Fourth is enlightenment, which sharpens your senses. Fifth is focusing and concentrating your aura in one specific spot for maximum impact. And finally, there's manifestation, projecting that power outside your body. As Judith explains each one, she demonstrates by manifesting her own aura, and our boy's watching like he's taking mental notes for a test he forgot about. She tells him that the technique he used during the final evaluation combined 2 concepts, focus and manifestation. But here's the thing. While those 2 are important for creating an aura sword, he can't neglect the other 4. All 6 working together create the ideal conditions. Our boy has that light bulb moment. He realizes it's pretty similar to his special attack, and now he's thinking maybe he can create his own aura sword using all 6 aspects. For now though, he's just going to keep grinding and get better at this whole aura application thing. And just like that, a whole month passed and our boy has been training all this time. Right now, he's sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, focusing hard on accumulating his aura. Once he's got enough built up, he channels it into his hands and then tries to push it into his sword to manifest it. His aura spikes up for a second, looking promising, but the moment he tries to actually manifest it to his blade, it just fizzles out. Again, our boy stares at his sword, frustrated. This keeps happening whenever he tries to push his aura into it, and it's driving him nuts. It's like the sword's absorbing his aura instead of channeling it. The weird part though, his blade feels way sturdier than before as he was in the middle of figuring out what's happening. Hinch comes sprinting over with news. Aaron's next match has been set and his opponent is Ricardo Pinto, the former champion. Hinch explains that Ricardo is a top-tier expert who recently came back, and apparently, word on the street is that Ricardo inherited his father's numbered sword. But instead of freaking out, our boy flashes him this smile and asks him, is that one of those numbering swords that can actually withstand an aura sword? Hinch confirms it but adds that if Aaron wins this match, he'll earn the right to challenge the champion. Hinch warns him this won't be an easy win, but our boy just smiles. He says someone with a numbering sword is the perfect opponent for him right now. He tells Hinch not to worry. He's going to win no matter what. Then we cut to match day, and as usual, the crowd's absolutely hyped. The announcer introduces the returning former champion, Ricardo Pinto, and the new rising star, Aaron Ferreira, and without wasting a single second, this bastard started trash-talking and told our boy that he came 1,000 years too early to fight him. Just then the bell rings, signaling the start of the match, and this time our boy doesn't hold back. He manifests his golden aura immediately, telling Ricardo that he can't be so sure about that whole 1,000 years thing. Ricardo looks up, confused, but he doesn't have time to react. Aaron lunges forward with insane speed, thrusting his blade straight at him. Ricardo barely manages to block, thinking to himself that our boy's got some serious speed. But Aaron used a feint and suddenly he's behind Ricardo. This bastard barely got enough time to register what happened before our boy charged at him again. He somehow managed to block it, but got sent to the other side of the ring with the impact alone. He barely got enough time to collect his thoughts when Aaron closed the gap between them and went for another big slash of his. Ricardo managed to block it, but this time something's different. Ricardo's arm is literally trembling. The dude standing there realizing that Aaron's strength just keeps climbing, and his aura, man, it's getting more intense by the second. Before Ricardo can even process what's happening, Aaron's already in his face. Now Ricardo, being the former champ and all, has no choice but to go full defense mode. And here's the thing, he's actually impressed. He's looking at Aaron's focus and technique, thinking, okay, this kid's not just swinging wildly. His skill application is actually pretty advanced. Ricardo realizes he better start taking this seriously or he's going to get swept, and nobody wants that kind of embarrassment. So he tells Aaron, alright, you're not all talk after all. The two of them start trading blows with sparks flying everywhere and debris shooting off in all directions. The announcer's losing his mind, screaming about how these two are putting on a spectacular show. The crowd's going absolutely wild because honestly, it's hard to believe these guys just started fighting. They're already going at it like it's the final boss battle. The announcer gives Ricardo his props because, hey, dude's the former champion for a reason. Up in the balcony, Ilya and her bodyguard, Emma, are watching everything unfold. Then it's Aaron's turn to get praised. The announcer's like, yo, this kid took a 40-day break and he's still fighting on par with Ricardo. Meanwhile, Ricardo's face is showing signs of struggle. You can tell he's getting pressured, and what's really getting under his skin is that Aaron keeps doing this one annoying thing. Our boy keeps aiming for Ricardo's sword, like specifically targeting the blade. The announcer catches on to this pattern. Aaron's giving these extra heavy blows directly to Ricardo's weapon. One hit is so powerful that it creates this massive cloud of dust from the impact alone. The announcer starts wondering out loud if Aaron's actual strategy is to win by breaking Ricardo's numbering sword, and the crowd are looking at each other like, wait, is that even possible? Over on the sidelines, Brett points out something wild. Aaron thinks he can take on an aura sword once he breaks that numbering sword, which, let's be real, makes this whole stunt even more insane. I mean, who wakes up and thinks, you know what? I'm going to break a legendary weapon with my bare hands and willpower. But Ricardo's not about to let some upstart kid disrespect his blade like that. He scowls at Aaron, basically saying, you think you could break my numbering sword? Then he taunts him, telling Aaron to give it everything he's got. And you know what? That's exactly what Aaron does because this absolute madman doesn't know when to quit. Aaron goes full berserker mode, landing blow after blow on Ricardo's sword. But Ricardo's not just standing there taking it. He's fighting back with everything he has. Every time their swords clash, you get these sparks of red and blue flying everywhere like a fireworks show. This dude just keeps going, hitting Ricardo's sword with the same blunt force over and over. What's even crazier? He never loses his cool. Meanwhile, Ricardo's starting to sweat, stress showing on his face as Aaron tells himself he's not going to lose. Our boy's putting his entire desire to win into every single swing. The spectators can actually see Ricardo being pushed back, which shocks everyone because, again, this is the former champion we're talking about. But Aaron doesn't let up. Despite landing one powerful blow after another, the energy he's putting into each swing stays consistent. Aaron's thinking to himself that whatever obstacles come his way, he's going to win. They'll keep pushing harder and harder until he's standing toe-to-toe with Ilya. And let me tell you, his aura is getting more intense with every attack. Our boy tells Ilya to wait for him, and with his next swing, he does the unthinkable. He cracks the numbering sword. The announcer's screaming about how Aaron's overpowering the former champion, and every spectator has their eyes glued to the fight. That crack in Ricardo's sword, everyone can see it. The next clash sounds different enough that even the crowd knows something's wrong. Judith and Brett are holding their breath as Ricardo pulls back to check the damage. The crack's getting bigger, and you can see the fear settling into the former champion's eyes. But Aaron? Our boy's all business. He's not stopping for dramatic effect or trash talk. For his final attack, Aaron braces himself and lunges at Ricardo so fast that nobody can even track the movement, and in the next second, Ricardo's numbering sword shatters right in front of him like glass. The crowd's jaws drop. The crowd can't believe it. Even Judith and Brett can't believe what they just witnessed. Our boy actually pulled it off. As the announcer tells everyone that the championship match is happening next month, Aaron's not celebrating. He's staring straight at Ilya, and she too is looking right back at him. Then the scene shifts, and our boy's back at it again, training, and the whole gang's there together in Judith's personal training ground deep inside the forest. Aaron takes a deep breath and tries to force his aura onto his sword, but nope, still not working. Based on what he's seeing, it looks like the sword's just absorbing the aura instead of, actually doing what it's supposed to do. Judith notices he's trying to make an aura sword, but our boy admits he's been at this for days with zero progress. Seeing Aaron struggle and hit this wall gives the redhead some serious satisfaction. She's actually enjoying this, mockingly asking him if he really thought he could master something like this in just a few months. Judith's really rubbing it in his face that what he's trying to pull off is extremely difficult, and honestly, she's having the time of her life watching him fail. Aaron can only stand there wondering why she's acting like this. But it gets worse. Judith goes full petty mode and starts acting like a child, straight up taunting him. Unknown to her, though, a certain blue-haired gentleman named Brett is watching from the sidelines, finding her whole act pretty cute. Meanwhile, Lulu's side-eyeing him suspiciously because Brett the simp is finally showing his true colors. Now let's hop over to the champion's estate. Unlike our boy's crew who are keeping things lighthearted, Ilya has been training like her life depends on it. Her bodyguard, Emma, is looking at her with serious concern, and honestly, I would too. Ilya has been going hard for a week straight now. She looks completely worn out, and Emma can't help but wish her mistress would stop overworking herself like this. Back with our boy, the sun's starting to set as Aaron sits by himself on this large boulder in the forest clearing. He's deep in thought, wondering if he can really bring back the old Ilya. Just then, a voice tells him not to doubt himself. He looks up and sees Judith looking at him with a smile. Aaron asks if it was that obvious he was wallowing in self-doubt, and she straight up says yes. There's this moment of silence before Judith admits something. For the past couple of days, she's been annoyed at him for a few reasons. First, there's the fact that our boy got stronger in such a short time. He was also able to catch on quickly and learn how to control his aura better than her as soon as she taught him something new. But then Judith says she doesn't really know what's going on with Ilya, but she truly believes everything will be alright because of who Aaron is. He cares for others more than anyone else could. Before she gets any sappier, though, Judith gives our boy a big whack on the back and tells him to do his best so he'll have nothing to worry about later. Later that night, as our boy lies in bed thinking about the big day tomorrow, he hopes he can do well against Ilya. As soon as he shuts his eyes, he's transported back to the old man's training ground. Our boy stands before the old man who's busy swinging his sword, but something's definitely changed. The older man's cold rage seems less intense, and he seems calmer too. Just then, the swordsman turns to our boy and starts walking toward him. Aaron freezes as the old man looks at him and mouths something, but before he can figure it out, our boy wakes up with a start. He sits on his bed thinking that the old man was trying to tell him something. What could this swordsman have said, and why now of all times? And we're back at the arena. The crowd's gotten way louder today than in the previous battles, and that's because this is the match everyone's been waiting for, the championship. It's the dream stage of any swordsman in the land, and today, the most anticipated battle of the year is taking place. The announcer is introducing them, the level king powerhouse and rising star Aaron Ferreira versus the land's current strongest swordsman, the undefeated swordmaster and champion Ilya Lindsay. With that, the match began. Ilya was the first to move, dashing straight at our boy. Before he even realizes it, she's already right in front of him. With a big swing, she lands the first hit, which Aaron manages to block just in time, but she's not giving him a second to recover. She makes a turn and goes for him from behind. Our boy meets her blade with his, their swords clanking loudly with such speed that the crowd's having trouble keeping up. As both swordsmen raise their weapons to deliver another blow, Ilya realizes Aaron's about to do a downward slash. She jumps back, putting some distance between them. But if people thought she was running away, nope, she's just using this to gain momentum. She braces for another attack that launches her at incredible speed straight at our boy. Aaron's crew can't believe what they're seeing. They're impressed at how Ilya is even using manifestation in her footwork. Before she darts off, Ilya condenses the aura on her feet and then bursts it to propel herself even faster. It's pretty impressive since not everyone can do this. It's considered an advanced technique. Back to the fight, Ilya's got more force in her swings and she's hitting our boy with consecutive attacks. Aaron has no choice but to defend, but then he decides he's not going to be her punching bag anymore. He deflects her attack with one big swing. This was unexpected. Before she can think about it, though, our boy starts hitting back with serious force, putting into action all that aura control he's learned over these months. He comes running at Ilya as the announcer narrates that the champion's been knocked back, a never-before-seen event. Ilya feels the pressure getting to her. Even the crowd notices her struggles for once in months. They were wondering if can our boy actually take down the current champion. But then Ilya starts to fight back, preparing to unleash a technique the crowd's not familiar with. Brett, though, he knows exactly what she's about to do. She unleashes her family's unique technique, the Sword of the Sky, but nah, our boy doesn't care. He stands his ground, and he braces himself to counter it, and does something that no one here expected. Not even Brett and Judith, he counters Ilya's technique using the Sword of the Sky as well. Their techniques clashed into one another so hard in the arena with debris, smoke, and dust all mixed together. Everyone is shocked. Even Brett and Judith can't believe their eyes at their friend pulling a technique like this out of nowhere. As soon as the dust settles, Ilya is all surprised and shocked. She is thinking, how did our boy use her family's sword technique? As she was thinking that, our boy asked Ilya how long she was going to hold back and told her to bring out her aura sword. But our boy is not impressed. Homeboy knows Ilya is holding back. He straight up tells her to whip out her aura sword and threatens to break her blade if she keeps playing around. Ilya gets pissed and boom, out comes the aura sword. The crowd goes absolutely crazy. The announcer's doing his thing, hyping everyone up about how the champion's finally getting serious, and people are already placing bets on an even crazier fight. Even the creepy priest is watching from the stands, and get this, a ton of people are actually betting on Eren to win. Back to the action. Ilya unleashes her aura sword, and before our boy can even blink, she's right in his face swinging. Thankfully, Eren's got those protagonist reflexes and dodges by bending backwards like he's in the Matrix. But Ilya's not letting up. She's already launching a whole combo before he can even catch his balance. Judith is watching from the sidelines like, okay, maybe we spoke too soon about Eren dominating this. But Lulu? Nah, she's got faith. She's convinced our boy's got this in the bag. Eren's not showing any signs of giving up. In fact, he's matching Ilya's swing for swing with equal force. Then he decides to take the lead and charges straight at her with this massive downward slash. Ilya manages to dodge, but the sheer power and technique behind that one move has everyone pointing out these two are neck and neck. For Ilya, though, her pride's taking a beating. She can't believe she's struggling this much against an expert. But come on, don't feel bad, girl. This isn't just any expert, this is our boy. Before she spirals too hard, Ilya decides she needs to end this quick. Can't have the public seeing her struggle like this. She goes on the offensive again, clashing with Eren, who's ready and waiting. Even Brett's noticing from the stands that Ilya is getting impatient. Meanwhile, Lulu's been quiet this whole time, just analyzing everything. She points out that, yeah, Ilya's technically got better skills, but Eren's putting up one hell of a fight thanks to all that training. Plus, he's literally powered up by the dark energy coming off Ilya. In her current state, Eren's basically her worst nightmare. These two once again charged at each other, clashing their swords. Ilya jumps back to check the damage, and when the smoke clears, there's Eren walking out like nothing happened. This pisses off Ilya so much that her violet aura starts crackling even harder around her body. She charges at him again, slashing away while he blocks. Now here's where it gets emotional. While they're fighting, Eren's having this whole internal moment about how thankful he's always been to Ilya. The aura around his sword starts crackling as he thinks about how if she had reached out and helped him back then, he never would have gotten this far. He's genuinely grateful to her. Real wholesome stuff while they're trying to kill each other, you know, normal anime things. But Ilya, she's not having a feel-good moment. She's struggling, thrusting her sword at Eren, who keeps dodging. Our boy's still in his thoughts, though, saying it's his turn to help Ilya now. And as he says this, his sword starts glowing. There's this whole transformation happening inside Eren. He's literally reforming and improving his blade in real time in his mind. When is he done? His sword's got a completely new look. The crowd loses it because nobody expected to witness the birth of an aura sword right in the middle of a championship match. Brett and Judith are in the stands like, did our boy just pull off an aura sword mighty fight? There's a bright flash, a loud clash, and then the announcer screams about what an upset this is. Because when everyone looks, Ilya's sword is broken clean in half. Eren wins. Just like that. And of course our boy ends it with a hero pose, because why wouldn't he? Bro literally just became the newest sword master and the new champion of the land of Testament. The crowd's chanting Aren, Eren, Eren, while Ilya is kneeling on stage processing everything. Now that it's over, she's hit with this wave of anxiety and thoughts like, what do I even do now? But before she can wallow in self-pity, Eren calls out to her with his aura still glowing. He walks closer and asks if they can make up. He's embarrassed as hell saying this while reaching his hand out, but Ilya, she feels this warm feeling wash over her, and the last bits of that violet demonic aura finally disappear into thin air. Seeing Eren smile like that with his hand extended, Ilya smiles and takes his hand. Meanwhile, in the stands, everyone is celebrating except for one person. The creepy priest stands up without a word and bumps into his seatmate. The bald guy doesn't appreciate that and grabs the priest by the shoulder, ready to throw hands over some basic manners. But then this bastard does something. A violet aura comes off the priest and completely wipes the bald dude's memory of what just happened. The priest is not happy about how this all turned out. He's especially bothered seeing Ilya with an aura that's now clear as day. But the thing he's most shocked about is our boy and his anti-demonic powers. Then we cut to the next day. Brett's reading some article about our boy's recent win, and people are saying his championship is under dispute. According to the article, some people think that the sorcery blades that can change form during battles shouldn't be allowed, and because of this whole mess, people are talking about a rematch. But then Ilya speaks up and basically says, nah, I accepted my defeat fair and square. And just like that, all the controversy dies down. And just like that, the land of Testament officially welcomes its new champion. Judith is the first one to lose her mind over this. She's going all faff about how stupid it is that people are complaining about what our boy did. Brett's doing his best to calm her down while Coover's just sitting there quietly, thinking about how amazing Eren is. The orcs are genuinely impressed by how our boy makes the impossible possible, facing every challenge head-on with unbreakable determination. Coover starts comparing the Eren from back then to now, noticing how much he's changed. But every time he looks at him, there's this bitter feeling he can't quite place. He's wondering where that's even coming from. Back to the main trio, Brett asks our boy what happened to his sword during the match. Eren tells him the sword kept its new form, but he has zero clue why it suddenly transformed in the first place. Kuvar says that maybe it has something to do with that dream he had, and our boy's like, yeah, could be. I'll ask next time. Judith's confused. Ask who? And our boy was like, I'll ask the man of my dreams. And Judith is shocked our boy can even do that, but Eren just shrugs and says he's got a feeling he'll be able to now. Fast forward a week later at the champion's estate, our boy shows up to visit Ilya with a bouquet in hand, asking how she's doing. Before she can answer, she notices he brought her Adana's her favorite flowers. She's smiling sweetly while Eren's all shy, explaining he wasn't sure what to get her but remembered she liked these. Ilya tells him she loves them and invites him inside. Folks, is our ship sailing? Because it looks like it's sailing. They sit down for a talk and Eren drops the news he's leaving the land of Testament. No specific destination, but he's made up his mind and plans to leave in a couple days. Then he asks what she plans to do from here on out. Ilya goes quiet for a moment, clenching her hands before admitting she has no idea. After their match, she realized a lot of things, mainly how far astray she'd gone. The goal she'd been chasing all along, the one related to Ignet, was too much for her. Now that the path she'd been following disappeared, Ilya straight up doesn't know what to do anymore. She looks genuinely worried saying all this. And you know what happens next, right? Our boy tells her to come with him. Ilya blushes hard, clearly hoping for something like this. But Eren explains all seriously, like that they're both in the same boat. He's still figuring out what he needs to do and where to go next too. He adds with a smile that the only thing keeping him going is the people who believe in him, and he thinks it's the same for her. Ilya is blushing even harder now as Eren continues he got this far because she believed in him all those years ago, so now he wants to return the favor and believe in her. He tells her not to worry because he knows she can do it, telling her again to come with him. Ilya agrees this time, and then we cut to the inn. Our boy was about to go. Hey, good news everyone. Ilya is joining us, but Brett's against it. Everyone's confused, even Judith's shocked. Ilya's got her head hung low while Brett goes off. He says how she was fine being alone all this time, so what made her suddenly want to join a group now? Our boy tries to defend her, saying they're part of the same cohort and trained together, but Brett ignores him completely. He looks straight at Ilya and asks if she ever considered him and Judith as comrades. She doesn't answer. Brett continues saying how she only ever trusted Eren before. Judith starts calling Brett out for running his mouth, but he doesn't back down. Instead, he proposes they try getting closer first. He smiles at Ilya, and both women are surprised by this sudden turn. Brett says people get closer by sharing secrets, so he'll go first. With complete seriousness, this dude goes, do you know that Judith believed in Santa Claus until she was FORTEN? Then he goes into detail about how she didn't curse and acted like an angel for months, hoping to get on Santa's good list. Everyone's too shocked to say anything because honestly, Judith believing in Santa at 14 is shocking enough, but her not cursing and acting like an angel is even more unbelievable. As Brett's spilling all this tea, Judith's face is turning red. She whacks Brett in the head and starts beating the absolute crap out of him. While this is happening, our boy and Ilya just exchange looks with a smile. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, both ships are sailing tonight. Brett, now poorly drawn character thanks to the beating he received, is hanging by Judith's hand as she told everyone else needs to spill their secrets too. She refuses to go down alone, so she's dragging everyone with her. Later that night, everyone's asleep in their own beds, including our boy. He gets transported to the usual place where the old man swings his sword. For the first time ever, Eren approaches him immediately and asks who he is. He also wants to know why he keeps showing up in his dreams and what he was trying to tell him before the fight with Ilya. The old man just stares at him and gets into position. Our boy's newly forged sword appears between them, lodged in the ground. Our boy smiles and realizes what's happening. He says how this old man is also a swordsman. Before anything else, the language they should speak is through their blades. Finally realizing this, our boy pulls his sword from the ground, accepting the old man's challenge. The old man makes the first move, lunging straight at Eren with his sword already mid-swing. They clash, dust and smoke flying everywhere. Now there's letting up. Eren braces himself while the old man stays completely calm, and now they both manifested their golden auras. Then the old man makes a massive swing and slashes at Eren, who manages to block but gets pushed back out of breath. Our boy tells the old man he's pretty strong and that he can tell he spent countless days practicing to reach this level. He says how he wants to be like him before dashing straight at him. As our boy gets closer, he focuses his aura on his hands, amplifying his grip on the blade as he prepares for a downward slash. There's a flash of light like lightning, and the next thing the old man sees is his blade shattering right before his eyes with the tip of Eren's sword pointing at him. Surprisingly, the old man speaks for the very first time. He looks at our boy fondly, taps his shoulder, and says he'll be rooting for him. As soon as he says this, he starts vanishing into thin air. Well, this was the first time this old dude was talking to him, so naturally our boy had some questions like, why are you so obsessed with me and all? But nope, as he tried grabbing him, the dude vanished and he woke up from the dream. Then we cut to some time after and our boy was telling the group what happened. Judith asks if the old man said he was rooting for him, and Brett's like, okay, but what happened after? Eren explains the guy literally disappeared like smoke, but what's really eating at him is this gut feeling that he's never going to see this mysterious old dude again. Kuver just stares at him, processing all this when suddenly the orc drops a suggestion, how about they head to Drukali next? Everyone's looking at Kuver like, bro, where? Brett answers, saying it's an orc city up northwest. Kuvar explains it's his hometown, and more importantly, his teacher lives there, this fortune teller orc called Gurugu, who's basically the grand sage of all orc tribes. Kuvar thinks this guy might be able to figure out what's up with Eren's dreams. That catches our boy's attention real quick. Brett gives the green light, saying he's cool with going to Drukali, and then asks Judith what she thinks. She's down for it too, but honestly, the girl's just happy she gets to fight the two strongest people in the group every day. As long as she can keep throwing hands with Eren and Ilya, she's living her best life. Ilya is also fine with the plan, and Lulu's all excited because she has never been to an orc village before. With that settled, the group wastes no time packing up and dipping from the Land of Atonement the very next day. Before they bounce though, Ilya says goodbye to Emma, telling her bodyguard to send word to her parents and asks her where the priest is since he wanted to give him a visit before going. Emma tells her not to worry, the dude already left a couple days ago for some emergency and sent his regards through her. Ilya doesn't think too much of it, and finally says her goodbyes as their carriage rolls into the distance. Lulu waves one last time, telling everyone to take care. Cut to some time later, our heroes had decided to camp for the day since Drukali is pretty far away and nobody's in a rush. The group was feeling grateful, so they told Kuver to rest for the day. Brett offered to drive the carriage. Judith jumps in too, saying she'll handle lunch today. Brett promises they'll take care of everything this time, and man, they absolutely cannot take care of everything. A little while later, Eren's staring at whenever Judith cooked, genuinely questioning if this thing's even edible. Thankfully, Ilya swoops in to save the day, offering them soup instead. Kuver, Rhett, and Eren are genuinely impressed that the former champion has some actual cooking skills. But nah, whenever she cooked could be considered a biological weapon. Ilya can't believe they're calling her soup poison. Seeing how both ladies are absolutely useless in the kitchen, Kuver just smiled and told them that he's taking over again. He tells them to get out of the way unless he calls for help. While the orc gets busy preparing an actual edible dinner, Ilya starts guiding Judith on how to manifest her aura into her sword. She tells her to think of the blade as an extension of her body. Meanwhile, Rhett's picking flowers and making a little crown, which he gently places on Lulu's head while she is sleeping peacefully. The Zoro and Chopper vibes are strong here and can't tell me I'm wrong. As for Kuvar, he's sitting quietly by the fire just then. Eren comes and sits on the log beside him, and Kuvar asks if he's done with training. Our boy answers with a question of his own, asking the orc if something's been weighing on his mind. Kuver just sighs. Nothing really gets past Eren when it comes to reading people, so the orc decides to be straight up about it. He reveals he's actually scared to go back to his hometown. The reason he left wasn't exactly on good terms, and going back alone feels terrifying. He admits it sounds cowardly, but it's the truth. Meanwhile, our boy was thinking so this was why his friend had been wandering the continent for the last 10 years. Kuvar apologizes for wanting to lean on them for something like this, even calling himself pathetic for acting this way at his age. But our boy's too kind to judge. Instead, Eren says that Kuvar was the one who suggested going to Drukali in the first place. He had the courage to make that choice despite everything he's feeling, and that takes guts. Kuvar smiles, maybe cries for a little, and thanks our boy for being well Eren. Then we cut to the next day. The gang hits the road, and now it was Brett's turn to mess up because the carriage wheel breaks. Kuvar sighs and goes, first the girls try to kill him with their cooking, and now Brett's out here demolishing their ride. And how can Judith miss this chance to roast Brett? Brett defends himself, saying he's not familiar with the terrain. Lucky for them, a merchant's coach rolls up just in time to save their asses. Seeing them, Kuvar hurries over and asks for help. Thankfully, these two merchants are pretty chill about lending a hand. As Kuvar explains they're heading to a nearby orc tribe, the merchants introduce themselves, and our 4 swordsmen plus Lulu do the same. Frederick starts wondering where he's heard these names before, but since they have to get moving, he doesn't think too hard about it. Now they're all sitting pretty in the back of the caravan. This time it's Ilya's turn to sigh deeply. Lulu approaches her, asking if she's okay since Ilya is looking kind of rough. Ilya told him that she is worried and doesn't know what she's supposed to do with her life now. That's when Lulu decides to plop down on her lap and drop some wisdom. She tells her to stop thinking when her head feels overloaded. If she keeps worrying about it, she'll just keep worrying about it. So Lulu advises her to let everything go and give her heart a little break. To practice what she's preaching, Lulu tells Ilya to follow her lead and proceeds to just stare blankly at nothing. Judith watches them and can't help but chuckle at how silly they look. But then Frederick suddenly shouts, nearly giving his fellow merchant a heart attack. He's going all FF, telling Cannell he finally remembered the people they just helped are the golden generation. The same famous golden generation from the Land of Atonement. Frederick's absolutely hyped about this realization, but Cannell's not buying it. He points out that just because they share the same names doesn't mean it's actually them. Besides, if they really were the golden generation, they'd probably be making bank fighting in arenas somewhere, not stuck in the middle of nowhere. He even tells Frederick to just look at them. And yeah, the whole group is currently staring blankly at nothing. Not gonna lie, this is not the best look for our heroes. It's kind of hard to convince people you're legendary swordsmen when you're all sitting there like a bunch of malfunctioning NPCs. Frederick immediately thinks he must have been mistaken, but he's about to find out real quick that he was right all along because it's action time, baby. The merchant is trembling with fear. Coover looks at him and asks him what happened, dude. He points to the top of the hill and tells everyone that they have been surrounded by the orc bandits and things are not looking good because their leader is someone powerful. As he was telling the group all this, the orc leader ordered his group to kill everyone, so all of them charged at the carriage screaming and doing their orc thing. One of them leaps into the air about to smash Frederick's face in, but our Aaron swoops in and slices the orc clean in half. He tells Frederick to stand back while the rest of the gang dashes straight into the fray. It's been a minute since we've seen Brett in action and damn, dudes still got it. Judith's doing her usual hack and slash routine while Ilya manages to decapitate not one, not two, but 3 orcs in a single move at insane speed. Frederick's just standing there with his mouth hanging open, watching the crew absolutely demolish these bandits. Despite the common belief that orcs are way stronger than humans, our heroes are taking them down in single blows like it's nothing. They're called the Golden Generation for a reason, man. Seeing them fight in the flesh proves they're the real deal. Frederick realizes he wasn't mistaken after all, these really are those swordsmen. Aaron jumps into the action, and despite watching their buddies get absolutely demolished, these orc bandits just keep coming. Our boy stabs one who's mid-battle cry, but he's got no time to process that because another one's already charging at him. Aaron yanks his blade out and takes this massive swing that cuts clean through 5 more orcs in one go. And that's when it hits him, he just ended 6 lives in an instant. You can see it on his face. The dude's reeling from that realization. Brett notices Aaron struggling and calls out, asking if he's okay since he's looking pretty rough. Our boy says he's fine, though even he knows now's not the time to get all melodramatic about it. See how our boy made quick work of 6 of his strongest warriors. This bastard decides it's time to get serious. He grabs one of his own men and just crushes the guy's head, instantly killing him. Both Aaron and Judith are looking at him all confused because this mofo just used blood magic, something that should be forbidden. So now that his transformation is done, he charges straight at our boy, screaming about how he's going to kill them all. Then out of nowhere, a giant hammer flies in and smashes this bastard on his stupid face. Whoever is the owner of this hammer did a Thor move because now this bastard is pinned by the hammer. Meanwhile, Aaron's already looking in the direction where it came from when he notices that there is another orc on the cliff. In the blink of an eye, he's in front of the red orc and slams the ground so hard it causes an explosion that shakes the entire area. When the smoke clears, the white-haired orc, now wielding an axe, orders his warriors to charge. As soon as he does, a whole swarm of orcs in violet cloaks starts descending from the cliff. And these guys, they're on another level. Just like our heroes, these orc soldiers are taking down bandits in single blows. Brett's shocked, wondering who the hell this army is. Kuvar explains these are Drukali's orc warriors, and leading them is the Drukali clan's former chief and elementalist. Not just any elementalist either. Kuvar adds that this guy is one of the top 10 strongest on the entire continent. His name? Orc Karakam. Oh, and one more thing, that's his dad. Now father and son are standing face to face. Kuvar greets his father, but the older orc doesn't share the warm and fuzzy vibes. He straight up orders his son to go back, adding that this is his last act of mercy as his father. Before Kuvar can even respond, his dad suddenly turns hostile, telling him to leave and never set foot in Drukali again. But Kuvar stands his ground, saying he can't do that. He needs to talk to Tarakan. His dad's not having it though. Seeing that this old dude is not exactly friendly, our boy decided to back his friend, telling his dad how Kuvar mustered a lot of courage to return and asking his dad if he could at least consider talking to him first. But Karakam ignores this and questions who the hell Aaron even is. Our boy introduces himself as Kuvar's friend and apprentice, but nah, he doesn't care. He told our boy not to intervene as this is between their clan and bloodline, and since Aaron's a stranger, he has no say in it. But our boy's not backing down. He told him that it does concern him since it involves his teacher and friend, so he's not a stranger. Karakam takes a moment, then asks if Aaron's prepared to share the burden with Kuvar. Our boy nods, saying that he's willing to do anything for his friend. Hearing this, Karakam seems satisfied. Then he throws his hammer straight at Aaron. Fortunately, our boy manages to block it in time, though it does knock him off his feet. But Karakum's already lunging toward him, attacking with his axe. This bastard was still not done yet. He pulls his hand back, calling his hammer to return and smash our boy from behind. Aaron's shocked the hammer's moving by itself and gets blown away from the impact. Karakum's thinking our boy's doing pretty well, softening his attacks by covering himself in aura. Aaron starts emitting that golden glow, and even Karakum admits he's doing a good job utilizing his metal energy. But before our boy, the Karakum comes at him again, wondering just how long Aaron can last. He manages to blow the weapon out of our hero's hands, telling him how impressed he is that he blocked these attacks with his human body. Despite the effort though, Karakum tells him to give up. Then Aaron conjures his sword out of thin air, completely surprising Karakum, whose wide-open mid-swing our boy catches him by surprise, sending him flying back. So now this old bastard is interested in our boy. He's wondering if our boy used magic to bring his sword back. Then he told our boy that he acknowledges Aaron's strength, admitting it won't be easy to win if he doesn't get serious, and for some reason it made him mad. He got all serious and told our boy that it's his last chance to back down, and if they refuse, he'll make sure that he can never swing a sword again, and this made Lulu mad. She started glowing and told this old bastard that if he dares do anything to our boy, he'll have to deal with her. And then in the next second, Lulu turned into a loli. Lulu's got horns and wings popping out, and man, the look on Brett and Judith's faces is priceless, because at this point, they're genuinely wondering if their talking cat friend just speed-ran her way into becoming a full-on dragon, and even Lulu herself is freaking out at the sight of her own reflection, especially those wings, because they're stiff and weird and absolutely not the fluffy kind she had in mind. Karakum immediately gets his guard up, since in all his years he never once thought that tiny little furball was a sorcerer of this level, and while everyone's stuck in shock mode, Lulu suddenly snaps out of her existential crisis, remembers she had punishment to dish out, whips out a magic staff, points it dead at Karakum, and fires a massive fireball. The only problem is her new body hasn't quite caught up to her confidence, so she misses him by a mile and almost turns the rest of the gang into a campfire. And the only reason nobody got barbecued is because they all hauled ass out of the way just in time. Where the attack hit, the ground is straight up gone, obliterated like it never existed, and Lulu just looks at the crater and decides she's never doing that again because it's way too difficult, while Brett and Judith can't even close their mouths after what they just witnessed. That's when Coover walks up to his father, drops to his knees, and starts pouring his heart out, saying he doesn't even know anymore if the decision he made back then was the right one. But every time he hears that Drukali is safe, he feels like maybe it was worth it, even if he lost countless nights thinking about it. And then he tells Karakum that his unworthy son has finally returned to give him his greetings after 17 long years, and the old man finally gives in, turns away, and tells everyone to follow him. Once things finally settle down, Lulu shrinks back to her cat form and instantly hops into our boy's arms. Aaron's completely confused, asking what in the world that was, and Lulu tells him she just wanted to protect him, so she's been doing some training of her own. Our boy asks if that transformation was her true form, but even she has no idea what that was, yawning as she says her body just kind of did its own thing and that it took way too much out of her. And with that, she knocks out cold. Ilya shows up right after, telling our boy they all need some sleep too, since they're heading straight to the castle early tomorrow. But first, they still have to deal with the aftermath of the battle. So the group starts piling up the dead orcs and burning them together. Standing in front of the flames, our boy starts getting all in his feelings, thinking about everything he did today and what it means, and that's when Brett comes up and tells him that things are only going to get worse from here. That if he's really chosen to wield a sword, then there can't be any hesitation in his heart even when it comes to getting his hands dirty, because that weight is part of being a swordsman. Hearing that, our boy decides to just let it go and not overthink it anymore. A few days later, the group finally reaches the city of the orcs, and while they're escorted into this massive receiving hall, Coover has to go through an entry inspection on his own, telling everyone not to worry and that he'll be back soon. Judith thinks it's a little extreme, but Brett points out that their friend used to be the crown prince of Drukali, so of course they'd hold him accountable. Not long after Coover leaves, another orc shows up and tells the group to follow him, saying that Lord Tarakan is waiting for them. As they walk, Judith asks if this Tarakan is Coover's younger brother, and Brett confirms it, adding that he's also the tribe chief and apparently the most aggressive orc there is, so he told Judith to keep her guard up then. They enter a massive room with a long table and a single figure sitting at the far end, and a short-haired orc greets them, introducing himself as Tarakan, the very same guy they were warned about, only instead of being some raging monster, the first thing he does is thank them for bringing Coover back safely, smiling like an actual normal, warm-hearted guy. Now Brett and Judith are wondering where those rumors even came from, while our boy starts to ask about the inspection. Tarakan explains that Coover has already been cleared and is just dealing with some administrative stuff now. Then he asks him how much he knows about the current situation. Our boy told him that he basically doesn't have a clue, so Tarakan decided to fill the group in on some orc politics. He starts talking about how his father had 2 wives and how his own mother couldn't have a child at first while Coover's mother did, making Coover the heir, until years later his mother gave birth to him, creating a split between the people who supported the firstborn and those who supported the legitimate son. Even though the two brothers themselves were always on good terms, the factions backing them weren't. To avoid bloodshed, Coover chose to disappear, but now that he has returned after 17 years, all that tension has flared up again, and yet Tarakan can't help but respect the courage it took for his brother to come back, which was made possible because of our heroes. He decides to reward them. Lulu immediately jumps on his table demanding a reward too, fully back to her fluffy, chaotic self, and the next thing they know, they're being led into another room where everyone just freezes in shock because they've been brought to Drukali's legendary treasure chamber, packed with weapons and artifacts from dreams and legends, and Tarakan straight up tells them to take whatever they want. So now our boy and the gang are standing in this armory, absolutely losing their minds. This place is packed with weapons. We're talking walls completely covered, floor to ceiling with swords, axes, and every sharp object you could imagine. Lulu points at this one axe that's literally the size of Coover's entire room, and you can tell she's thinking, who the hell is swinging that thing around? Tarakan walks up to Brett and Judith, says his brother suggested something special for these two and told them to follow him. He then pointed to two swords on the wall, telling the group that they're called the yin-yang swords. He then explains that one sword has this cold, shadow-like energy, while the other radiates warmth like the sun. The moment these two pick up their respective swords, the blades straight up change color. Tarakan's standing there thinking his brother's a genius because clearly these swords just chose their masters. Brett asks if they can really accept something this legendary. But Tarakan's like, "Bro, the swords literally picked you. Just take them already." Meanwhile, our boy is wandering around with Lulu and Ilya still browsing. He asks Lulu if she's picked anything yet, but my girl is overwhelmed. They walk past swords that are bigger than they are. Some are too sharp, others too big. Then both Aaron and Lulu simultaneously spot this pendant sparkling with white, blue, and orange at its center with sync. They both go, "That one," and Ilya's just standing there confused. Our boy says he has no idea why the pendant called to him. He just knows it did. Lulu agrees, saying she's got a good feeling about it. Tarakan comes over and explains that this pendant belonged to some incredible elementalists way back in the day, but the thing's so old that even he doesn't know the full story behind it. He personally wouldn't recommend it, but as someone who believes in mystic stuff, he's not about to ignore a sorcerer's intuition, so he just hands it over to our boy and Lulu. Meanwhile, Ilya still hadn't figured out what she wants. Judith walks up asking if she's picked a weapon yet, and Ilya just grabs this small sword that's basically a dagger. Judith's like, "Really? That's what you're going with?" She expected something bigger and cooler, but Ilya doesn't know what she's doing right now. Her internal monologue is all kinds of messed up. She doesn't know what she wants to do, doesn't know what she likes, and doesn't even know what type of blade fits her fighting style. The next day, Coover finally finishes his boring administrative paperwork and meets up with the crew. Lulu immediately calls him out, asking why he's playing the lone wolf card instead of sharing his problems with his friends. But Coover just laughs it off, saying his younger brother probably already spilled all the tea about their tribe's drama. Then he turned to our boy and delivered the bad news. His teacher, the one who was supposed to interpret our boy's dreams, died a year ago, but he did leave him a letter before he kicked the bucket. It turned out his teacher knew all along that he'd come back years later with Aaron and the gang, but instead of being direct, that old bastard left the message in the form of a riddle. Coover hasn't solved it yet, but once he's done, he'll get whatever his late teacher left behind. Then we cut to some time later, and the gang is already in the training ground busy with their training when some orcs roll to see the gang train. The orcs recognize Ilya from the Lindsay house and Brett from the Lloyd family, prestigious bloodlines and all that. When one orc asks about the kid with the long sword, another explains that's Aaron, disciple of a nobleman, though the house isn't as well known as the other noble houses, but he still gets a pass. Except Judith. These orcs start talking matey trash about our redhead, calling her the red hair without a last name, questioning how she even joined this crew, and calling her a disgrace of a warrior. And the worst part? Judith hears everything, and folks, it's a miracle that she hadn't kicked their ass. You know she's holding back because if she pops off right now, it could cause problems for Coover, and tensions are already high enough and she doesn't want to cause problems for her friend. Then we cut to a week later, and by now a whole crowd of orcs has gathered to watch them spar. Even these trash talkers are getting impressed by Judith's skills, though they can't help but throw in backhanded compliments like she's pretty good for someone who grew up poor. Judith lets out the most exasperated sigh you've ever heard. Then she snaps, points at one of these racist bastards and goes, "If you've got something to say, come down here and say it to my face." The orcs are sheshu okay. This human girl just challenged them. But Judith's not done. She starts calling them fools and jerks in their own language. The orcs are like, "Wait, how do you know our language?" Judith fires back, saying Coover taught her some choice words, and now she's putting that education to good use. She tells them they're disgraceful warriors and issues an open challenge. If they got beef, they can settle it in the ring. She'll take all of them on. Now, instead of the regular orcs who were running their mouths, this big armored orc steps into the ring. This is Gunther, vice commander of the Crimson Axe Battalion, and he's tall, like towers over Judith tall. But our girl doesn't back down for a second. Brett's looking worried because this is the exact orc Coover warned them about. Gunther tells Judith she can't just insult their whole tribe and walk away. She needs to take responsibility for her words. But before he can finish his lecture, Judith cuts him off. She tells him maybe he should teach his people some manners instead of lecturing her. Points out that they talk big about bloodlines and honor, but their actions don't match their words. Gunther is pious as he did now. Tells her he'll make her regret those words. Judith keeps taunting him, fully ready to brawl. But before fists can fly, another orc comes running and yelling for Gunther. Says Gurunguru, Kuver's dead teacher just appeared on Spirit Mountain. Everyone's confused. Gunther's like, wait, did this dude just resurrect? The messenger orc can barely explain, so they all run to Spirit Mountain to see what's going on. When they arrive, Kuver's on the ground looking shocked, staring up at a floating figure. It's Gurunguru, looking ghostly but very much present. Gunther immediately gets suspicious, asking Kuver what he did, probably thinking our fortune teller friend just pulled some necromancy nonsense. But the old sage tells Gunther to chill out. He's only here to chat with his student and thank the people who brought Kuver back. Once he's done, he'll leave. Gurunguru basically tells everyone who's not involved to scram and give them some privacy. Once it's just the crew, the old sage thanks our boy and the gang for bringing Kuver home. He admits he wasn't even sure he'd get to see his disciple again. Then Gurunguru uses his special orc vision to check everyone out, and his eyes immediately land on Aaron. He confirms this is the person Kuver was talking about. Then he tells our boy straight up that the man from his dreams, the one he's been obsessing over and trying to understand, is actually a past version of himself from way back in time. So now everyone's standing there confused as hell. Brad and Judith are literally repeating what Gurunguru just said. Gurunguru confirms it, yep, that mysterious dude from our boy's dreams is literally a past life. Aaron then adds that he can't show them the memories right now. While he's getting ready, Gurunguru tells the crew he's got something for them. But before he can hand out his gifts, he needs to talk to Tarakan first. Then he turns to Kuver and orders him to go fetch the orc chief. After what I assume was a lengthy meeting full of orc politics and deliberation, Kuver comes back with Tarakan. The orc chief steps forward and announces the gift they want to give our boy and his friends, the 5-element divine technique. This is basically the orc tribe's secret sauce and application method passed down only to high-ranking Dukali warriors. Everyone's jaws drop. The orcs are shocked. Our crew is shocked, and even the trees are probably shocked at this point. Then this orc named Khalifa from the Lady of the Court's faction, basically one of the higher-ups, immediately goes, hold up, asking why they're making such a huge decision among themselves without consulting anyone else. She then started saying how these techniques took their greatest warriors hundreds of years to create. It's their tribe's whole essence, their secret recipe. And they're just going to hand it over to some humans they barely know? Tarakan calmly explains they're not just giving it away. He reminds Khalifa that heroes of the past share their knowledge with other tribes too, and that collaboration created something even more valuable. That's literally how their tribe got to enjoy an era of prosperity. But these bastards say that those people from the old stories proved themselves worthy first, but our boy and his crew, different situation entirely. He acknowledges that, yeah, there are 2 sword masters here, our boy and Ilya. Brett's got that prestigious Lloyd family bloodline going for him. But Judith? She doesn't have a fancy last name or proven lineage, and as far as Gunther's concerned, she hasn't proven her worth yet. Then this man has the audacity to bring up how Judith insulted their whole tribe earlier. Our redhead is gritting her teeth so hard they might crack, and she's about to go off when Brett jumps in. He tells Gunther not to conveniently leave out the part where the orcs insulted Judith first. But these orcs are backing down. Khalifa stresses again that Judith hasn't proven herself as a warrior, that's just facts. So she requests Tarakan to call for a council meeting to discuss this properly. Tarakan agrees but tells Gunther he better not leave anything out. Orders him to put his honor on the line and tell the whole truth at this meeting, which Gunther agrees to. Since the council meeting is top priority, Tarakan tells our boy and the crew to wait again. Then we cut to sometime later and the whole gang is sitting in the arena and waiting for the council to finish when Judith suddenly does something that no one had ever thought was possible. She apologizes, says it's all her fault and she should have kept her mouth shut. Now everyone has to suffer because of her big mouth, and since she can't undo it, she'll take responsibility and fix it. Our boy can't believe what he's hearing. He asks if she's really Judith because the Judith he knows doesn't apologize. His comment snaps our short-tempered queen right back to normal, and she's about to tear into him when Tarakan and the orcs return. The council meeting is over. Tarakan starts by saying he heard about everything from Gunther, and as the tribe's representative, he apologizes to Judith for how his people acted, but aside from that, they didn't acknowledge her qualifications during the meeting, so if she wants to learn the secret technique, she first has to prove herself in the warrior's trail. Then we cut to the next day, and this whole arena is packed. The announcer explains the gist of how the warrior trial works. You need to prove yourself as a skilled warrior through hand-to-hand combat. To win, you have to face off against and BAT 3 high-ranking warriors in a row. Only then will you be acknowledged. So to kick some butt, our resident redhead ditches her cloak and armor, now sporting a comfortable outfit as she ties her hair in a ponytail. Lulu's cheering from the sidelines with all her might. For the first round, it's our girl versus that bastard man. This is going to be satisfying. This bastard was still acting all high and mighty, saying how he'll show Judith what a true warrior is. With that, they got the signal to start the match. As soon as the bell rang, this bastard charged straight at her, but Judith leaps up and punches him so hard that for a second, this bastard was questioning reality. He then regains control and tries to throw another punch at her, but gets hit in the face multiple times. So now this bastard has no choice but to go into full defense mode with his arms up. The second he does that, Judith kicks him hard in the ribs. Seeing that this bastard was struggling with only this much, Judith asks him if this is really all he got and tells him to do better since all his friends are watching. This obviously pisses off this bastard, but before he could do anything, she appears right behind him and catches him in a chokehold, and in the next second, this bastard was down. As that bastard hit the floor, the entire orc crowd went dead silent. These dudes seriously could not believe that a human just folded an orc bare-handed man. But Brett? Oh nah, this man is having the time of his life, screaming at the top of his lungs for his girl. The silence barely lasts a few seconds before Judith's next opponent steps into the ring, talking about how Gunther got careless and how he won't be making the same mistake. As soon as this dude sets foot inside the arena, the crowd loses it all over again because this guy is apparently the strongest out of the three. The bell rings again, and the moment it does, this bastard just launches himself straight at her. He's moving so fast that Judith barely even manages to get her sword up in time, and even then she gets blasted all the way to the other side of the arena. The impact alone has people losing their minds. Then he straight up tells her that this round's going to be different from her fight with Gunther because he doesn't like taking chances, and that's why he goes all out from the very beginning. After that, Iram started walking towards Judith, Brett already shaking his head, saying this fight's going to be rough, saying how the orc has more aura than Judith. Now the match kicks off again, and the second Judith moves in to throw a punch, Iram's already responding. She dodges the first strike, but that bastard was ready with the second one. She throws her arms to protect herself. Now she is thinking about how this dude's got gorilla arms. Like, his reach is absolutely ridiculous, and every time she tries to get close, he's just poking her from a mile away. So she thinks, alright, screw it, I'm closing the distance, but the instant she steps in, his knee comes flying up and launches her a few meters back. This bastard then immediately charges at her with this insane amount of aura in his left foot and launches himself at her left fist, glowing like he's about to end the match right there. Judith's watching, thinking he's going for her right side, but then she notices too late his right foot is charged up too. It was a fake. Right before impact, he leans in real close and calls her pathetic. Judith goes flying across the ring, and then this bastard starts walking toward her again, and now he's monologuing, talking about how maybe beating Gunther was just luck, going on about fate and limitations and everyone having their predetermined place in life, saying he hopes she understands the weight of his words, and telling her to give up as a final act of warrior generosity. But instead of backing down, she just spits blood out of her mouth and tells him he talks way too damn much and to come at her again. As she said that, his whole vibe just switched. He goes in with this brutal kick, and even though her reflexes are slower now from all the damage, she barely gets her guard up in time before his shin crashes into her arms. He follows up with a right hook, but this time she ducks it, and when he coats his leg in aura again for another swing, she grabs it mid-motion. And this is where things get absolutely wild. Judith channels a ridiculous amount of aura into her head and then slams her forehead straight into his solar plexus. For some seconds, his body just forgets how lungs work. Kaken, watching from the sidelines, sees her aura literally igniting and realizes she's somehow using the fire element, which, by the way, shouldn't even be possible without learning the 5-element divine technique first. Not wasting the opportunity, Judith dashes in and smashes a fire-wrapped punch straight into his face. Even the Drukali warriors on the sidelines are flinching from the heat. From there, it turns into a full-on slugfest. Blow for blow, fist to fist. At one point, their punches collide head-on and more fire erupts, burning his skin as he yanks his hand back. Kuver's watching now, looking stressed as hell, realizing how dangerous fire aura actually is since it can easily consume the person using it if they're not careful. But Judith, she doesn't care. Even when Garam sneaks another punch into her face, she tanks it like it's nothing and counters with a high kick of her own. And in the middle of all this chaos, while she's getting her face rearranged, she finally admits it to herself, yeah, she's always been jealous. Of Brett's freedom to do whatever he wants. Of our boy's insane, borderline obsessive dedication. Of Ilya's natural talent that makes everything look easy. That jealousy, that inferiority complex, that hunger to prove she's more than what people see, that's exactly what's been dragging her forward this whole time. That's her fuel. Then this bastard once again sends her flying back, but nah, she's all fired up. That punch didn't even register. She charged at him, and in the stands, the rest of the gang is going crazy cheering for her. With all her aura focused into her fist, Judith charges forward, fully embracing who she is, the jealousy, the anger, the drive to be better, all of it. Meanwhile, Garam realizes way too late that this is it. The last thing he sees before the lights go out is a flaming fist coming straight at his gut, and boom, he's out cold on the ground, staring at the ceiling, wondering what year it is. With that punch, the match is over, but the orcs, they're still holding on to hope because their last fighter is left when the last dude was about to enter. Khalifa walks forward. Everyone thinks he's about to fight, and even our boy gets worried because Judith is barely holding it together at this point. She's running on fumes and spite at this point, but she still raises her fists at him like, alright, pull up then. What's one more? This dude stares at her and goes, "We give up." He says that there is no need to continue this fight, as she had already awakened her flames, and for that, he acknowledges her as a true warrior in her own right. Then we cut to a week later, and the gang is ready to learn the elementalist techniques, but before anyone learns anything, they have to do this sacred ceremony first. So this elder dude lines them up and points to this ancient urn sitting in front of them, saying that it has been passed down from their ancestors, and explains the process. Stick your hand inside, grab some formless energy, and yeet it to the side. Whatever element pops out, that's your compatibility, and it will help them learn the 5-element technique way easier. Garua calls on Judith first, asking if she'd like to give it a try. The moment her hand comes out of the urn, there's this orange orb floating in her palm. Garua tells her to throw it, and as soon as she does, the orb explodes into this blazing torch that shoots up at least 10 feet in the air. Everyone's just standing there stunned, including Coover's father. When the flames finally die down, Judith turns to Garua like, "Did I do it right?" But the elder orc looks like he just saw a ghost. He tells her that the flame she just summoned is the largest he's ever seen during a 5-element ceremony. He adds that he sensed it before during her trial. She's naturally blessed when it comes to the fire element. Step aside, Mary Elena. We've got another fire prodigy. Since she's done, Judith steps aside and Garua calls our boy next. The second he dunks his hand into the urn, he quickly throws the energy to the side and streaks of fire blaze out, forming this circular pattern on the ground. But here's where it gets wild. In the middle of those circular flames, a sword comes out of the ground. What in the Full Metal Alchemist is this? If Karakun was surprised by Judith's energy, he's even more shocked by our boys. He's looking at this kid's energy and realizes it's metal-wielding fire. The flames on the ground refine themselves into this massive metal energy, which is absolutely insane. Even Garua can't believe it. As if manifesting 2 elements wasn't impressive enough, our boy was able to create metal with such a distinct shape that it made the elder wonder, just who the hell is this kid? Curiosity getting the better of him, the elder orc asks our boy if he's learned elementalism before. Our boy casually says he learned the basic theory from Coover. Hearing this makes the elder even more shocked. Now he understands why Guru wanted to pass on the technique to them. Unlike the orc elders who are low-key losing their minds at seeing Judith and our boy's energy, the two of them seem pretty chill about it. But Judith's quick to point out that her flame was bigger than our boy's. This catches Aaron off guard because he's not following her logic, but Judith just explains that she'll never lose when it comes to fire, no matter what. Our boy just looks at her. What do you mean it's a completely different thing, which annoys her even more? Meanwhile, Bree was feeling relieved because Judith had been feeling down ever since she had lost to our boy, but now she seems to be back to her usual self. Seeing her laughing again, Brett thinks to himself how proud he is of her. Then, like an absolute idiot, he lets slip out loud, "Judith looks so cute when she smiles." Oh no, too bad for him. Ilya's within earshot and just gives him this incredulous stare. Brett slaps his hand over his mouth pretty hard to shut himself up and tries to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. But Ilya just backs away from him slowly while our boy and Judith are standing there wondering what the hell their friends are doing. "Brett, my guy, you just fumbled so hard." Moving forward, Garua calls on Ilya next. She drew the fire element as well. It's only the guy who fumbled who is different from the rest. And with that, the ceremony ends. Garua told everyone how these guys are exceptional and that they'll help them develop their energy even further. Just then, Karakun looked at our boy and told him that he'll train him personally. Just then, one of the orcs comes running and tells Karakun that he has a message from Guru. He just finished his preparations to look into our boy's past life and is asking them to bring him and the rest of the gang back to Spirit Mountain. Then we cut to the Spirit Mountain standing in front of a big magic circle. Coover points at the stone slabs and tells the group that they all need to lie down. Juruvaru floats above, telling our boy that it's time for him to finally meet the man in his dream who's been leaving him confused all this time. As our heroes each lie on their respective stone slabs, Garu asks our boy one last time if he's alright with sharing his past life with the others. Our boy says he has no problem sharing it with them. Since that's settled, Judith asks Garu what they're supposed to do while the ceremony takes place. Juruvaru snapped, and in the next second, they were fast asleep. Now our heroes are off to Dreamland. It's dark at first. Then someone starts blinking, and in front of them stand 2 armored soldiers addressing whoever's there as their lord and asking him if he's ready to leave. Then the camera pans to his dude who looked dead inside. "My guy who hurt you?" This dude looked at the guards and said that he is ready. The scene shifts and people are talking, saying they can't believe this person is actually leaving his territory right when it's infested by demonic creatures. Someone adds that he had heard that this man is said to be possessed by a demon, that he even killed his own child. And who knows, maybe he himself is already a demonoid after this. It doesn't take long for people to start shouting and blaming the man for bringing demons into their town a couple of months ago. They start calling him a coward because now, of all times, he's choosing to leave the town right when the people need him most. One of the townsfolk even steps forward, trembling with a pitchfork in his hand, asking his lord to speak, asking if their lord is truly the one who brought the demons into their town. The man lets out a sigh and says, "I was a fool to believe I could leave quietly." He then looks at the man holding the pitchfork and says, "I don't know if you'll believe me, but I'll tell you everything." Then we cut to a week ago. This couple is freaking out because their newborn son just stopped breathing. As the Lord was about to call a doctor, they heard a sinister laugh followed by a red smokescreen and a voice asking if he'd like to save his child. The couple looked absolutely horrified because from the smokescreen emerged the clown demon. This bastard did his absolute best demon impression before addressing the man as Kalen Winker, telling him that the life of his child is in his hands now and could spare him, but Kalen has to make a choice. It could either be his son or his wife. Kalen asks the bastard if he is serious because he has no clue why he had to make such a tough decision and listen to the demon's demands, but instead of answering, this bastard gave another sinister laugh, this time asking if he'd ever stopped to wonder if it was just a mere coincidence that demons started appearing in his territory. What's even worse is that this demon claims that whatever is happening to the territory right now as well as to his child is all Kalen's fault. And Kalen is all confused, asking this bastard what he means, but nah, this demon enjoyed tormenting people. So he told him to accept his fate and make his choice, but man, how could he? So his wife decided to make things easier for him. She handed him the baby and ran to the window. She takes one last look at their territory, and as Kalen rushes over to stop her from what she's about to do, she gives him one last smile and tells him to take care of their child and then jumps down. Before Kalen could even process what just happened, he heard his baby crying. As he turns to look, he sees that the demon has his baby in its arms, saying it was against the rules and that his wife's actions weren't part of the choices, so he'll give him another choice, and this time it'll be easier. All he has to do is to choose between his baby or the people of his territory. So with that, Kalen finishes his story, and the townspeople blocking his path are just standing there, probably feeling like absolute garbage. Our boy lost his wife and kid on the same day, and he's out here explaining himself so naturally that the crowd starts crying not angry tears this time, but that ugly cry sadness. But wait, it gets worse because Kalen drops another bomb. The clown demon told him he's cursed. He told the people that if he sticks around, some disaster is going to wipe out the territory again. So he tells the townspeople, look, I'm not asking for your help or your pity. Just move, and he walks off into the sunset. Fast forward, and Kalen's been wandering alone, and after taking everything from him, this bastard was still not happy, so now he was following him, just floating there, giggling and asking why nobody's following him anymore. The demon starts running its mouth. Wow, so the townspeople just let you leave? After you sacrifice everything? You should totally murder them all, my guy. They deserve it. But Kalen doesn't even look at this bastard and just keeps walking. But the demon's not done. He keeps yapping, saying stuff like, they should lose their families too so they understand your pain. And then because demons apparently watch too much anime, it flips upside down right in Kalen's face and goes, hey, want to make a contract? Become a demonoid. Slaughter everyone. It'll be fun, but nah, Kalen just walks past it. And the demon's like, wow, okay, boring. Maybe I picked the wrong guy. Should have just sent the monsters to the next territory over instead. That makes Kalen stop. He turns around and asks, wait, what do you mean, next territory over? Now the demon's interested again. Oh, you do have emotions. Kalen's barely holding it together as he asks if the demon caused all of this, the monsters, his child's curse, everything. And the demon just giggles and goes, yep, that was me. Also, you were never cursed, by the way. Kalen starts hyperventilating because his entire life just got retconned into a prank. He's screaming at this demon, asking what he did to deserve this, and the demon pauses like it's genuinely thinking about it before going, I was bored. The demon even adds, also I just kinda liked you. It was like fate, as if that makes it better. Kalen collapses. The demon starts dissolving into red smoke and tells him, this was fun. If you want to see me again, head to the mountains down south and just dip. Meanwhile, Kalen's on his knees, still not able to accept if he was just having a bad dream or something because come on, you lost everything because an interdimensional jester was feeling bored. This doesn't make any sense. At that moment, he vows that he'll kill that bastard no matter what it takes. Then we cut to some years later and Kalen shows up in the town that we saw in the beginning. The town elders are all welcoming and cheerful, but Kalen just heads to the house he was appointed looking like a dead man walking. Our narrator walks up to the elder and tells him how he doesn't like the vibe of that guy and that they should just kick him out. Meanwhile, Kalen was relieved that at least this village hadn't heard the rumors about him yet, so Kalen decided to post up here and train, and thus began his hellish training. Day and night, he's swinging his sword, and we know what happens next. A year passes. The townspeople are whispering about the weird stranger who does nothing but practice 24/7s, and the narrator guy is watching him like, man, I don't know this dude's story, but I can tell it's tragic. Then his little daughter, Laura, wanders into Kalen's yard, and the dad's like, hey, don't bother strangers. But she's already gone and given Kalen a flower. Later, the dad glances over and sees something that actually surprises him. Kalen's smiling, just a little, holding that flower. So Kalen's just standing with that flower in hand when this weird feeling starts bubbling up inside him. He can't quite place it at first, but then it clicks. It's that unconditional love his parents gave him. And just like that, something shifts. He starts swinging his sword again, but this time it's not pure rage fueling him. He's remembering his people's loyalty, their adoration. Then his wife and kid pop into his head, and man, the warmth of those memories just floods through him. For the first time in forever, he's not swinging out hatred, he's swinging because he actually felt something good again. Then that cold feeling inside him changed to one of pure warmth, and he kept swinging the sword just like that as seasons passed. Autumn hits, and then winter comes, and before you know it, it's already spring and our boy is still swinging his sword. So now after a year of maybe non-stop swing, Kalen's jacked, both physically and mentally. But he's still plagued by these shadow nightmares that crawl out and blame him for everything. But here's where it gets interesting. Kalen realizes these nightmares weren't sent by the demon. No, they were his own anger, hatred, and guilt eating him alive this whole time. The second he accepts that his nightmares are gone like smoke, then our boy starts glowing. Like golden aura, anime protagonist glowing. He can feel it the demon's nearby. His sword lights up, he takes a stance and delivers this absolute banger of a downward slash into the darkness. And there he was, that bastard, still in his medieval act, tormenting some poor dude who's already on his knees. Both the demon and the victim are like, wait, because nobody expected Kalen to just show up like that. The demon's all, oh, what are you doing here? And Kalen just casually goes, not surprised you're being evil again. But this time, I'm not letting you finish. Then he swings. The demon tries to block with some purple magic orb, but Kalen's already sliced him in half before the spell even finishes. Then our boy was on his way to deliver some well-deserved beating to this bastard. Meanwhile, the demon's on the ground, coughing up blood. He is all like, how did you cut through my darkness? Realizing he's cooked, the demon starts crawling away, trying to open a portal to escape. But Kalen notices and goes to chase him down when his body just gives out. He drops to his knees, he can feel his body giving out on him little by little. He sticks his sword in the ground for balance. Then he starts cursing destiny for playing this cruel joke on him. Right when he finally created a sword technique that can cut through darkness, his body decided to call it quits. Kalen's devastated, watching the demon escape, and in his final moments, he just begs for his feelings and willpower to be passed on to someone else. Then he passes out in hope that someone would inherit his will and kick this bastard's ass. Man, I don't know how to feel about it. The old man really just awakened Excalibur, teleported across a continent, and then died within 10 seconds of doing so. Well, at least he got a good hit on that bastard. Back to the present, the whole gang is now staring at our boy, who's just sitting there processing everything because in this life, the one who inherited his dying wish is our boy, and he doesn't know how to process it. Then we cut to some time later. Aaron is staring at the sunset when Brett walks up and joins him. Brett asks what Aaron's planning to do next, and our boy admits he has no idea, seeing how our boy is all gloomy. Brett sighs and says, yeah, it's a lot to take in. Then he starts getting all reflective, talking about their academy days. He admits he used to hate Aaron back then, like genuinely disliked him. Our boy looks at him all surprised. Brett explains he always knew there was a gap between him and Ilya, a gap so big that he felt bad to know and think about it. And then Aaron showed up and started progressing at this ridiculous rate despite Brett mostly ignoring him. And when Aaron finally surpassed him, Brett said he hated him with every fiber of his being because it made everything he worked for feel pointless. But then Brett remembers Aaron telling him that sword training made him feel alive, and that stuck with him. Eventually, Brett realized what actually mattered to him: family, friends, and being the lord of the Lloyd family. Those things were more important than just being the best swordsman. But then there's something even more important than all that, and Brett just straight up says it. I like Judith. Aaron looked at him, probably choking on air right now because Brett just dropped that confession like it was nothing. Brett continues saying he knows Judith wants to be the best swordsman on the continent, and it's a brutal path where you can lose everything if you don't reach the top. Every moment's a competition, and it's exhausting. But that's exactly why he wants to support her. He wants to be there when she achieves her goal and be the one to see her happy. Then he tells Aaron to do the same, follow his heart, do what's most important to him, and he won't regret it. The next day, Aaron's back in the arena for his 5 elements training, and this time he walks up to Karakum and asks for a rematch. Karakum's more than happy to kick his ass when their swords first clash. Karakum felt that something's different. The fire energy in Aaron has completely merged with his heart. The flames aren't just external anymore, they're part of him now. Karakum asks what changed, and Aaron says he figured out what he wants to do. Apart from protecting his family and friends, he wants to wield his sword so more people can be happy. He swings at Karakum with this massive strike, and even though the orc blocks it, he's impressed. Karakum tells him that's a huge dream bigger than just wanting to be the best swordsman. He says it sounds like Aaron's chosen to walk the path of a hero and warns him that's not something you just say lightly. Does Aaron even understand the weight of those words? And our boy, he's locked in. He says even if it sounds embarrassing, he'll gladly walk the path of a hero if that's where his journey takes him. After our boy said that he wants to become a hero, this old bastard started putting more force behind his blows. Then he charged at our boy, and when they clashed, the impact was insane. But neither one backs down. Karakum the first to speak up, telling Aaron he respects the guts it takes to say he'll walk the path of a hero. But he also warns him, it takes more than just guts. Our boy stays silent for a second. He flashes him a smile, saying that he had heard that real swordsmen talk with their swords, and then Aaron launches himself into the air and delivers this massive vertical slash toward Karakum, who, by the way, dodges it like a boss. Then Aaron looks up with a smile and says this decision to become a hero wasn't just some random thought after seeing his past life. It's a dream he's carried in his heart, born from all his life experiences. Even if you'd never seen Kalen's memories, he'd still choose this path. He tells Karakum he'll show him how determined he is and asks to keep sparring. Karakum's hyped now, saying that's exactly what he wanted to hear and promises to beat Aaron up pretty badly. Then we cut to 4 months later and the whole gang is summoned on the Spirit Mountains. The Elder Orc had gathered everyone to give them their progress reports, and like you would expect, all of them aced it, but our blue-haired bastard was the most outstanding of them all because he managed to master another element besides water. Then we move on to Judith. She went all in on fire energy like only fire. Garu warns her that if she keeps blocking out the other elements, there's a good chance she'll literally engulf herself in flames one day. But Judith's like, nah, I'm good. I can handle it now. Plus, she can't feel any of the other energies, so it's not like she could do anything about it. Then Garu moves on to our boy Aaron. He praises him for creating this perfect balance between metal and fire energy, though he is concerned because Aaron's energy flows in reverse. Normally it goes, wood feeds fire, fire creates earth, and earth becomes metal. But Aaron's running the control cycle instead, which means if his fire keeps growing, he'll need water energy to keep it in check. Garu tells him to be careful, and Aaron thanks him for the heads up. The last one to get her evaluation is Ilya. Compared to everyone else, she didn't make huge leaps in progress, but Garu reassures her she's still growing and just needs to keep at it. Ilya says she will, but you could tell she's feeling down about it, and our boy is the first one to notice that. Just like that, the next day rolls in. Aaron tells Brett he's planning to stay a few more days, and Brett's like, is this because you're worried about Ilya? Aaron admits that's part of it, but he also says he's not planning to go back to the academy just yet. There's someone he wants to meet first. Then he asks Brett what his plans are with Judith, and Brett says they're heading back to the academy as planned. Aaron gets a little sad knowing they're about to split up, but Brett reassures him it's only temporary, they'll see each other again soon. Meanwhile, Judith's in the ring practicing with the sword. She's thinking about Kalen's memories, how the old man gained strength through sheer hard work and devotion. She's like, if I can work even half as hard as him, I can do it. Her aura flares up as she swings harder, thinking she just needs to push a little more. Then Brett shows up and asks for a duel since it's been a while. He says it's a good chance to test the results of their training, and Judith's immediately down. Their swords clash, sparks flying everywhere, and Brett's clearly struggling. He tells her she's like a whole new person now, and Judith replies, you picked the wrong time to challenge me because I'm fired up right now. And she's not kidding. Her fire energy starts overwhelming Brett's water energy, and she throws this massive swing that sends him flying back, and without realizing she had put more strength in her blow, she runs to him asking if he is okay. Brett's like, did I do something wrong? I almost got fried just now. She apologizes, saying she didn't mean for it to happen, and bends over to check on him, and man, she was looking all cute. So Brett couldn't control himself and confessed that he likes her. Judith freezes for a second, asking him what he said just now. So he repeats that he likes her. As he said that, she got all red, but this idiot thought that she still hadn't gotten it. So he repeated himself, and Judith, being Judith, decided to deal with this situation with violence and smacked his face. Just like that, Brett's back on the ground, and he asks her, what was that for? And Judith, still blushing furiously, says, why would you joke about something like that? You're lucky I didn't cover my fist in flames. Brett sits up and tells her he wouldn't joke about something like this, which only makes Judith more flustered. She asks if he really likes her, and Brett says yes. Then she asks why he likes her, and Brett's like, why are you asking so many questions? Now he's embarrassed too, but then he starts listing everything he loves about her. Her smile, the way she devours food when she teases Aaron, and when she plays with Lulu. When she's training hard, he looks her dead in the eye and says he finds all of it beautiful. So Judith's speechless and all flustered as she asks him if he really thinks that she's beautiful. Brett then walked up to her and told her to stop asking questions and just say something already. He moves closer and asks, what do you think about me? Then the scene shifts to our boy's room, and Lulu is busy checking out that pendant Aaron picked up earlier from the orc's treasure room. She's turning it over and over, saying she can't exactly put a finger on it, but there's definitely some sort of strange energy coming from the necklace. The problem is she has absolutely no clue how someone is supposed to use this thing. She figures maybe she can sense something better in her lowly state, so she straight up transforms. Now she's glaring at the pendant like it personally insulted her ancestors and vows to use every spell she knows to figure out what's going on. Cut to 3 hours later, and yep, she did exactly that. Every spell, every trick in the book, and nothing worked. She couldn't figure out a single thing about that damn pendant. Just then, our boy walks in and Lulu explains the whole situation to him. By the time she finishes talking, Med has already fallen. Aaron then brings up the day they met Ignat and asks Lulu if she remembers what Ignat said about offering him that position again. He straight up asks her if he's finally become worthy enough to stand in front of Ignat once more. Lulu's like, bro, what are you even saying? You've been grinding nonstop all this time, you're more than ready. She asked if he's really going to meet her now, and our boy just flashes that confident little smile and goes, yeah, I think I'm ready too. Then the scene shifts to Ilya, who's still training even though the sun has been down for who knows how long. Her mind is a full-on battlefield of doubts. She's wondering if what she's doing is even right anymore, thinking about how she doesn't really have a reason to obsess over Ignat the way she used to, and yet she just can't let it go. She can't stop thinking about her, even in the middle of this whole existential crisis. That's when our boy walks up and asks if they can talk for a minute. They sit down and she asks him how his training's been going. Sitting beside him, she can feel this warm energy coming off him, and it weirdly calms her down. Her heart feels lighter, her worries start fading, and she catches herself thinking about how she wants to stay by his side all the time. Then Eren tells her there's someone he wants her to meet, and that his next destination is wherever that person is. Ilya gets all curious, asking who this special person is, and our boy just casually drops it he wants to go meet Mommy Ignat. Ilya is completely stunned. She was expecting him to say his master, his parents, maybe his sister, but Ignat, never in a million years did she think that name would come out of his mouth. Completely unaware of her internal meltdown, he keeps going, explaining how the last time they met he was jealous of her strength and ended up showing her a weak, pathetic side of himself. But things are different now. Now he's certain he can stand proudly in front of her. Then he turns to Ilya and admits that he doesn't know what awaits them, but he wants her by his side when he goes. Ilya realizes she's been avoiding this for way too long and that nothing good will come from running away anymore. So she flashes him a bright smile and tells him, of course she'll go with him. Then we cut to the next day. Since Brett and Judith had finished their mission, it was time for them to head back to the academy. Judith is being all cuddly with Lulu, saying she has no idea how she's going to live without seeing her little fluffy self every day. Meanwhile, our boy and Ilya are saying their goodbyes to Brett, and even Kuver and his brother show up to see them off. Just as they're about to leave, Eren notices this super awkward tension between Brett and Judith and straight up asks if something happened. These two absolute blockheads can't even answer, so instead they just bolt, waving their goodbyes as they disappear into the distance. Once they're gone, the group heads back to the arena. Our boy goes straight into another duel, while Lulu and Ilya get back to working on their 5-element divine technique. And just like that, a few months fly by, and now it's finally time for our heroes to say goodbye to the orcs. Kuver can't believe Eren is really leaving, it just feels wrong to him, but he knows it has to be done, so he quickly changes the topic and says that he heard from his father that you should like the video, help Mamoru make juicy content, and don't forget to smash that cheeky little bell.